Chapter 541. Dismantle, Reassemble, Fuse. Heavenly Lord Yuanru stared blankly as Chunhao took out the newly refined parts that were of a different color from the original parts due to the different materials used. Then, he reassembled them one by one into the new parts, fitting them together seamlessly and precisely without any errors. From this, it could be confirmed that Chunhao's modification this time had definitely gone through careful planning. But in fact, Chunhao had only borrowed his power to open the ceiling rune array in the control room when he was about to fuse them. Phew, it's done. 4 hours later, Chunhao heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally completed the modification of the power system. Buzz. With Chunhao's mind, the entire silver wing suddenly began to vibrate violently. Under the protection of the rune arrays in the cabin, no one felt anything, but from the outside, one could see that the silver wing was emitting movements dozens of times stronger than when they had set off from the Wuji star. It was like an eagle that was about to spread its wings, full of power. This was purely a feeling. Only Chunhao, who was in control of the silver wing, could have such a feeling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rumbling outside grew louder and louder under Chunhao's control. Chunhao carefully sensed the acceleration of the power system. He only stopped when Old God reminded him and looked at Heavenly Lord Yuanru, who was watching him. "How is it?" Heavenly Lord Yuanru asked expectantly. "It's not as effective as expected. The material of the star fragments is not good enough. It can instantly increase the speed to 18 times the original speed. That's the limit. If it goes any higher, the power system will collapse," Chunhao said regretfully. 18 times. It's really 18 times. It shouldn't be wrong, Chunhao said with a smile. "Good, very good. If that's the case, although our speed may not be as fast as the Shiman clan's aircraft, it should not be much inferior to the other 4 forces. We still have hope of escaping. Junior brother, we can't wait any longer. We have to change our course now and go back. As long as we can return to the Wuji star, we'll be saved. Senior brother, the speed I'm talking about isn't the speed of a stable flight. It's the speed of an instantaneous increase. It can only last for a few minutes," Chunhao said embarrassedly. It seemed that Heavenly Sovereign Yuanru had misunderstood him because he hadn't explained in detail at the start what would happen if he could maintain 18 times the speed for a long time. He could easily escape from the other party's pursuit. Just like what Heavenly Lord Yuanru had said, they just needed to return. It would only take a few days to get back to the Wuji star. Then what's the use of it? Of course it's useful. You'll know when I've finished modifying the attack, defense, and detection systems. All right, senior brother, you should recover first. I'll continue looking for them. Hiss. A million li away, a brilliant ray of light was gradually extinguished. It slowed down and withdrew its aura. It should be this star fragment. Lock onto the target and slowly approach it. Activate close-range exploration mode. Wang. A moment later, the image of the silver wing appeared on the huge screen. It's really here. Ha! Senior brother, if it weren't for the Shiman family's tyranny, we would have no problem capturing all of them alive. At most, Heavenly Lord Yuanru would have escaped. Without the Shiman family, we wouldn't have known the exact location. We'll admit it. I still feel that something is off. There's no way the Shiman family would have such specific information. Moreover, they know that Heavenly Lord Yuanru hasn't escaped. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the higher-ups of the Wuji star who leaked the information. I just don't know why they would want to destroy Heavenly Lord Yuanru at all costs. In the Black Hawk, 2 elites at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage looked at the silver wing on the screen. That's easy. Heavenly Lord Yuanru is the Wuji star's most valued disciple. He has controlled the Wuji star for many years. He must be the one who leaked the information. He wants to seize power. That should be it. All right, I'll send a message to the Shiman family now. It's confirmed. We're just waiting for the net to be pulled in. If we can successfully destroy Heavenly Lord Yuanru and help Guan Nanchao in private, it'll be perfect for him to temporarily control the Wuji star. Our Shiman family will have the Wuji star in advance. Ha ha. Third uncle, someone's here. Heavenly Lord Mo Wu and Heavenly Lord Black Dragon from the Black Rock planet have arrived. We'll be here in one day. When the other 3 families arrive, it'll be time for us to pull in the net. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this operation to be so perfect. Third uncle, I really have to thank Guan Nanchao for this. Oh, Shiman Feng replied. He stared at the screen and said, Third uncle, if we can capture all of them alive, then give me Chun Hao. I really want to know why this guy is so strong. He's just a member of the Wuji star. How did he trigger the hidden condition of the Second World Arena? No way. Why? It's not that I don't want to promise you, but I can't. Chun Hao is someone the 4 families must kill. Even if they capture him alive, they must kill him on the spot. Otherwise, how can they be satisfied? Their goal is nothing more than to replace the Wuji star. What difference does it make whether they kill Chun Hao or not? If I make Chun Hao my slave, he won't have any hope of being chosen by the higher-ups. If they don't want to, it shouldn't be a problem to give them some compensation, right? Little Feng, you're right, but they won't agree to this. Moreover, I can't do this. This time, we've made an agreement with them. Secondly, this Chun Hao is not someone who can be stopped by the mark of a slave. You should know that once a slave becomes a Daluo Jinxian, the mark of a slave will lose its effect. What will happen then? Don't talk about this. It's impossible. Let's not talk about other things. With the talent this kid has shown so far, there's no doubt he'll become a Daluo Jinxian. Otherwise, our Shiman family and the other 4 families wouldn't pay so much attention to him. Third uncle, how about this? Let me play with him for a while, okay? I'll plant the mark of a slave on him, and I can get what I want from him. Third uncle, think about it. He's just a descendant of the Wuji star. For him to have such high talent, he must have a big secret. It's a pity to kill such a genius. Give me 1.5 years to learn what I need to learn from him. It won't be too late to kill him then. Third uncle, I have to become stronger as fast as possible. I'm serious. If you don't help me, the position of patriarch will definitely be snatched away by Shiman Guang in the future. Third uncle. Shiman Feng grabbed Shiman Liuyun's arm and said with a sincere and pitiful look, All right, we'll discuss it with them. If it's possible. No, third uncle, it's fine even if we give them some benefits. We have to settle this. I have a feeling that if I can get Chun Hao's secret, my cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention anything else. Third uncle, have you heard that he won 10,000 consecutive victories in the arena and almost tied with the invincible immortal dragon? This isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that he displayed 3 types of sword Dao will and an extremely exquisite battle talent. Third uncle, I won't hide it from you. The main reason I came here this time is because of this. Shiman Feng saw that his third uncle had relented and immediately increased his attack. Shiman Luyan was a little surprised as he stared at Shiman Feng. After a few seconds, his face revealed a doting and excited smile and said, Little Feng, your current appearance is more like your third uncle, and you have grown up and also truly understand that strength is everything. This is very good. Third uncle promises you, but I'll give you at most 3 years. Yes, yes, third uncle. You're even better to me than my father. Cough, cough. A strange look flashed across Shimin Liuyun's eyes. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Third uncle watched you grow up, so I naturally have to treat you well. All right, you can go and cultivate now." Yes. Master, the detection component is complete. Integrate it first. Just as the Black Hawk locked onto the Silver Wing for 4 hours, the voice of Old God sounded in Chun Hao's mind. Yes. Without turning off the control core, Chun Hao only took 15 minutes to easily integrate the signal booster, amplification receiver, and other products that were a combination of technology and magical powers that he had refined himself into the Silver Wing's detection system. Buzz. If nothing goes wrong, the detection range can be increased by 10 times to about 5 million miles. Staring at the rapidly expanding image of the scenery on the control screen, Chen Hao, who was about to verify the effect of his modification, suddenly narrowed his eyes. "There's an aircraft." Heavenly Lord Yuanru frowned and said in surprise, "Target locked. Zoom in." Hiss. The red that appeared on the screen suddenly expanded rapidly. Immediately, a black aircraft appeared on the screen, and at the same time, information was displayed. Distance, 10342,000 miles. Aircraft volume, 11,243 asterisk 3241 by 1542, length, width, height. Just its volume alone was more than 10 times the size of the Silver Wing. "Junior brother, we've been locked onto." Heavenly Lord Yuanru clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with a strong desire to fight and anger. Phew. Chun Hao also took a deep breath. His deep black eyes flickered. As he said, "They clearly have the strength to kill us. Moreover, it was a sneak attack, but they didn't make a move. Could it be that they want to capture us alive? And it's obvious that they've allied with the other major forces. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to do this. I'm afraid they want to kill us for real." Heavenly Lord Yuanru shook his head and said, at this moment, his mood became very complicated. He looked at Chun Hao and said, "Junior brother, if I give up on you now and escape alone, I still have a chance. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape even if I'm a primordial spirit. Do you blame me?" Second update. Please subscribe, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. Thank you. I hope everyone will support Dark Mountain. There will be more updates tonight. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 542. Chun Hao was shocked in his heart, and then he frowned. He pondered deeply for a moment before a bright light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Senior brother, you knew that they would act in this way since the beginning, right? You don't have to deny it. I should have thought of it. When I came back from collecting materials, you should have known the result. Senior brother, thank you. Senior brother, thank you for your understanding. But now I have to leave. The situation is more complicated than Master expected. Although I don't know who leaked the news, there must be some internal problems. There is no doubt about that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly." Heavenly Master Yuanru said with a gloomy and worried look, according to the information given to him by the Wuji ancestor. Even the Black Rock planet, which was the first to set off, could not have arrived so quickly. After all, before they could determine the exact location of the Silver Wing, they had to search for it. So what if their aircraft was fast? But now, the other party had arrived a few days earlier, and they clearly had the strength to attack and kill them, but they did not do so. Instead, they waited. It's not that I don't want to be loyal. If possible, I would rather you live. Master has already cut off all means of retreat, and chosen the most dangerous choice. If we succeed after 50 years, not only will the Wuji star not lose its status as the main star, but we will also be able to advance further. If we fail, his soul will be destroyed. There will be no possibility of him waking up again. When Master made this decision, he transferred all the authority of the Wuji star and the second world to me, and he also left me the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth to reconstruct my real body. So, Heavenly Master Yuanru looked at Chun Hao and explained guiltily. It was not his character to be indecisive, especially at such a moment of life and death. However, Heavenly Master Yuanru liked this amazing junior brother from the bottom of his heart. That was what he was really troubled about. Chun Hao frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, "Senior brother, I can't be sure whether the modification of the Silver Wing can successfully overcome this crisis. So, I don't dare to let you take the risk with me. And you are shouldering Master's mission. You should have left long ago. Why would I blame you? If it were me, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Junior brother, senior brother, take advantage of the fact that the Shiman clan and the others haven't arrived yet. It's still easy for you to escape. I will help you attract their attention. As long as the Silver Wing is moving, given their understanding of us, they definitely won't realize that you've left. Also, I don't know how much time I can buy with you. So, senior brother, leave your physical body. I'll preserve it for you. If I succeed, you won't have to rebuild your physical body. Junior brother, Chi." Without hesitation, Chun Hao opened the exit of the Silver Wing's control room. His eyes were calm and resolute as he looked at Celestial Lord Yuanru. "Senior brother, I know you're worried about me, but don't worry. My luck has always been good. Moreover, I still have a trump card. With you here, even if you die, I won't necessarily die. Believe me, time is of the essence. Go quickly." Emperor Yuanru held Chun Hao's hand tightly and took a deep breath. "Junior apprentice brother, senior apprentice brother, has let you down. Take care." Hiss, hum. The moment Emperor Yuanru's essence, energy, and spirit gathered into his primordial spirit and stepped out of the Silver Wing, Chun Hao directly activated the Silver Wing. Accompanied by a terrifying vibration, the Silver Wing rose into the air at a moderate speed. Then, with a hiss, it returned in the direction of the Infinity Star. Its acceleration was maintained at the original speed of the Silver Wing, not its modified speed. Emperor Yuanru's primordial spirit concealed all of its aura. He stared deeply at the Silver Wing infinity that was rapidly flying away, his emotions surging. He didn't know if his junior brother could survive this trip, but he knew that his junior brother's actions had helped him. Originally, even if he abandoned his physical body, his primordial spirit's speed could increase by 100 times. However, at most, it would only increase the speed of the enemy's aircraft by a little. Whether he could escape safely or not depended on luck. But now, with Chun Hao activating the Silver Wing to attract the enemy's attention, it would buy him a lot of time. This was enough for him to escape. They're moving? Millions of miles away, the Black Hawk, which was waiting leisurely, suddenly heard a notification sound. The two old men looked at the screen. "Ha ha, isn't this a joke? Running back was useless in the beginning. Now, it's even a last-ditch struggle. Emperor Yuanru's intelligence is really admirable. Ha ha ha. Ha. Maybe he's realized the danger. Emperor Yuanru might not be putting up a last-ditch struggle. He must have thought it through and didn't want to die with everyone on the Silver Wing. He's just trying to buy himself some time. It's just that he didn't expect us to block his retreat. Well, let's retreat as well. Just keep this distance. Well, I'll inform the Shiman family and the others." Empyrean Yuanru was only a primordial spirit and had completely concealed his aura. In addition, the Silver Wing was deliberately emitting strong waves of energy, so the Black Hawk couldn't detect his aura at all. To be exact, it couldn't lock onto this insignificant aura. When the Silver Wing had flown 200,000 miles away, the Black Hawk should have retreated 200,000 miles as well. When Empyrean Yuanru was sure that he was out of the Black Hawk's detection range, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew in the opposite direction at the fastest speed toward the Yang planet. Junior brother, I hope you're not just comforting me. Empyrean Yuanru, who had left with a guilty conscience, didn't think that Chen Hao was telling the truth when he said, "Even if you die, I won't necessarily die." He only thought that Chen Hao was comforting him. His only glimmer of hope was that he had witnessed Chen Hao's modification of the Silver Wing. If the attack and defense systems could be improved to a certain level, there might still be a chance for survival. If he hadn't shouldered his master's mission and the future of the Wuji planet, he would definitely have taken the risk with Chen Hao. But now he could only leave. "Master, if you do this, I'm afraid we're really in danger. Without Empyrean Yuanru's energy, even if it's a modification, our speed will be much slower. Now that we've been targeted, you still have to divert your attention to control the Silver Wing. So what? Senior brother has already been very kind to us by accompanying us until now. I can't be sure if he can survive if he stays, but if he leaves now, he'll definitely survive. I have no reason to let him gamble with us. Now it's up to us. If it's really a desperate situation, we'll enter the chaotic space storm. All right, let's start modifying the defense and attack systems." Okay. Chen Hao stepped out of the control room and once again devoured the energy of more than 80 cultivators in the cabin. At the same time, he secretly infused energy into the Silver Wing through the bottom of his feet. Chen Hao's so-called defense system was, in fact, just a modification of the Silver Wing's original foundation. He only changed the runes. After all, the materials on the Black Stellar Core fragment were far inferior to the Silver Wing itself. If he added any materials, no matter how strong the runes were, they wouldn't be able to surpass the original defense, let alone improve it. This was the same principle as a clever housewife couldn't cook without rice. The materials were one of the most basic and important factors. No one noticed that the runes on the surface of the Silver Wing were slowly changing. Inside the cabin, Chen Hao's face was extremely pale. His handsome face was covered in cold sweat, and his Taoist robe was completely soaked. But he didn't stop for a moment. However, this didn't attract anyone's attention. In fact, during this period, this happened every time Chen Hao devoured everyone's energy. What really puzzled everyone was that this time, after Chen Hao devoured the energy of all the cultivators in the Earth celestial stage and human celestial stage, he didn't transfer it to heavenly venerable Yuanru in the control room. Instead, he let everyone take turns and continue devouring. Before they recovered, they had to start again. Even so, they were still urged by Chen Hao. He was simply ordering them around like livestock. Fortunately, everyone knew that Chen Hao was working hard for everyone. Except for Bailey Ningbing, who had a guilty conscience, no one complained. Of course, even though Bailey Ningbing was disdainful, she still poured all her energy into her, not daring to give herself away. Otherwise, she and her grandfather, and even the entire Wuji Demon Palace, would have to bear the wrath of all the cultivators on the Wuji planet. It wouldn't affect her, but the direct descendants on the Wuji planet, including her mother, would be miserable 4 hours later. Phew, defense system completed. Old God, are you sure this rune can increase the defense by 20 times? Don't worry, it definitely can. The original runes were too lousy. You've already comprehended this rune. Can't you feel the difference? I can feel it, but I can't be sure without testing it. If it can be increased by 20 times, it should be able to approach or even surpass the defense of this aircraft, right? Humph. When the time comes, we'll destroy one of them even if we have to take the last step. Chun Hao said fiercely, "We probably won't have time to condense the attack system. Is there any way to strengthen the rune? This depends on whether Master can comprehend it. Only when you comprehend it can I brand it. All right then, give me the rune that can increase the defense by 2 times. Chun Hao gritted his teeth and said, the silver wing didn't have an attack system at all. It wasn't difficult for Chun Hao to refine the components and load them into the silver wing. The problem was that he had to refine ammunition. 1 or 2 bullets wouldn't be a problem, but he didn't have enough time to refine a lot of them. If he didn't refine enough with his current materials and the energy crystals in the silver wing, he wouldn't be able to refine powerful ammunition. The damage he would cause would be limited. It was better to strengthen the defense and use the high-grade materials in the silver wing to make weapons with himself. Third watch, 9,000 words. Requesting monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please support and subscribe. Results are everything. Dark Mountain needs it. Please, everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 543. Qi in the Chaotic Space. An aircraft that could definitely be considered a giant compared to the Silver Wing was approaching the Silver Wing at an astonishing speed. When it was close to the Silver Wing, it slowly slowed down and finally maintained the same speed as the Silver Wing, following at a moderate speed. In another day, it will be time to catch the turtle in the jar. Shimin Luyun was confident. He held a wine glass in his hand and leisurely savored the famous wine. There was no suspense in such a battle with such a great disparity in strength. If they did not want to capture and kill Heavenly Venerable Yuanru alive, there was no need for the other forces to do it. His Shimin family alone could do it. Now, if they wanted to kill Heavenly Venerable Yuanru, they would need the combined forces of the 5 forces to be foolproof. After all, if Heavenly Venerable Yuanru, who was at the peak of the late-stage Heaven Immortal realm and had always kept a low profile, abandoned his physical body, and escaped with his essence soul, none of them could take him down alone. Originally, they did not expect to truly destroy Heavenly Venerable Yuanru. What really made them make this decision was that Heavenly Venerable Yuanru did not leave the Silver Wing. He was courting death, so why would they be polite? Moreover, after Shimin Luyun reached an agreement with Guannan Chao, truly destroying Heavenly Venerable Yuanru might bring even more shocking benefits to their Shimin family. Third uncle, have you told them? Shimin Feng, who was beside him, stared at the silver wing on the screen with a slightly nervous expression and asked worriedly. He was nervous and excited at the same time. He was nervous because he was naturally afraid of accidents. He was excited because his true love, who made him sink and go crazy, was in the silver wing millions of miles away. Moreover, it would not be long before he could see her in person. This feeling was definitely not comparable to meeting in the second world. No matter how real the second world was, it was not reality after all. Similarly, what Shimin Feng looked forward to was that this time he would step on a rainbow cloud to save his true love. Although he did not have any hope, at least he could let his true love know of his painstaking efforts. Don't worry, it's not too late to talk about it after we capture her. Without our permission, they won't dare to act on their own. Oh, this is the Shimin family's aircraft. It doesn't seem to be much stronger than the ones from the Black Rock planet. However, Senior Brother said that the aircraft from the Shimin family is the strongest. Chun Hao had sent out a strand of thought to control the Silver Wing airship. Before the Shimin clan's aircraft could detect the Silver Wing airship, the modified Silver Wing airship had detected it. This was something that Shimin Luyun could never have imagined. It could be said that this was something that no one could have imagined. Looks like there's not much time left. When all 5 forces arrive, it will definitely be the time for them to make their move. I hope there's enough time. Chunhao's strand of mind felt great pressure, but most of his mind was immersed in comprehending the complicated runes given by the old god, so he was not distracted. He was using all his strength to activate every single one of his nerves to break through the defensive lines of the runes. Time ticked by slowly. 4 hours later. Another space plane appeared in another direction without making a sound. 18 hours later, the 4th ship arrived. The strand of consciousness Chun Hao left behind also became more and more nervous. The last ship would be the time for the other party to make their move. How long would it take? It could be the next minute, or it could be a few hours later. However, he was stuck at the last level of the runes. He had been stuck for 2 hours, but he still had no clue. Master, the most important part of this rune is the last level. If you can comprehend it, the chances of us surviving with the Silver Wing airship will increase to 50%. If you can't, you can only transform the runes you've comprehended now and integrate them into the Silver Wing airship. The chances are only 10%. Why is the gap so big? Old God, I feel that the runes I've comprehended can increase the defense of the Silver Wing airship by 2 times. Indeed, increasing the defense by 2 times is 40 times the original defense of the Silver Wing airship. It's definitely stronger than the defense of any of their aircraft. However, each of their aircraft has an expert at the peak of the advanced stage of the Heaven Celestial stage. Even if we can destroy one of their aircraft, we will be besieged by their experts at the Heaven Celestial stage. The Silver Wing airship was originally able to withstand the attack of an Earth Celestial stage expert. If it's 40 times stronger, it can also withstand the attack of a Heaven Celestial stage expert. However, it can't withstand much. In the end, it will still be destroyed by them. Therefore, the last level of this rune, which is also the most important level, I've integrated a strong shielding system into it. In front of their detection system, it should be able to achieve absolute invisibility. Oh God, are you serious? Cough, cough. Of course it's true. It depends on whether you can comprehend it, Master. However, this invisibility has its drawbacks. In the state of invisibility, if the Silver Wing airship is still flying and the energy fluctuations are too strong, it will definitely be discovered. However, even so, we can still appear and disappear unpredictably. The chances of escaping should be increased to 50%. Enough. I must comprehend it. I must comprehend it. I hope there's still time. Chun Hao instantly realized how important this last level was. Master, you've been trapped for 2 hours. Maybe it's because you've never come into contact with this kind of rune. How about this? I'll give you some basic runes of this rune first. If you can comprehend it, I think it will open your mind. F***CK. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up. Upon hearing the old god's words, Chun Hao, who was controlling the Silver Wing airship outside, cursed angrily. Mother of Cur, we're already in such a dangerous situation, and I don't have the slightest clue for 2 whole hours. Old God, this guy is actually saying something now. I just found out that you've been trapped for 2 hours. You didn't tell me. I'll give it to you now. The old god quibbled for a while and directly poured some basic runes into Chun Hao's mind. In this tense atmosphere, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. On the other hand, Chun Hao, who was immersed in his comprehension, fell into a state of excitement. The runes, from simple to complex, seemed to have opened up a bright path for Chun Hao that led to the palace. It was as if they were laying down a foundation for him, and they were constantly being broken through by Chun Hao. After 2 hours, Chun Hao finally comprehended all the runes that the old god had poured into him, from simple to complex. Once again, he began to break through the last barrier. It had to be said that this time, Chun Hao was filled with inspiration. The last level, which he had no clue about, now had all kinds of wonderful ideas and insights in his mind. The previous comprehension had become a run-up for Chun Hao, and now he was finally unstoppable. Boom! With an explosion in his mind, Chun Hao let out an excited howl. I've comprehended it. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Damn it, old god, let's start. Not good. Just as he was comprehending it, the Silver Wing's modified detection system suddenly beeped again. 5 million miles away, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. Let's do it. Hiss. Chun Hao directly appeared in the cabin of the Silver Wing. Pour in energy, with all your might. Everyone together, give it your all. Life and death depend on this moment. If you have enough energy, we can live. If your energy can't meet the needs of Heavenly Lord Yuenru, we will die. Begin. Okay. Perhaps they had sensed Chun Hao's determined and nervous tone. At this moment, they no longer hesitated. One by one, they pushed their true essence to the limit and madly poured it into Chun Hao. As for Chun Hao and the old god, they were madly transforming the runes that they had just comprehended into the Silver Wing. No one sensed anything special. The Silver Wing still maintained its fixed direction and speed, flying in the chaotic space. The other 4 ships blocked in 4 directions, all maintaining the same speed. The turtle in the jar operation is about to begin. Everyone get ready. We must not let Heavenly Lord Yuenru's primordial spirit escape. When he received the arrival of the last force, Shiman Luyun issued an order. He, who had been sitting leisurely in the comfortable armchair, also stood up at this time. A majestic and terrifying aura surged around him. Qi, seeing that the 5 forces had gathered and were about to form an encirclement, the Silver Wing that no one took seriously suddenly emitted an incomparably resplendent white light. Its tail spewed out a 1,000-mile-long energy light belt. At the same time, how is this possible? What's going on? It can't be? F***CK. It can still speed up. It increased by 10 times? The 4 aircraft that were 1 million miles away from the Silver Wing and had locked onto it burst out in exclamations of disbelief at the same time. They had long known about the information about the infinite Silver Wing, but now, how could it suddenly increase its speed by 10 times? Could it be? Shiman Luyun thought of the information revealed by Bailey Ningbing when he signed the agreement with Guan Nanchao. At that time, he and Guan Nanchao had only laughed at the news, which was that Heavenly Lord Yuenru was trying to modify the Silver Wing. This Heavenly Lord Yuenru is indeed hiding his strength. I didn't expect him to be a refining expert, but is he trying to escape with 10 times the speed? Chase after him. Boom, boom, boom. There was no need for Shiman Luyun to give the order at all. The 4 aircraft suddenly accelerated at full speed. The aircraft that was still a few million miles away was about to slow down, but at this moment, after receiving the sudden news from Shiman Luyun, while surprised, it suddenly accelerated again and rushed toward the position specially designated for him to intercept and kill. Faster, faster. In the cabin of the Silver Wing, Chun Hao's hurried voice rang in everyone's ears as if it was a matter of life and death. Everyone pushed themselves to the limit, but even so, Chun Hao was still howling. Damn it, he simply did not treat people as humans. In less than 10 minutes, the cultivators of the immortal realm with slightly weaker cultivation had exhausted their energy and collapsed with pale faces. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 544. Try your best to recover. To tell you the truth, we have reached the moment of life and death. Let me show you. Chun Hao knew that if he didn't use his full strength, no matter how obedient they were, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. Especially when he saw those who had run out of energy, fell down like dead pigs, and wanted to rest. He was sure of this. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Yuanru didn't say anything, and he couldn't say anything. His prestige couldn't make these people risk their lives. They were even disgusted by his commanding tone, especially those powerhouses at the Earth celestial stage. In fact, if they didn't know that Chun Hao was the core disciple of the Infinity Ancestor, and that Chun Hao was destined to have an awesome future, they would have quit. How could they be obedient and not complain? Whoosh! Just at this moment, along with Chun Hao's words, a huge screen appeared in front of the cabin of the Silver Wing, which was marked with various data. Although none of the people in this area had seen the screen controlled by grass, they weren't idiots. On the contrary, they were all outstanding geniuses in the Wuji star. Naturally, they understood the content of the screen at a glance. Did you see that? This is the moment of life and death. 5 battleships have almost surrounded us. In each battleship, there are at least 2 powerhouses at the peak of the advanced stage of the Heaven celestial stage. What does this mean? I don't need to explain it to you. The reason why you can see it is the work of Heavenly Lord Yuanru. Part of his modification has been completed. Our original detection system only has a detection range of 500,000 miles. Now it has a detection range of 5 million miles. Our flying speed has increased by 10 times. Otherwise, we would have been dead by now. But this is far from enough, and we can't escape from their pursuit. We need to complete the final modification as soon as possible. This is also the most important modification for us. This requires your true core strength. Chun Hao's cold voice was like a sharp sword, which stabbed people's hearts mercilessly. Looking at the approaching aircraft on the screen, everyone's expressions changed. If you don't want to die, try your best. We are racing against time, and we are going against Heaven's will. Fight with our lives. We can only fight with our lives. This is the only thing we can do for Heavenly Lord Yuanru. Come on. As long as we succeed in the last step, we will have a chance at survival. Fight. I'll do it. I'm going all out. I have no hope of becoming a celestial immortal. Anyway, it was good that he was able to survive. Burn for me. Boom. An explosion sound suddenly erupted from the body of a powerhouse at the Earth celestial stage, emitting a dazzling and dense radiance. He was burning his lifespan. Thank you. Limitless Star needs warriors like you. If you can survive, Yuanru Tianzuan, no limitless ancestor will definitely heal your soul. While Chun Hao was slightly surprised, he immediately preached and said something that he had never said before, something that could bewitch people. Their expressions were filled with worship and passion as they looked at the warrior who had directly burned his lifespan. This made the cultivator feel extremely proud. After all, Chun Hao was the disciple of Limitless Ancestor and was known as the #1 genius of Limitless Star. How could he not feel proud to be worshipped by him and given such a precious promise? After all, in order to survive, he was willing to sacrifice a little of his lifespan. In fact, it didn't affect him much. After all, he was already at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage, and he felt that he had no hope of advancing to the Heaven celestial stage. For survival, for the honor of Limitless Star, I'll do it. Perhaps they were inspired by the leading warrior. The young cultivators who had never lacked enthusiasm suddenly became crazy. The number of people who were burning their lifespan increased rapidly. Of course, These people were in the same situation as the first warrior. Sister, brother How is risking his life. We must take the lead. At this moment, the sisters, who were becoming more and more obedient and sensible, looked at each other. Suddenly, two dazzling rays of light burst out from their bodies. Apparently, they had made a decision. Chun Hao, who instantly caught the sisters' aura, was dumbfounded. These two silly girls, I'm just fooling others. How can I bear to let you sacrifice yourselves? Besides, those who are willing to sacrifice themselves don't have much future prospects. Even if they burn some of their lifespan, it won't affect them much in the future. Why are you joining in the fun? Chun Hao didn't dare to hesitate. He directly transmitted a message to stop them sternly. The sisters were stunned for a moment, and then they blushed. Finally, they didn't burn their lifespan stupidly. Chi, chi, chi. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. In a short period of time, energy that was countless times stronger than before was crazily poured into Chun Hao's body from everyone's bodies. Chun Hao was also immersed in the final struggle. The silver wing, which was flying at 10 times the speed, opened up a certain distance in the beginning because of the instantaneous acceleration. However, Chun Hao knew that it wouldn't take long for the other party to catch up. It wasn't that their speed was faster, but that the silver wing couldn't maintain this speed for a long time. Moreover, Chun Hao already had a plan. This wasn't the time to expose the true power of the silver wing. Very good. As expected, people are all forced. Chun Hao could not help but think to himself as he sensed the terrifying and majestic energy. At the same time, he also saw hope. The speed of modifying and fusing runes had increased by 5 times. This was a speed that Chun Hao couldn't achieve even when Heavenly Lord Yuanru was at his peak state. It had to be said that the power brought by burning one's lifespan was absolutely powerful and heaven-defying. An hour later, the 5 streaks of light were getting closer and closer. The silver wing's speed was getting slower and slower. The energy belt on its tail that was originally thousands of miles long was now only 100 miles long, like a dog running away with its tail between its legs. It was getting weaker and weaker. Planet Black Rock, Planet Demonic Ant, Planet Dragon Snake, Planet Lone Horse, listen up. We'll attack at the same time in 1 minute. We can't let Heavenly Lord Yuanru escape. Unless there's no other choice, don't destroy him first. Try to capture him alive. Okay, no problem. Yes, that's the way it should be. This old guy is actually such a brilliant refining expert. The value he contains is infinite. Ha ha. Chi. At this moment, the cabin doors of the 5 aircraft's control rooms opened under the protection of a layer of dense light curtain. Shimin Luyan and a total of 8 experts at the peak of the late-stage heaven, celestial stage, walked to the edge of the cabin door. In just 1 minute, it would be the time for them to launch their joint attack. It had to be said that the amazing changes that the Silver Wing had shown had really caused this group of people to go crazy. Originally, Shimin Luyan and the top experts in each aircraft had no intention of moving. They only needed to control the aircraft and let the other experts at the peak of the late-stage heaven celestial stage move out at the same time. But now, the top experts in each aircraft had moved out. At the same time, the control of the aircraft was handed over to the slightly weaker experts at the heaven celestial stage. Shimin Fong looked nervously at the silver wing that was running away with its tail wagging. He was both worried and expectant. He was silently counting down the seconds in his heart. No one knew that 5 minutes ago, the runes on the inner and outer walls of the silver wing, which had been forced to slow down, had undergone subtle changes silently. No one knew that in the silver wing, except for Chun Hao, who had directly entered the control room, All the cultivators were sitting on the ground, bathing in the spiritual spring and staring at the huge screen in front of them. Success. Everyone knew that at the last moment, at the most critical moment, Heavenly Lord Yuanru had succeeded. Of course, this was announced by Chun Hao. Now, whether they lived or died depended on the effect of Heavenly Lord Yuanru's transformation. It was no longer something they could control. However, everyone present, including Chun Hao's closest sisters, did not know that Heavenly Lord Yuanru, who they had placed all their hopes on, was no longer in the Silver Wing at this moment. Everything was controlled by Chun Hao, a cultivator at the late stage of the human celestial stage. Attack! Chi, 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 chi. When the 1-minute time limit was finally up, the dense light shields of the 5 aircraft suddenly opened. In an instant, 8 figures surrounded the Silver Wing at a terrifying speed like meteors. Heavenly Lord Yuanru, if you don't want everyone to die, surrender obediently. Shimin Liuyun's resounding voice penetrated the heavy defenses of the Silver Wing and directly resounded in the Silver Wing. This made everyone in the Silver Wing turn slightly pale, except for Bailey Ningbing. A group of idiots! Come at me! We of the Wuji Star, even if we die, will definitely make you shameless people pay a heavy price. Ha ha ha! At this moment, the voice of Heavenly Lord Yuanru suddenly burst out. Through the amplification of the Silver Wing, it gave people a sense of incomparable arrogance and arrogance. But at this moment, the voice of Heavenly Lord Yuanru made the cultivators in the Silver Wing feel their blood boil. You're courting death. Arrogant. You're courting death. Isn't it just a modification of the aircraft? And you're so confident? I'd like to see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Chi, 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 chi. The 8 figures suddenly accelerated again and rushed toward the Silver Wing. When the 8 of them were still 1,000 miles away from the Silver Wing and were about to enter their attack range, Chun Hao revealed a cruel and cold smile. Boom! At that moment, what no one expected was that the Silver Wing suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying energy wave. With a hum, it trembled violently and shot out like a cannonball. How much did its speed increase? 20 times. This was the maximum speed of the Silver Wing after Chun Hao modified it. It could only maintain the maximum speed for a short period of time. What made the pilots on the Lone Horse Star's aircraft change their expressions even more. At this moment, the Silver Wing was actually flying toward them. It was actually going to collide with them. Oh no! Dodge! Chi! Although the pilot knew that the defense of his aircraft was definitely more impressive than that of the Silver Wing. That was the Silver Wing of the past. What about now? This guy's face was pale with fright, and he desperately changed direction. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qijian. Come, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 545. Bastard, get out of here. You're courting death. The Pegasus Star had the weakest aircraft, but it had sent 3 experts at the Heaven's celestial stage. At this moment, the 2 stronger experts had rushed out of their aircraft and were standing between the Silver Wing and their aircraft. They were gathering their strength and preparing to join forces with others to control the Silver Wing. However, this sudden change forced them to turn their condensed confinement power into violent attacks to block the Silver Wing's desperate attack. Boom, boom. 2 explosive sounds rang out, and the energy currents that covered the sky transformed into 2 small mountains. As long as they could hit the Silver Wing, even if the modified Silver Wing's defense was very strong and couldn't heavily injure it, it wouldn't be a problem to block it. However, just when everyone thought that the 2 experts would succeed. Swish! Rumble! What shocked the Shemin clan and the other four forces was that the small Silver Wing airship actually spouted a torrent of energy from the side of the airship, which caused the Silver Wing airship to perform a great universal shift and evade the attacks of the two people as fast as lightning. After bypassing the two people, the Silver Wing airship once again spouted a torrent of energy. In an instant, the Silver Wing airship locked on to the airship of the Pegasus star. The Silver Wing was 20 times faster than its original speed. Even the aircraft of the Shemin family couldn't avoid this sudden attack, let alone the weakest aircraft of the Pegasus star. The experts at the Heaven Celestial Stage, who flew out from the other directions, couldn't make it in time. How could the flying speed of the Heaven Celestial Stage be compared with that of the aircraft? Otherwise, they wouldn't have to get so close to the Silver Wing and jump out of the aircraft to close the net. Bang! Rumble! Finally, under the astonishment of the five forces, the tiny body of Silver Wing crashed into the aircraft of the Heavenly Horse Planet, which was 4 or 5 times larger than it was, like a moth darting into a flame. The horrible crash was deafening, accompanied by strong energy light. The tip of the Silver Wing's head was like a sharp sword that stabbed into the head of the aircraft of the Pegasus star. Under the effect of inertia, the small aircraft and the large aircraft touched each other at a negative distance and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Stop it! Hurry up! Swish! 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 The 8 experts at the Heaven Celestial Stage and the other 4 aircraft finally came to themselves in great shock. They suddenly accelerated to the maximum speed and rushed over. Swish! Rumble! However, at this moment, the Silver Wing suddenly spurted out dazzling brilliance again and escaped from the enemy's aircraft like a streak of light. How could it be so fast? How can his defense be so strong? Shimin Luyun and the others were shocked to the extreme. Seeing this scene, they, who had originally thought that victory was in their hands, felt their hearts turn to ashes at this moment. They were in despair. A collision had caused the Pegasus star's aircraft to be severely damaged, but it seemed to be fine. If that was the case, it would be fine. But its fleeing speed was so fast that it was faster than the Shemin family's aircraft at its peak speed. How could they chase after it? How could he catch up? No, there's something wrong with the energy flow it's spewing out. It can't be sustained. Look, it's slowing down. Senior brother, come back quickly. Let's chase after it. The Heaven Immortal Stage expert on the Black Rock planet looked at the Silver Wing on the screen and suddenly discovered a problem. He hurriedly shouted through voice transmission. Chase! We can't let them escape. Hiss streaks of light directly re-entered the aircraft under the guidance of the aircraft. This also announced the failure of their first encirclement. The Pegasus star's aircraft was the most miserable. Its head was smashed. Fortunately, the internal control center's defense was incomparably strong. Only part of the shell's defense on the head was damaged, and its core was not damaged. Otherwise, this expensive aircraft would probably be scrapped. Buzz, buzz, 5 streaks of light quickly chased after the Silver Wing that had been forced to slow down. Inside the Shemin family's aircraft, Shemin Fong looked at the screen with a surprised and somewhat dazed expression. His emotions were complicated and contradictory. He hoped that Chun Hao could escape this disaster, and it would be best if he could escape this disaster himself. Therefore, when he saw the Silver Wing suddenly display an abnormal ability, he was naturally happy. However, the data displayed on the control screen clearly showed that the Silver Wing could not be sustained in this state. What did this mean? It meant that it would be difficult for it to escape the clutches of everyone in the end. In this way, this crazy desperation could anger everyone and lead to a destructive outcome. At that time, he would really be helpless. Therefore, He hoped that Heavenly Venerable Yuanru would surrender immediately. In that case, although he would have to bear the consequences, at least he could ensure Chen Hao's safety, and that would be enough. Be asterisk starred. Be asterisk starred. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru, I will destroy your body and soul. The 3 Heaven Immortal Stage experts of the Pegasus Star were furious. Although the aircraft's core was not damaged, the cost of repairing it was bound to be huge. Moreover, they had suffered a loss in the first encounter. It was simply humiliating. Ha ha ha. Well done. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru, kill these F***ers. Yes, kill them all. Destroy one of them, we will die content. Awesome. Awesome. Unlike the anger of the Pegasus Star and the shock of the other 4 forces, in the Silver Wing, the cultivators who were staring at the huge screen were very excited. They were already in a desperate situation and had already mentally prepared themselves for death, especially when they saw the 8 Heaven Immortals approaching them. They were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. However, the Silver Wing's sudden outburst had made them all excited. They really admired Heavenly Venerable Yuanru. 30% of the head is damaged. Everyone, cheer up and give me energy. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru needs to be repaired immediately. Also, this battle is bound to be a tug of war and may last for a long time. So, everyone must do their best to recover at all times and keep yourself in peak condition. At this time, Chen Hao appeared in front of everyone again. His expression was cold and calm, but he said hurriedly, "Okay, listen up, all of you. This Heavenly Venerable Yuanru's refining ability is quite terrifying. If we want to capture them, we must be ruthless. This time, we must get close to them before we attack. Don't be afraid of his collision. He will injure the enemy by 1,000, but he will also injure himself by 800 among our 5 aircrafts. Even the weakest one, the Pegasus Star, is not inferior to it. Under our siege, the Silver Wing will definitely be the first to be destroyed. At that time, we will attack with all our strength and destroy the Silver Wing first. Understand?" Okay, understood. It was a long story, but in fact it was only a few minutes. The 2 aircrafts from the Sheeman family and the Black Rock Star had approached quickly and slowed down. It could not be helped. Chen Hao did not do it on purpose. He could only maintain 20 times the speed for a short while. In such a short period of time, even if everyone provided enough energy, Chen Hao could not completely repair the damage of the Silver Wing. However, Chen Hao was not in a hurry. He had specially strengthened the 4 parts of the Silver Wing to hit the aircrafts. At the same time, he had not used his real trump card yet. Furthermore, his first success in this battle had also increased his confidence in escaping. They are coming again. Crash! Kill them! Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the 5 aircrafts were even closer to the Silver Wing than the last time, 8 Heaven Immortals suddenly jumped out. Go to hell! With a furious roar, he immediately launched a violent attack at the Silver Wing battleship. With the support of inertia, even though he was not in attack range, he was able to block the Silver Wing battleship's reckless attack in advance. Chi! Boom! As expected, the Silver Wing burst out a terrifying energy torrent at the same time, and its speed soared again. However, this time, it did not crash into the aircrafts. Instead, it chose the largest gap between the 5 aircrafts to escape. It had to be said that it was impossible for 5 aircrafts to seal off all directions of the Silver Wing airship when there were so many openings in space. The 8 Heaven Immortals might be able to do it, but with their speed, they had to rely on the aircrafts to get close to the Silver Wing. At this moment, they had just come out. How could they form an all-round blockade? This was the space that Chen Hao could take advantage of. Break! Sword Star Explosion. Space-time shuttle. The first move was obviously going to fail, but at this time, the experts who had just jumped out of the aircrafts were also mentally prepared. In an instant, they launched their most powerful attacks at the silver wing that had suddenly accelerated. Chi, 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 boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, something unexpected happened again. The silver wing was clearly trying to escape, but it seemed to be shooting out from different directions at the same time. However, the timing was just right, and the entire silver wing suddenly changed directions at an astonishing speed, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. F***CKU, I'll kill you. For a moment, it was really just a moment of sluggishness. The heaven immortal in the Pegasus star saw the silver wing rapidly expand, and like a spinning top, it rushed toward him again. Even a clay figurine had its limits. It was obviously picking up a soft persimmon to pinch. After pinching it once, he wanted to pinch it a second time. This directly made the heaven immortal angry, coupled with Shimin Liuyun's order. This time, not only did he not change his direction, but he also violently accelerated again to meet the silver wing head-on. Anyway, the head was already injured, and the internal defense was strong. He believed that if he hit the silver wing like this, even if it might cause some internal damage, it would definitely be severely damaged. Bang, 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 boom, boom, terrifying continuous sounds of impact and explosion, like bright fireworks, erupted in the vast and endless chaotic space. Boom. Immediately, a louder and more terrifying explosion appeared, emitting a brilliance tens of thousands of times brighter than the sun, mixed with countless screams, and a figure as fast as lightning shot out. No way! The people on the other 4 aircrafts were dumbfounded, and so were the 8 experts at the peak of the late stage of the Heaven Immortal stage. Destruction. The destruction of mutual destruction. In everyone's eyes, including the display on the screen of the aircrafts, the Silver Wing, and the aircrafts of the Pegasus star had all turned into debris. Only the Heaven Immortal in the Pegasus star had escaped from the terrifying explosion, and his face and body were covered in blood from serious injuries. It was a tragic sight. A new week, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Looking for subscriptions. Last week, I updated more than 8,000 words on average. This week, I'll strive for more. If you trust Dark Mountain, then support it. Only your support is true passion. I beg of you all, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 546. Hiss, 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 hiss. Amidst the continuous explosions of the aircraft, no one noticed that the countless fragments of the aircraft, as well as the energy of heaven and earth that was transformed into by the destruction of the earth immortals and human immortals, who could not resist at all, were being crazily devoured by the invisible vortexes. When the explosions were over, and only the residual energy waves were left in the void, the black hand that was quietly devouring the energy also quietly disappeared. The whole process only lasted for a few seconds, which was the time it took for the Pegasus star's aircraft to shatter. The severely injured heaven, celestial expert screamed angrily, looking at the debris below him. His heart was filled with hatred. He could not hold his breath, and then he spat out blood and fainted. His serious injury and anger caused him to be overwhelmed with anger. Fortunately, the other 2 heaven celestial experts of the Pegasus star sent out powerful energy to wrap him up. Be careful of the escape of the primordial spirit of Lord Yuanru. Seal it. Swoosh. Shimin Luyun took the lead. In an instant, the majestic, true core strength condensed into a sealing barrier that spanned hundreds of miles. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the other heaven immortals also took action. Although they had seen the destruction of the Silver Wing and the aircraft of the Pegasus Star, there was no reason for Lord Yuenru, an expert at the peak of the late stage of Heaven Immortal, to die in the explosion. After all, although the Heaven Immortal of the Pegasus Star was seriously injured, he still managed to escape. His body was not destroyed. Therefore, there was only one possibility. At the moment of the explosion, Lord Yuenru abandoned his body and hid his primordial spirit. Phew! No one knew that an inconspicuous airflow in the chaotic space was moving away from the troublesome place at an amazing speed with the help of the high-speed rotation inertia. Chun Hao, who was in the middle of it, stared at the scene locked on the control screen and heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, his handsome face was full of excitement, but his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. It was not fear, but lingering fear. In just a few seconds of life and death crisis, even the slightest miscalculation would have doomed him eternally. And now he had succeeded. No one outside could see the Silver Wing that had activated its greatest trump card. However, if the Silver Wing's current appearance was revealed, the cultivators who were cheering excitedly in the cabin would definitely be scared half to death. This was because the Silver Wing had been damaged to an unimaginable degree. To be precise, the Silver Wing could not even reach its initial basic speed. This was because the head, tail, and two sides of the Silver Wing had been damaged to 94%. The body of the Silver Wing was also heavily damaged. Fortunately, these idiots don't know that Senior Brother has left. It's also fortunate that the Silver Wing can hold on. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have perished together. Phew, am I taking too much of a risk? Chun Hao thought to himself. In the beginning, Chun Hao had never thought of this move. It was an idea that came to him on the spur of the moment. He had even considered the possible consequences at that time. However, the arrogance, fighting spirit, and the courage to take risks in his bones still made him do it. It was dangerous, but it was satisfying. I hope they won't think of it. Chun Hao calmed down the excitement in his heart and walked out of the control room. Although his body and mind were already exhausted, he had to start recovering immediately. No, in the Shimin family's aircraft. When the Silver Wing circled and collided with the Pegasus Star's aircraft and caused a terrible explosion, Shimin Feng, who was staring at the screen, suddenly lost control of his emotions and let out a shrill and desperate scream. Then, as if his spirit had been sucked out, he slumped to the ground with a dull look on his face. "You can't die, you can't die. If you die, I'll live. Young master, what's wrong with you?" The Heaven Celestial stage expert who stayed behind to control the aircraft asked in shock. He hurriedly supported Shimin Feng, his heart full of confusion. Although they couldn't capture the cultivators of Silver Wing's ship alive, but it was also not a bad thing. The only regret was that they couldn't fulfill the conditions of the contract between Shimin Clan and Limitless Star Guan Nanchao. Was it necessary to be so excited? Or had the young master fallen in love with Bailey Ningbing? Looking at Shimin Feng's expression and his muffled muttering, it seemed that this was the only possibility. I didn't expect the young master, who has always been a playboy, to have such an infatuated side. However, that Bailey Ningbing is indeed a rare beauty, and she is very talented. It's a pity. The Heaven Celestial stage servant of the Shimin family was Shimin Liuyun's loyal subordinate. He knew the whole process, and he also knew how important Shimin Feng was to Shimin Liuyun. Therefore, when he thought of this, he hurriedly comforted Shimin Feng. Unfortunately, Shimin Feng seemed to be in a daze. He just stared at the screen as if he could not hear his voice at all. "We have control of the surrounding thousands of miles, and there is nothing unusual. What's going on?" Did heavenly venerable Yuanru also die? It should be, otherwise he couldn't have escaped all of our senses in such a short time. Cough, cough. At this moment, the heavily injured heaven celestial coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He forced himself to take a breath and said, My cultivation is definitely not inferior to heavenly venerable Yuanru. During the first collision, although their flying machine had the advantage, it was only a slight advantage. It was impossible for him to penetrate a flying machine that was several times larger than ours. Otherwise, I would have dodged. But now, I think he had the will to die, so he burned his lifespan and detonated himself to activate the silver wing. Only in this way could he have such power. The 2 heaven celestials beside him wanted to *CK this idiot, but at this time they could not say it in front of Shimin Luyun and the others. Even if they succeeded this time, they would have to bear the wrath of Patriarch Pegasus when they returned. This was purely the sacrifice of a stupid C*NT. Others had achieved their goal unharmed, but what about them? Not only did they lose dozens of Earth celestials and heaven celestials, but they also lost their valuable flying machine. Thinking of this, the leader of Pegasus Planet, Lin Hai, looked at the frowning Shimin Foam and said, Brother Shimin, this time we joined forces to intercept and kill them. Pegasus Planet's losses are really great. I hope Brother Shimin can make up for us. Lin Hai, are you kidding? We did not make such a promise before we joined forces to intercept and kill them. It's just that we have the same goal. Whoever loses will be unlucky. If it were us, we would be the same. That's right. The mission has been completed. Brother Shimin, everyone, see you later. Haha, we're leaving too. See you later, Brother Shimin. Chi-Chi. Immediately, the cultivators of the other 3 families left without hesitation. Only a fool would be taken advantage of. Compensate for their losses? They did not even have a contract with them. Dream on. Moreover, they all knew the value of a flying machine. The powerful Shimin family would never compensate them. Even if the 3 families shared 1/3 of the cost, it would still be a shocking amount. Not to mention, the Pegasus Planet's flying machine must have brought along many cultivators who were trying to understand the chaotic space. Lin Hai of Pegasus Planet looked extremely embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do now. Get on the Shimin family's flying machine. As for the losses, because we did not have a contract with them, you can only accept it. They will never compensate you. Let's go. Phew, just as I thought. Inside the Silver Wing, the only intact detection system detected that the 4 flying machines, including the Shimin family, had left. Chun, how heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes shone with a cold light. I'll activate it when I'm out of their detection range. I'll find a star fragment to land on and modify it with all my might. Humph, I hope you can fly fast enough. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. At this point, the real crisis had passed. There was no doubt that they had survived. After all, in the minds of the Shimin family, the Silver Wing and everyone on board had been destroyed. They just needed to get to the Yang planet slowly, at that time. Even if they found out that they were still alive, they would not dare to attack him openly because they were restricted by the laws of the vast universe galaxy. However, if a dog bit him, would he just let it go? That was not Chun Hao's character. If possible, he would at least kill the dog and eat its meat. But now, it was indeed possible. The reason was very simple. When Chun Hao penetrated the Pegasus Planet's flying machine from head to toe with the super strong defense of the Silver Wing, and used himself as a weapon, he had absorbed a large number of flying machine fragments. The materials collected from the Black Star fragment could not be compared with the materials collected from the wreckage of the Silver Wing. Moreover, They were more precious than the advanced materials of the silver wing itself. Chun Hao was confident that he could modify the silver wing even more. However, it would take time. It's a pity that I didn't dare to let Senior Brother gamble. Otherwise, with Senior Brother's heavenly celestial stage expert, the modification speed would be several times faster. Oh no, I have to inform Senior Brother. Thinking of this, Chun Hao was shocked. Although Heavenly Lord Yuanru was escaping with his soul, his speed was also very fast. However, Chun Hao's risk had ended their battle too early. If Senior Brother did not hide his aura, wouldn't it be terrible? I hope Senior Brother will land on the second world. Swoosh! Not daring to waste any time, Chun Hao appeared in a beam of white light in Yang City on World 2. As soon as he appeared, he melded into all of the living things in the area, so as to avoid being discovered. After sending several messages to Heavenly Lord Yuanru, Chun Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could only resign himself to fate and rely on Heavenly Lord Yuanru's luck. Beep, beep, beep. Senior Brother? To Chun Hao's surprise, as soon as he sent the last message, he received a communication request from Heavenly Lord Yuanru in his mind. Junior Brother, are you telling the truth? Heavenly Lord Yuanru's shocked and overjoyed old face appeared in Chun Hao's mind. At this moment, he was only a soul. However, after condensing his essence, energy, and spirit, it did not affect him from landing on the second world. However, in the second world, he was only a soul. He did not have a real physical body. Second update: seeking subscriptions, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 547. Although the primordial spirit's flying speed was 100 times faster than the real bodies, it was only slightly faster than the enemy's aircraft. The advantage was not obvious, especially against the Sheeman family's aircraft and the Black Rock planet's aircraft. There was no advantage at all. Moreover, the primordial spirit would also need time to recover from fatigue. This also meant that although Heavenly Venerate Yuanru had escaped successfully, it was hard to say what would happen if he was unlucky enough to encounter the enemy. In particular, Chun Hao's battle had ended too quickly and had not bought much time for Heavenly Venerate Yuanru. Therefore, whether it was Chun Hao who needed Heavenly Venerate Yuanru's help, or Heavenly Venerate Yuanru himself returning to meet up with Chun Hao was the best choice. Besides, Heavenly Venerate Yuanru's physical body was still being preserved by Chun Hao. If he could return in time, the damage to his physical body could be completely ignored. Otherwise, without the nourishment of his primordial spirit for too long, Chun Hao would still suffer some damage, no matter how well he preserved it. As time passed, the damage would gradually increase. After returning to his primordial spirit, Heavenly Venerate Yuanru retracted all his aura and hit on a small star fragment that could be seen everywhere. According to Chun Hao's estimation, the enemy's aircraft would pass by in a day or two at most. Only then would he be able to fly with peace of mind and meet up with Chun Hao. Let's all take a rest. Everyone did well this time, although our silver wing suffered heavy damage. Fortunately, we are also out of danger. Out of danger? Brother Chun, are you serious? Instantly, everyone who was still immersed in nervousness looked at Chun Hao in surprise, doubting if they had heard wrongly. They had no choice. Originally, they had seen the enemy surround the silver wing from the display screen in the cabin. Moreover, the last terrifying tremor had been so strong that even the silver wing's protective restrictions had not been able to stop it. Moreover, the display screen in the cabin had disappeared a moment before the violent tremor. Everyone was extremely nervous and had no idea what was going on. Without the display screen, it was as if they were in a static sealed space, unable to sense anything happening outside. At this moment, Chun Hao, who had finally appeared in the cabin, announced that he was out of danger. How could they not be shocked? Of course, it was more of a pleasant surprise. Hee, of course it's true. After Senior Brother's modification, our Silver Wing is very strong. Not only did we destroy the weakest aircraft of the enemy, but we also got rid of their tracking. However, we still have to repair Silver Wing as soon as possible. Therefore, after you rest for a while, you still have to cooperate with Heavenly Venerable Yuanru to the best of your ability. No problem. No problem. Ha! Too awesome. Empyrean Yuanru is truly formidable. We can survive. Ha! We can survive. It's like a dream. After surviving a calamity, everyone cheered excitedly. Even Bailey Ningbing, who had a guilty conscience, revealed an expression of disbelief and joy. What did this mean? This meant that if the Sheeman family could not fulfill the conditions of the contract with his grandfather, then the contract would automatically be canceled. Her grandfather and the other members of Limitless Palace didn't have to become slaves of the Sheeman clan, and she didn't have to become Sheeman Feng's Dao companion. I have to tell Grandpa about this. Bailey Ningbing thought in her heart, and then entered the second world. Guan Nan Chao, who had been anxiously waiting for news in the second world, was shocked beyond Bailey Ningbing's imagination when he heard the news. Although he was pleasantly surprised, it wasn't as pleasant as Bailey Ningbing imagined. Especially after they met, Guan Nan Chao even asked Bailey Ningbing about all the details, causing the old man to fall into deep thought. From time to time, he would mutter, "Impossible! How is this possible?" This made Bailey Ningbing extremely surprised. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Isn't this good?" "Good. Of course it's good. Lil Bing, this is the best ending. We don't have to be controlled by the Sheeman family anymore." Grandpa just can't figure it out. Could it be that there's an expert helping us? Did Chun Hao mention anything? No, it's the effect of Heavenly Venerable Yuanru modifying Silver Wing. Guan Nan Chao shook his head. He should be hiding it from you. Otherwise, it's impossible. All right. Since we're safe, Grandpa can rest assured. If there's any news, send it to me. Grandpa has to go do something. Oh, okay. Grandpa, then I'll withdraw first. I still have to repair Silver Wing with all my strength. After watching Bailey Ningbing disappear, Guan Nan Chao paced back and forth in the room again, muttering to himself, "It must be Chen Hai. It must be Chen Hai. How could I forget to consider him? That year, when little Xia fell in love with him, I wanted to take action and forcibly fulfill little Xia's wish. At that time, Limitless Old Ancestor issued a serious warning, saying that this person can't be touched. Even he didn't dare to touch him. This Chun Hao must have a deep background. Now, it's said that before Chun Hao, he had already left Limitless Star. Under such a dangerous situation, how could Limitless Old Ancestor not ask for help? Apart from this reason, the Sheeman family and others can't withdraw. Guan Nan Chao had always been ambitious, so his understanding of Heavenly Venerable Yuanru was by no means comparable to Sheeman Luyun and others. He didn't believe that Heavenly Venerable Yuanru had such a heaven-defying refining ability. If so, how could Limitless Star's Silver Wing be so weak? Just based on Heavenly Venerable Yuanru's wholehearted attitude towards Limitless Star, it was impossible. Besides, if Limitless Old Ancestor was not good at refining, how could his disciple Heavenly Venerable Yuanru be able to do it? If all of this happened to Heavenly Venerable Yuanru's eldest senior brother and second senior brother, who often went out to train, he could still think that the two of them had obtained a great opportunity and might be able to do it. However, Heavenly Venerable Yuanru was in charge of Limitless Star Elite Academy, and all of Limitless Star's affairs. He was basically stationed on Limitless Star and didn't go out to train at all. Therefore, it was impossible. Contact with the Shemin family must be completely cut off. The contract is not valid, and they have to abide by the conditions after it's not valid. Naturally, they won't expose this matter. However, Old Ancestor and Heavenly Venerable Yuenru definitely know that there's a traitor. There's no doubt about this. I'd better go into seclusion for the time being. Thinking of this, Guan Nanchao sent another message to Bailey Ningbing to emphasize this point, and then directly left the second world. Phew, there should be enough time. Let's go. Hiss. After hiding for 2 full days, Heavenly Venerable Yuenru was certain that the other party had overtaken him. Finally, he transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the destination he had agreed upon with Chun Hao. Hiding here, he naturally didn't dare to probe and couldn't detect the other party's movements. Therefore, he could only make an estimate based on time. According to his estimation, the other party should have overtaken him in a day. He waited for 2 full days, so it was absolutely safe. In fact, in less than a day, the Shemin family had already overtaken him and returned to the Yang star. After flying for a day, Heavenly Venerable Yuenru's primordial spirit finally met up with Chun Hao and returned to his body. After the excitement, the two of them, as well as all the cultivators in the cabin, once again began to work intensely. The materials Chun Hao had obtained for the Pegasus Star aircraft were of a higher grade than those of the Silver Wing. Therefore, the process of refining was skipped, which sped up the repair and modification process. Moreover, Chun Hao didn't need to comprehend any difficult runes anymore. He only needed to refine them according to the original runes. The same rune, but with different materials, could raise the Silver Wing's grade by several levels. The only difference was that this time, Chun Hao specially spent 3 days to install an attack system and drain the energy of Heavenly Venerable Yuenru 20 times to refine 20 black balls covered with complicated runes. Phew, senior brother, it's all done. The original 20 times speed of the Silver Wing has become the basic speed. The speed that can be maintained for a short period of time has become 30 times. On the basis of the original modification, the defense has been doubled again. Now, even if we collide with the Shemin family's aircraft, we have the absolute advantage. As for the attack system, swoosh, Chun Hao proudly took out one of the black balls he had refined. Its diameter was only 30 centimeters. Junior brother, what is this? Heavenly Venerable Yuenru looked at the black ball and asked in surprise. A bomb that maximizes the power of energy. The same energy made into a bomb can explode with even greater power. It's so small. How powerful can it be? Although Heavenly Venerable Yuenru felt that the complicated runes on the black ball were not simple, he doubted that such a small thing could have any power. The smaller it is, the more condensed it is. Senior brother, don't underestimate this ball. The energy in it is all the true origin in your body. It took you 20 times to refine 20 balls. Once it explodes, it's absolutely not inferior to senior brother's strongest ultimate skill. Chun Hao said with certainty, this was the product of the combination of science and magical powers. Magical powers and magical powers could increase one's energy by several times or even dozens of times. Therefore, it could not be measured simply by the technology on Earth. It was also because of this that Chun Hao did not speak too confidently. However, according to his estimation, it was at least 10 times as powerful as Heavenly Venerable Yuenru's strongest attack. Well, senior brother, it's time for us to fight back. Let's not let everyone in the cabin know about this. After all, it's too exaggerated. Moreover, I'm under your name, so it's embarrassing to make you too famous. Hee hee. Besides, the shape, color, and size of the silver wing have been completely changed. I believe that even the Sheeman family and the others won't know it's us. What's more, they think we're doomed. Ha ha, ha ha. It doesn't matter. Senior brother, you've kept a low profile for so many years. Being a little high profile will make them hesitate. This is not a bad thing. Indeed, you can't be any more high profile. Heavenly Venerable, Yuanru said with excitement in his eyes. Swish! The silver wing, which had completely changed its appearance, sped up by 20 times under Chun Hao's control. It shot toward the Yang planet like a cannonball. Third update: monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please support and subscribe. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 548. Being able to maintain 20 times the speed and being able to turn 20 times the speed into normal flight speed were two completely different concepts. Looking at the scene on the display screen that was retreating at a terrifying speed, and the small star fragments that were supposed to avoid being smashed and penetrated by the silver wing, Heavenly Lord Yuanru, who felt the power of the modified silver wing for the first time, was amazed when he thought of the crazy ability Chun Hao told him about. Invisibility. Heavenly Lord Yuanru admired his junior brother even more. Invisibility was definitely a super incredible ability. It was also this ability that made Shiman Lu Yun and the others mistakenly believe that the silver wing exploded at the same time as the Pegasus Star's aircraft. If not, how could it escape the eyes of so many experts? Swish! The aircraft of the demonic ant star was only slightly stronger than the Pegasus Star's aircraft in this siege. After flying for more than 10 days, they had been left far behind by the aircraft of the Sheeman family, the Black Rock Star, and the Dragon Snake Star. Brother Huang, when we go back this time, no matter what, we have to apply for a more advanced aircraft from the demonic ant patriarch. This time, if our aircraft were not a little stronger than the Pegasus Stars, we would have been the ones to suffer. The aircraft of the Black Rock Star and the Dragon Snake Star are much stronger than ours. Do you think the demonic ant star is weaker than them? Yes, it's time to change. This time, we have exposed that we are competing with the Black Rock Star, the Dragon Snake Star, and the Pegasus Star. Now that the Sheeman family is leading, the Black Rock Star and the Dragon Snake Star will not dare to act recklessly. But what about in the future? If they want to kill us, it will be very dangerous. That's right. It's better to be safe than sorry. The demonic ant star mainly relies on us to send disciples to the Yang star. I don't want any accidents. Fortunately, the Pegasus Star took the lead this time, and we did not lose anything. Ha ha ha. Another person said. The 3 celestial stage experts of the demonic ant star were drinking wine and chatting leisurely in the control room. They did not realize that a stream of light was approaching them at a speed several times faster than theirs. Moreover, they did not speed up to the limit. The window in the control room was open, and only a transparent barrier was protecting them. This was also one of the purposes of their trip, which was to let the young cultivators of the demonic ant star comprehend the chaotic space, and see if they could find an opportunity. Beep, beep, Target detected. Chun Hao and Heavenly Lord Yuanru opened their eyes at the same time when they heard the notification from the detection system. 5 million li. The detection range of the silver wing was still the same as before. After all, the material requirements for a detection system were much lower than a defense system. Target locked. Speed up. Rumble. Invisibility. Chi. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Hao sent out a series of orders. After locking onto the target, the silver wing suddenly accelerated, instantly going from 20 times its original speed to 30 times its original speed. When it reached its maximum speed, it went into stealth mode and temporarily stopped all energy circulation. Relying on its terrifying inertia, it shot forward like a cannonball. Heavenly Lord Yuenru was an expert at the peak of the late-stage heaven celestial stage. He was extremely surprised when he saw the data on the screen and Chun Hao's precise instructions. Attack system lock on. Creak, creak. A huge cannon barrel that was 300 feet long quickly extended from the head of the silver wing. However, the diameter of the cannon barrel was only 30 centimeters. DDD, when it was still 2 million miles away from the other party, it indicated that it had entered the attack range. Junior brother, why aren't you attacking? Heavenly Lord Yuenru thought that Chun Hao would fire at the precise time. However, to his surprise, this time, Chun Hao did not follow the instructions. Instead, he stared at the screen with bright eyes, as if waiting for something. Don't worry. Distance and power are inversely proportional. The closer the distance, the more powerful it is. If we can severely injure the heaven celestials, that would be better. That way, it would save us a lot of effort to destroy their bodies. Junior brother, it's not that easy to kill a heaven celestial stage expert. There should be 2 or 3 heaven celestials among them. Even if we destroy their aircraft, I'm afraid it won't cause much harm to them. If eldest senior brother and second senior brother are also here, we can try to kill them. Heavenly Lord Yuenru said. Senior brother, just watch. The corners of Chun Hao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that was filled with confidence and evil charm. Even Heavenly Lord Yuenru, a heaven celestial stage expert, felt a sense of cruelty. Chun Hao never showed mercy to his enemies. 1 million miles, 800,000 miles, 500,000 miles. The silver wing, which had concealed all of its aura and was in stealth mode, was approaching the aircraft of the demonic ant planet purely by inertia. 200,000 miles, 10,000 miles. Speed up. Chi, chi, chi. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive, extremely violent energy streams gushed out from the tail of the silver wing. At this moment, the silver wing, which could no longer maintain its inertia, shot out directly. At the same time, its stealth mode was automatically canceled. 90,000 miles, 80,000 miles. The data displayed on the screen decreased rapidly. Beep, 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 beep. The 3 heaven celestial stage experts, who were drinking and chatting leisurely, looked at the screen in panic. Based on the beep beep, the 3 of them understood that there was a huge star fragment that other aircraft or their aircraft could not withstand blocking their way. Moreover, it had appeared directly within a range of tens of thousands of miles. Otherwise, it would not have been so urgent. 10,000 miles. Launch. Boom. The silver wing, which was flying at high speed, suddenly trembled, and its speed was reduced by more than 10 times. At the same time, a bright, slender light streaked across the void like lightning. Heavenly Lord Yuenru could not describe how fast this light was moving. Whose aircraft is it? What is it going to do? Oh no! Watch out! At the same time, the 3 heaven celestial stage experts, who had just discovered that an aircraft was approaching them at a terrifying speed, did not have time to think carefully. In a horrifying shock, they raised their energy to the extreme, and streaks of powerful gang chi rose at the same time. Controlling the aircraft to dodge, that was a dream. Even an idiot would know that the aircraft, which had appeared out of nowhere, was definitely going to hit them. Unfortunately, In their panic, they ignored the slender light that was moving at an even faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion broke out in the chaotic space. Bright light and raging energy spread out for thousands of miles in an instant. The light even shrouded millions of miles. My body. No. Who is it? Who is it? When the demonic ant-aircraft exploded, except for the 3 heaven celestial stage experts, the rest of them did not understand what was going on. They were swallowed by the terrifying energy and were directly destroyed in body and soul. Even though the 3 heaven celestial stage experts had condensed Gang Chi to protect themselves, the bodies of 2 of them could not withstand the terrifying energy and were directly destroyed. Their primordial spirits left their bodies. Only one of them, whose cultivation was the highest, managed to preserve his body. Chi, chi, chi. Dodge. Hiss, hiss. The 2 guys who were only left with their primordial spirits, and whose primordial spirits had been severely damaged, instantly dodged to the sides at a speed that only primordial spirits could achieve. However, the guy, whose body was not destroyed, could not dodge in time at all. He was directly hit by the roaring aircraft. If it was an ordinary aircraft, it would at most send him flying backward and bear a certain amount of impact. However, the part where the aircraft hit him was actually sawtooth like a cold sword. Nothing could be more tragic than this. It was a long story, but in fact, in a flash, the demonic ant-aircraft was destroyed, and the 3 heaven celestial stage experts lost their bodies. Run! The 3 primordial spirits did not even know who the enemy was. They only knew that the aircraft was definitely 100 times more powerful than theirs. They also knew that there was a real expert hiding in the aircraft, an expert who was absolutely invincible in the heaven celestial stage, because that slender light was definitely the terrifying, unique skill of that expert, because the moment their bodies were destroyed, they sensed the aura of the heaven celestial stage's true core energy. At this moment, who dared to stay? The 3 of them directly split into 3 directions and increased their speed to the limit without looking back. Even so, they were praying in their hearts that it was the other 2 who were chasing after them. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Capture! 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 Under the control of Chun, Hao, the Silver Wing quickly captured the fragments of the demonic ant-aircraft and flew hundreds of thousands of miles in the sky. Fortunately, the material of this aircraft is not much better than the current Silver Wing. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Chun Hao thought to himself. He had no choice. After using the attack system, after the aircraft exploded, the fragments scattered everywhere. No matter how fast Chun Hao captured them, he would still lose a lot. He could not waste too much time looking for the small fragments. He could only choose the bigger ones to capture. As for the 3 primordial spirits that had escaped, Chun Hao did not care. Even if he caught up with them, it would be impossible to kill them. After all, they only had 1 heaven celestial stage expert, Heavenly Lord Yuanru. Without an absolute suppression, it was impossible for Heavenly Lord Yuanru to capture the other party's primordial spirits. Precious armor? Just as Chun Hao was about to give up, a treasure armor that was flying at high speed, but was shining with resplendent light, appeared on the huge display screen. Divine artifact! Junior brother, it's definitely a divine artifact. Catch up with it. Heavenly Lord Yuanru, who was still in shock, saw the precious armor on the screen and said in surprise, "It must be something left behind by an Earth celestial or human celestial stage cultivator." Ha ha! Junior brother, you've struck gold this time. When one reached the level of a celestial prime, as long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, nothing would be left behind. However, if one's primordial spirit was destroyed, all the Dharma treasures on him would fall. However, In this terrifying explosion that could destroy the body of a heaven celestial stage expert, ordinary spiritual treasures, even supreme-grade spiritual treasures, would all be destroyed. Only Dharma treasures of the divine artifact level would be left behind. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 549. Hiss. At 20 times the speed, the silver wings soon brought the shining armor to Chun Hao. The milky white soft armor was surrounded by flowing light, as if there were living creatures flowing along a fixed track. The intricate runes were like embroidered patterns on it, looking extremely beautiful. What surprised Chun Hao even more was that the soft armor felt as smooth and delicate as silk. Is this a saint-level magic treasure? Yes, this soft armor should be from the northernmost star. It belongs to the category of inferior divine weapons, but it's much more expensive than ordinary inferior divine weapons. It's almost certain that the owner of this soft armor should be the favorite disciple of a top figure on the demonic ant planet. Moreover, he should be about to break through the barrier and step into the heaven immortal stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to give away a divine weapon. Heavenly Master Yuanru said, after seeing the soft armor up close. Human immortals and earth immortals could use divine weapons, but they were limited by their own realms and couldn't exert the true power of divine weapons. Coupled with the high price of divine weapons, they were extremely rare even among heaven immortals, let alone human immortals and earth immortals. Oh, this material is not bad. It's as light as a feather, smooth and delicate. Of course, it's made of silk from a kind of 10,000-year-old silkworm in the northernmost sea, a forbidden land on the northernmost star. This kind of silk is called northernmost silk. It's impervious to water and fire and has amazing tenacity. Even if it's not refined into a formation, it's still better than a top-grade spiritual treasure. The northernmost star has a lot of wealth because of this. Unfortunately, the production of northernmost silk is very small. 1,000 years is barely enough to refine such a treasure. Otherwise, the northernmost star could have been one of the top 10 main planets under the jurisdiction of our Yang star. Junior brother, you should refine it quickly and put it into your brain. You'd better not use it unless it's a critical moment. After all, your cultivation is only at the human immortal stage. Once you're exposed, you're likely to attract the attention of heaven immortals. Besides, if the elders of its original owner find out, they'll know that we killed it. I'm still a long way from reaching the heaven immortal stage. Senior brother, why don't you take it? How can I do that? It's all because you got it. Besides, senior brother also has a sacred artifact. Don't decline. Hee, then I won't stand on ceremony. Chun Hao smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, he immersed his consciousness into it. After discovering that there were no obstructions and that it had indeed become an ownerless object, Chun Hao directly activated his blood essence and easily completed the refinement. It only needs a wisp of energy to reach the peak of the Earth celestial stage's defense. It's really powerful. Wouldn't that mean that an expert at the peak of the Earth celestial stage, who could easily attain the defensive power of the heaven celestial stage after wearing it? Furthermore, it can extend and shrink at will, automatically protecting the entire body and stabilizing the soul. Fortunately, this was a surprise attack. It seems that its original owner didn't wear it at all and just stored it in the storage space. Otherwise, with this treasure robe, one's soul wouldn't have been destroyed. I'll study it when I have the time. The silver wing once again turned into a beam of light and quickly chased after the Yang planet. Whether or not they could catch up to the Shiman clan, and the remaining 3 forces would depend on luck. Now, Chun Hao had absolute confidence that even if he encountered the most powerful aircraft of the Shiman clan, he could make them suffer. Not to mention the aircraft of the Black Rock planet and the Dragon Snake planet. Except for the Shiman clan, Chun Hao didn't care about the young cultivators or innocent people on the aircraft of other planets at all. An enemy was an enemy. There was no reason for him to be kind and care whether they were innocent or not, especially in this kind of environment. Moreover, when they wanted to destroy the Silver Wing, why would they care about the lives of more than 80 young cultivators? Only when he encountered the Shiman clan could Chun Hao not kill them with one blow. The reason was very simple: Shiman Feng. This guy was disgusting. But if Chun Hao had mercilessly bombarded the aircraft of the Shiman clan, it would not have been in line with his principles. He had a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. A favor was a favor. No matter how disgusting he was, he had sincerely helped Chun Hao. If it weren't for Shiman Feng's reminder, it would be hard to say what the situation would be now. Moreover, Shiman Feng later brought him news through the cultivator on the Silver Wing. Flying at 20 times the normal speed, Chun Hao switched channels. With the support of Heavenly Lord Yuanru's energy, he modified the Silver Wing again. 15 days. In just 15 days, the Silver Wing arrived at the chaotic space at the edge of the Yang planet. In the meantime, it destroyed the aircraft of the Dragon Snake planet and the bodies of 3 Heaven Immortal Realm experts. There was no room for resistance. At the same time, with the high-grade materials from the aircraft of the Dragon Snake planet, the Silver Wing was strengthened again. In terms of size, it was a giant even compared to the aircraft of the Shiman clan, not to mention its various abilities. The only thing that hadn't been upgraded was the detection system. Enter the second main channel. Junior brother, what are you doing? Only 3 have been destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, the Black Rock planet should be on the second main channel. It's time for us to intercept and kill them. As for the Shiman clan, let's let them go for now. Okay. Heavenly Lord Yuanru looked at Chun Hao's calm expression and felt a chill in his heart. Although Chun Hao was only a human immortal, his decisiveness and cruel means of killing made him feel inferior. Another 10 days later, the aircraft of the Black Rock planet, second only to the Shiman clan, was destroyed. The 2 guys at the peak of the advanced stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm made Chun Hao spend a lot of effort and 4 shells to destroy their bodies. However, Chun Hao was very satisfied with the materials obtained this time. The materials from the demonic ant planet and the dragon snake planet couldn't compare to them. That was why Chun Hao's counterattack went so smoothly. Shiman Luyun, who thought that he had returned triumphantly, had no idea that Shiman Feng, who had secretly betrayed his clan for true love, had saved them instead. However, Chun Hao had let them go because of Shiman Feng, but that didn't mean, in the chaotic space, the Silver Wing became the original Silver Wing again. It was battered and on the verge of collapse. Then it tore open the space barrier and entered the space of the Yang planet. This guy, at that moment, there seemed to be an insignificant energy turbulence in the void. It suddenly emitted a faint fluctuation, and then a real giant aircraft appeared in the void. Even the Silver Wing, which had been modified several times, was like a monkey in front of an elephant in front of this aircraft. If Chun Hao had seen it, he would have been extremely shocked. That was because the runes on this aircraft were far more profound than those modified by him and the old god. Not only could it turn invisible, but it could also maintain an unimaginable speed while invisible. Of course, Chun Hao would have been even more shocked if he had seen the figure of someone inside the aircraft. That's a good trick, and you were careful enough. Unfortunately, your ability is limited. Unless you don't show up forever, you'll still be exposed, won't you? Showing mercy to the Shiman clan, you can be considered to have a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. However, I don't care about that. You didn't do anything wrong by using such shameless means. What's wrong is that you dared to attack my son, even if you don't know. Humph. Swish. With this majestic and overbearing voice, the giant aircraft turned into a stream of light and entered the main passage to the Wuji planet. Immediately, the shape of the giant aircraft also changed. It shrunk by 100 times and became the modified form of the Silver Wing. Then, the Shiman clan's aircraft was horrified to find that the aircraft was crashing towards them. The terrifying speed and huge body made Shiman Feng's hair stand on end. He did not hesitate to protect Shiman Feng by his side. At the same time, he wanted to activate the aircraft to dodge. But in the end, he was powerless. Boom. Amidst the earth-shaking loud noise, the Shiman clan's aircraft was directly turned into dust. The cultivator inside, Shiman Luyun, ran wildly with blood. He protected Shiman Feng with his life and escaped. The celestial immortal servant also escaped with serious injuries. Shiman Luyun did not know that this reaction time was deliberately left for him by the other party because of Shiman Feng. On this point, a certain someone maintained the same stance as Chun Hao. It was just that he could do what Chun Hao could not. For example, chi. Just as Shiman Luyun was filled with fear, a stream of light flew out from the aircraft that had crashed into them. Just by seeing the other party's appearance, Shiman Luyun and his servant almost fainted from fright. It's over! This was their only thought. What kind of concept was it to be 1,000 feet tall? It had hundreds of arms. No, tentacles. What kind of concept was that? Under the boundless and terrifying pressure, the entire chaotic space fell into absolute silence. Shiman Luyun and his servant wanted to speak, but they couldn't. Their bodies were imprisoned, and Shiman Feng had long since fainted. He could only stare blankly at the giant monster that was laughing sinisterly as it approached step by step. Then 2 tentacles grabbed Shiman Luyun and his servant as if they were grabbing chicks. With a pop sound, their bodies were squeezed to the point of exploding. However, what surprised Shiman Luyun was that after doing all this, the other party did not imprison their primordial spirits. He directly boarded the giant aircraft with a strange smile and disappeared. It came and went quickly. Everything was like a dream, but Shiman Feng and his servant would rather have never had such a dream. What was that? That was the insect clan, which was more powerful than the vast universe galaxy of the human clan. At the very least, the insect clan was at the peak of the late stage of Daluo Jinxian. However, it could clearly destroy itself completely. So why did it let them go? Yes, the arrogant insect clan master disdained to kill us, right? Otherwise, Shiman Feng, a human immortal, would not be unscathed. This seemed to be the only explanation. Let's go. After being stunned for 2 full minutes, Shiman Luyun came back to his senses. Guarding Shiman Feng, he used all his strength and quickly fled toward the Ying planet, which was not far away. This way, there won't be much of a problem. At least the losses of the Shiman family and the 4 planets can be blamed on the insect clan. Otherwise, they will definitely suspect the Silver Wing, which may cause a greater commotion among the higher-ups, looking at Shiman Luyun, and the other 2 fleeing in panic. Chunhai, who had an ordinary face and could not be more ordinary, said flatly in the giant SUV. Immediately, the giant aircraft disappeared into the chaotic space. That's 2 updates for today. Well, although Wushan is embarrassed to say it, looking at the shabby data, he really has the urge to kill himself with a piece of tofu. It seems that there are only about 20 brothers and sisters fighting with me. I can see the rewards and monthly votes, but I can't see who the recommendation votes are. However, looking at the 100 or so votes per day, there are at most 20 people voting, right? After all, most of the recommendation votes per account are several per day. Now, there are more than 1,000 24-hour subscriptions, but Wushan has been fighting for half a month, and there are still only a few votes. This is really a little depressing. I hope everyone can give me some encouragement. If you have the support of monthly votes, please vote. If you don't have the support of monthly votes, please vote. I also hope that you can support me by subscribing. If you don't have the ability to subscribe, please come to Qijin to support me by voting. Let me know that I'm not fighting alone. Please, everyone. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qijin. Come. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 550. Qi, the space barrier, which was several times stronger than that of the Wuji planet, was suddenly torn apart. The silver wing, which was in tatters and on the verge of collapse, appeared in the space of the Yang planet. Everyone, we have finally arrived at the Yang planet. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru finally appeared in the cabin of the silver wing. He looked relieved and excited as he glanced over the 80 cultivators. Splash! We did it! Ha ha! It's so good to be alive. The cultivators who had experienced the cruel and thrilling battle were undoubtedly excited when they heard the news. This was much better than Chun Hao's announcement that they had survived the danger. After all, who knew if they would be overtaken in the long interstellar journey, or if they encountered other dangers? Only when they reached their destination would they be truly safe. Many excited faces looked at Heavenly Venerate Yuanru with unprecedented reverence and respect. Without Heavenly Venerable Yuanru, they would all be dead. Ahem. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru looked a little embarrassed. He had experienced this kind of situation countless times, but he had never felt such strong admiration and respect. It should have felt good, right? However, he could not, because he knew that it was Chun Hao who had won all this, not him. He was just a replacement that Chun Hao had pushed forward. However, he could not explain himself. We arrived safely, but our silver wing is about to be scrapped. That's fortunate. At the same time, all of you are good. Without your full cooperation, we would not have been able to arrive safely. This time, on behalf of Master and Patriarch Wuji, I will reward everyone here. Everyone who burned their lifespan will receive 100 Wuji planet contribution points. Everyone else will receive 10 points. At the same time, disciples who arrived at the Yang planet for the first time will receive 500 immortal core crystals each. Splash! 100 contribution points. Ha ha! Awesome! Ha ha! No way! I should have burned some of my lifespan, too. Senior brother, are contribution points very precious? Of course. 5 contribution points can be exchanged for a superior grade spiritual weapon. 10 contribution points can be exchanged for a lower grade spiritual treasure. 100 contribution points. That can be exchanged for a superior grade spiritual treasure. How could it not be good? Heavenly Venerable Yuanru is really generous this time. Moreover, each of you is getting 500 immortal origin crystals, which is 5 times the amount we got the first time we came here. It was a blessing in disguise. Ha ha! Heavenly Lord Yuanru's announcement of the rewards immediately caused an uproar among the 80 overcultivators. On the other hand, Chun Hao has contributed a lot this time. His body and soul have suffered severe recoil because he forcibly used my magical equipment to absorb your energy and help me modify Silverwing. After learning that we are safe on the Asianing planet, he fell into a coma. Therefore, On behalf of the Infinity Ancestor, I will reward him with 200 contribution points. Does anyone have any objections? Empyrean Yuanru looked very serious on the surface, but he was very conflicted in his heart. In fact, he had discussed this with Chun, how to confuse everyone. It couldn't be helped. Chun Hao's performance along the way was too strange in many ways. In this dangerous situation, no one asked too much, and no one would delve too deeply into it. But what about after they got out? Now that he thought about it, that was simply too perverted. No problem. That was how it should be. We've all seen Brother Chen's efforts. He doesn't have a single moment of rest. That's right. 200 contribution points are too little. I have no problem giving Brother Chen 500 contribution points. Yes, we have no problem with that. All right, since no one has any problem with that, 200 contribution points is settled, said Heavenly Lord Yuanru. What happened to Brother Hao? Heavenly Lord Yuanru, can we go in and take a look? The beautiful sisters, who had been wondering why Chen Hao hadn't come out yet, immediately asked worriedly when they heard Heavenly Lord Yuanru's words. Although they felt a little strange, a lofty figure like Heavenly Lord Yuanru wouldn't lie to them. Don't worry, he's just passed out. He's probably in a self-healing state. Go in and take a look. Heavenly Lord Yuanru waved his hand and sent the beautiful sisters into the control room. Ha! What the two beautiful sisters didn't expect was that when they entered the control room, the first thing they saw was Chun Hao with his signature smile. He was holding a wine glass in his hand with one leg crossed over the other as he stared at the two beautiful sisters. How was he unconscious? He, Huan, Lele, I'm just fooling them. I've never been better. Ha! Chun Hao said as he put down his wine cup. He opened his arms and pulled the two beautiful sisters into his embrace. Brother, how? You scared us to death. Why did you lie to them? Of course there's a reason. I don't want to be too high profile. A tall tree attracts the wind. The enemy's real target this time is me. If I had kept a low profile, this wouldn't have happened. You must be hiding something from us. Lung Ningle said directly when she saw Chun Hao's smug expression. Their instincts told them that Chun Hao's contribution to this crisis was not as simple as Heavenly Lord Yuanru said. When they thought about how Chun Hao was the one who appeared in front of everyone to devour the energy, they had a feeling that Chun Hao was the mastermind behind all this. It's good that you know. Beep, beep, beep. Junior brother, leave it to me, said Heavenly Lord Yuanru as he walked in. Okay. After that, Heavenly Lord Yuanru sent out a request to land. After receiving a reply, the heavily damaged Silver Wing opened all its windows and slowly landed in a vast field filled with aircraft that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ha! Heavenly Lord Yuanru, what's wrong with you? This Silver Wing Infinity is too damaged, isn't it? As soon as the cabin door opened, Heavenly Lord Yuanru and Chun Hao stepped out of the control room. They heard a loud voice. Cough, cough. We were attacked by some unknown forces. We're already very lucky to be able to survive. Heavenly Lord Longxiang, we have a total of 67 newcomers this time. Please help us register them. Of course. Let them all come down. These three are newcomers too, right? This little brother seems to be the Chun Hao whose name shook the arena during this period of time. You flatter me. Chun Hao pays his respects to the senior. Chun Hao was slightly surprised. He did not expect himself to be so famous. The seemingly straightforward cultivator in front of him was actually at the peak of the advanced stage of the heavenly immortal stage. The invisible aura he emitted was much stronger than Heavenly Lord Yuanru. Why would he pay attention to a cultivator at his level? Ha ha. Long E. That kid told me about you. You're indeed a rare genius. Rare, rare. Looks like there's something fishy about the attack this time. Hee hee. Chen Hao, if you have time, come visit our Long family. Long E is my nephew. He rarely praises anyone. It's very rare for him to mention you so many times. I believe he would like to meet you in person. Ha ha ha. So it's Uncle Long. I'll definitely go and disturb you then. To be able to make friends with someone like Brother Long E, I can't ask for anything more. Ha ha. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Originally, he was still a little reserved, but in an instant he became very confident, and the words he spoke were a lot more intimate. It was not that Chen Hao did it on purpose. It was just that he felt a sense of camaraderie with Long E. As the saying went, they hit it off at first sight. Of course, Chen Hao's enthusiasm also had deeper considerations. This was something he would never have done in his previous life, but now it was natural for him to do so. Soon, everyone walked out of the Silver Wing one by one. Heavenly Lord Long Xiang was holding a token that emitted a mysterious aura. He asked everyone to activate their energy one by one and said their names. This was something all cultivators who entered the Ying planet for the first time had to do. Chen Hao and the beautiful sisters also registered. Junior brother, Heavenly Lord Long Xiang is one of the emissaries in charge of the newcomer registration on the Ying planet. This job may seem like a menial one, but without great strength one can't do it. Oh, is there something special about it? Of course. Being in charge of the newcomer registration is secondary. His main purpose is to check if there are any foreign tribes that have sneaked in. Without superb perception, strength, and knowledge, one can't do it. He's much stronger than senior brother. He probably knows you because of Long E. Although the Long family is not one of the 5 great families on the Ying planet, even the 5 great families don't dare to provoke them easily. The main reason is that the Long family is basically made up of top geniuses. If it weren't for the fact that they don't accept non-direct descendants and have too few family members, they would have no problem becoming one of the 5 great families. Heavenly Lord Yuanru communicated with Chun Hao via voice transmission while explaining to everyone what they should pay attention to after entering the Ying planet and what they had to do. Thanks to Heavenly Lord Yuanru's explanation, as well as the explanations of more than a dozen Earth celestial stage experts who had been here before, everyone had a better understanding of their future cultivation and life. Now, they were entering a small city on the Ying planet, Golden Light City. The headquarters of the Wuji planet was in Golden Light City. However, except for the natives of the Ying planet, cultivators from other planets could not establish their own forces. To be precise, all cultivators from other planets had to integrate into the forces of the Ying planet. As for which level of force they could join, it depended on their own conditions. Therefore, after registering here, the first thing they had to do was to enter the Ying Planet Alliance Guild in the second world's Ying City to take the test. Based on the results of the test, they would be selected by various forces to become their disciples. This is the Golden Light City branch of the Wealth Center. Everyone, please register your wealth card. After you have your wealth card number, I will transfer your celestial core crystals as a reward to you. You can use some for cultivation purposes. As for other expenses, you can use your wealth card directly. It's very convenient whether you're in the second world or on the Ying planet, Heavenly Lord Yuanru explained as he led everyone to the Wealth Center. This was also something they had to do after entering the Ying planet. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter many places in the second world. P.S. Thank you for all your support yesterday. I can't repay you with anything but outburst. Brothers and sisters, please continue to fight side by side with Wu Shan. If you vote, I'll outburst. If I'll outburst, you vote. Today, you'll outburst at least 20,000 times. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for Wu Shan. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 5:51. The dozen or so Earth celestial stage elites could have left immediately and reported to their respective forces. However, because Heavenly Venerable Yuanru had lent them their celestial core crystals and contribution points as rewards, they had stayed behind to take on the role of commentator. Junior brother, your wealth card is anonymous and has a limited time limit. You should register it again and bind it to your identity. Only then will it truly belong to you, Heavenly Master Yuanru said to Chun Hao. All right. After settling these trivial matters, Heavenly Master Yuanru cashed in the immortal core crystals as a reward and led the crowd to the station on the Wuji planet. On the Wuji planet, where cultivators from all the planets under its jurisdiction gathered, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Even a small city like the Golden Light City was no exception. Therefore, the size of the station on the Wuji planet surprised the newcomers, including Chun Hao. Even the star-picking sect before its expansion was bigger than this station, let alone the Winter Plum Hall. There were many elders at the peak of the advanced Earth celestial stage guarding the station. When they saw Heavenly Master Yuanru leading the crowd, they all bowed to him. Some even hurried over to greet their juniors. These elders were all cultivators on the Wuji planet and were well-known figures in the major forces on the Wuji planet. However, they were only staff of the Wuji planet station. After Heavenly Master Yuanru gave instructions to the Wuji planet's Contribution Points Management Center and confirmed the contribution points reward for everyone present, the dozen or so Earth Celestials, especially those who had burned their lifespan, rushed in excitedly to exchange for their favorite magic treasures. You can choose any of the residences here. The test will begin in a month. During this time, you can cultivate in the second world or try your luck in the arena. If you perform well, your test results will be increased. There is a document in each room. Read it carefully. All right, you're dismissed. I'll inform you in the second world in a month. Also, you can go to the Golden Light City and familiarize yourself with the Wuji planet. Heavenly Master Yuanru said. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Chun Hao. Junior brother, you can choose any room you like. This is the standard in the station. There's no special treatment. That's fine. Also, junior brother, you have to prepare well for the test this time. The results of this test were important to every cultivator in the vast universe galaxy. It was also something that every cultivator had to do. Moreover, this test was unified throughout the entire vast universe galaxy. It was of great significance. You don't have to worry about being chosen by the factions. Your performance in the arena has definitely attracted the attention of the various factions. However, Master's expectations for you are far greater than that. Your goal is to step out of the Asianing planet and join the real top forces. Therefore, this time, no matter what the forces on the Ying planet offer, don't agree. Understood? All right, then senior brother will go take care of some matters first. If there's anything, look for me. All right. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he led the two beautiful sisters to choose two rooms. The two sisters were inseparable, and they cultivated and slept together. One room was enough for them. Although Chun Hao wanted the three of them to share a room, he resisted the urge. It wasn't that he was a gentleman. On the contrary, there was a certain throbbing in his heart that was ready to make a move. However, he knew that now was not the time. In particular, before they were sure which faction they would join, it was better not to act rashly. After all, many cultivation methods and unique techniques of the various factions required a primordial body. Apart from that, neither the sisters nor Chun Hao were ready to start dual cultivation. In a sense, dual cultivation was the best time to start when one reached one's limit. With the help of the fusion of spirit and body during dual cultivation, one's latent ability would be stimulated and one's understanding of each other would be enhanced. A genius like Chun Hao naturally didn't care. In fact, it didn't mean much to him. However, Chun Hao had to consider the future of the girls, didn't he? So there's a deadline. After entering the room, Chun Hao picked up a document on the table and quickly browsed through it. It was a guidebook for entering the Asian planet. Through the document, Chun Hao learned that any cultivator on the Wuji planet who entered the Asian planet for the first time could only stay in the station for 1 year. That was to say, they had to be selected by another faction within a year. Otherwise, they would have to be sent back to the Wuji planet. Of course, if they weren't selected and didn't want to go back, they could only apply to become an individual cultivator on the Asian planet. Such individual cultivators could also take on missions. However, without a sect or faction backing them, they couldn't take on many team missions. Few. Exploration of the astral wilderness, mysterious space missions, ancient heritage territories, mining mineral veins, hunting down aliens, border battles, missions to infiltrate alien planets. Not bad at all. Chun Hao read the introduction of the Alliance's mission system. Although he didn't know the details, the name alone made him a little excited. The missions on the Wuji planet were indeed incomparable. The danger, challenge, and rewards were undoubtedly huge. Apart from the most basic business, the only way for cultivators to make money is to do missions. It's difficult to kill and rob openly, especially among the human race. Chun Hao said to himself, all the planets and all the living beings in the vast universe galaxy were called the human race. Looking at the missions, it was clear that the only enemy of the human race was the alien race. The internal management was very strict. No one could bully the weak or kill the innocent in any city unless it was an arranged battle. Otherwise, they would be punished by the Alliance, just like the laws on Earth. Of course, these restrictions were a little different from those on Earth. The difference was that the laws on Earth said everyone is equal in name, but in the vast universe galaxy, it was clearly written that different status, treatment, and rights were different. The higher the status, the fewer restrictions they would receive. It's like a hypocrite and a real villain. The so-called everyone is equal is really hypocritical. How can the rich and powerful be the same as the ordinary people? The so-called laws are just shackles specially set for the ordinary people, weapons for the rich and powerful. It's better here. At least on the surface, the strong have the privileges of the strong. If you want to have privileges, you have to become a strong person. Phew. I've broken through 2 lower realms in succession to the late stage of the human celestial stage. I have to consolidate the lower realms first. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the law of heaven on the Ying planet are obviously a place where luck gathers. This Golden Light City is just a small city on the Ying planet. Compared to this, the Wuji planet is really a slum. Let's start cultivating. I also need to meditate for a while in the second world. Swish! Chun Hao, who had already refined the soul helmet into his body, immediately adjusted his true core strength, essence, chi, and spirit to the early stage of the human celestial stage. Chun Hao, who had found the direction of his great path, naturally had to completely master the comprehension of the early stage of the human celestial stage in the second world before he could start on the next realm. Beep, 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 a white light flashed, and Chunhao appeared in the Ying city. The moment he appeared, several messages appeared in his mind. They were from Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, and the sisters who came in earlier than Chun Hao. Is little Lien really in danger? Chun Hao was most looking forward to receiving news from Tantai Lien. Tantai Lien had not returned since he entered the second world. Even if she was in the middle of a mission, she should have logged into the second world and sent a message saying that she was safe, right? But she did not. Obviously, it was not that she did not want to, but that she could not. How could Chun Hao, Chen Shui, and the others not be worried about this situation? We can only wait until the test. Chun Hao frowned slightly and replied to the girl's messages. Then he took the teleportation device and went directly to his residence. Masters, why are you here? When Chun Hao walked into his residence, he saw Venerable Immortal Han Mei and Venerable Immortal Yun Wei sitting in the small courtyard with Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, and the sisters who had just arrived. We've been waiting for your news. We just received a message from Heavenly Venerable Yuanru saying that you were attacked on the way. What happened? It's nothing. It's just a few planets that want to replace our Wuji planet as the main planet, and the Shiman family that has been coveting us for many years. Fortunately, Heavenly Venerable Yuanru took us and escaped. It was daunting but not dangerous. Masters, you don't have to worry, Chun Hao said vaguely. He had even mentioned the sisters vaguely. Naturally, he could not be too clear about his two masters. Although he could not completely hide it from his two masters who knew him very well, it was fine as long as they understood. There was no need to make it clear. They chatted together for an hour. Chun Hao asked about his younger brother, younger sister, and the members of Outyen. Venerable Han, Mei, and Venerable Immortal Yunwei also told Chun Hao and the sisters some things to pay attention to, especially the routine test. Then they left the second world with satisfaction. They had safely arrived at the Ying planet, broken through 2 minor realms in the Silver Wing, and achieved amazing results in the arena. How could they not be satisfied? These were not secrets. Chun Hao did not need to say anything. Because of his 10,000 consecutive victories and the peak battle with Long Yi, the news had already spread in the Ying city of the second world. The venerable immortal experts of the Wuji planet often went to the spirit realm city to enter the second world. Naturally, they would pass on the news to Venerable Han, Mei, and Venerable Immortal Yun Wei. After the two left, Chun Hao and the girls exchanged feelings. Of course, it was inevitable. However, they had to keep it in moderation, so as not to get burned by playing with fire. Phew! 1 month is 10 months in the second world. I have to fully comprehend it within 3 months. I have to master it in the real world in the remaining time. Only then can I step out of the Ying planet. Bailey Ningbing entered the station room and sat down cross-legged. Her eyes shone with determination. Comprehending the chaotic space allowed her to comprehend the immortal intent realm in advance by chance. This made her, who was already full of ambition, even more confident. If I master it, my test results will definitely be better than yours. I will make you regret it. Bailey Ningbing gnashed her teeth when she thought of Chun Hao's face. However, she did not know that someone had never cared about her. How could she regret it? Second update, Dark Mountain continues. If you have a monthly vote or a recommendation vote, please vote for Dark Mountain. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 552. In the cultivation room in the second world. 10,000, 1 battles, 10,000 victories, and 1 peak showdown. Chun Hao's mind was like a fast-paced movie, playing at high speed. Not a single detail was left out. It played in Chun Hao's mind over and over again. From an extremely focused mind without any distractions, it gradually sublimated. Like pulling out silk from a cocoon, it condensed the essence of 10,000 battles into a single thread that circled around Chun Hao's mind until it was impossible to be tranquil and extremely vivid. Chi, 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 without any sign or thought. Even though Chun Hao's eyes were closed, his body floated up on its own. Even he didn't realize that his body had started to practice according to the comprehension in his mind. When it was fierce, it was like a spirit snake coming out of its cave, or a hidden dragon coming out of the sea. When it was violent, it was like a flash flood, or Mount Tai pressing down. When it was gentle, it was like a cool breeze or rain moistening everything, every single move, and moves seemed as if they were made by nature. Most shockingly, every single move and move contained a dense aura, and it seemed as if they'd fused into the embryonic form of some sort of ultimate technique. Even Chun Hao himself had utterly not noticed that a simple talisman marking that was different from any other ultimate technique he'd grasped had started to naturally form within it, a weak but arrogant aura quietly spread out. If the limitless ancestor was here, he would be so shocked that his eyeballs would fall out. His own Tao, the Tao of origin, the embryonic form of Tao. However, Chun Hao didn't know all of this. Even after he had practiced for 3 days and 3 nights, he thought that he was immersed in comprehension and didn't know that he had moved. Only the wisp of comprehension in his mind made Chun Hao feel that his spirit and flesh were crystal clear. This feeling was the enlightenment of his state of mind and the sublimation of his soul. In the second world, 10 months passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Hao was switching between movement and stillness. He didn't have any consciousness to urge him, and it was completely spontaneous. It wasn't until the sound of someone knocking on the door that Chun Hao suddenly woke up with a start. He still hadn't had enough. Phew, cultivation knows no time. It's already been 10 months. I actually forgot the passage of time. Chun Hao slowly opened his eyes and muttered. An unprecedented peace of mind lingered in his heart, and it even caused him to have a misconception. Was these 10 months an instant, or was it millions and millions of years? It's just 10 months in the second world and 1 month in the real world. Why do I have such a feeling? Has he gone crazy from all the training? But it seems like he has completely comprehended it. Whoosh! Chun Hao stood up. His mind had completely returned to normal. He pushed the door open and walked out. Brother Hao, am I bothering you? The beautiful sisters appeared side by side in front of Chun Hao. Their beautiful faces seemed to have become even more enchanting. Their skin was as white as snow, and their eyes were bright and white. What made Chun Hao even more surprised was that he saw something he couldn't see before. This strange situation caused Chun Hao's eyes to widen. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Cough, cough. Nothing, nothing. Huan, Lele, where are they? They went to the arena. Here, you've been in seclusion for 10 months. Brother Hao, didn't you receive news from Heavenly Venerable Yuanru? I received it. It's just that I didn't realize. Chun Hao was still looking at the 2 girls with a strange gaze. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to touch their Taoist robes. After confirming that they were wearing clothes, he heaved a sigh of relief. How could this be? Could it be that this seclusion in the second world allowed him to obtain such an awesome and flirtatious divine ability? Let's go and gather. The beautiful sisters were stared at by Chun Hao until their cheeks turned red. However, they obediently held onto Chun Hao's arms. They didn't avoid Chun Hao's lewd gaze. On the contrary, Their hearts were filled with sweetness, because in this period of time, Chunhao, who treated them too seriously, instead made them a little nervous, especially when they saw Chunhao being intimate with Qin Shui, Helian Wuzi, and Xia Yuyu. Although they didn't complain and were already clear of their positions, their hearts had long belonged to Chunhao. How could they not hope that Chunhao would treat them better? No complaints, but that didn't mean that they didn't desire it. All right, Huan, Lele, how's your cultivation recently? Is your progress godly? Or should I say, have you felt your limits? No, although our progress isn't as fast as Brother Hao, but compared to many people, we're still stronger. Lung Ningle said innocently. She completely didn't expect that a certain someone, because of some flirtatious ability, seemed to have started to ripple. Is that so? Then we'll talk about it in the future. Brother Hao, you're acting strange today. What? We haven't seen each other for 10 months. I just miss you. Let's go. Chunhao retracted his gaze and calmed his rippling emotions. At this time, that flirtatious ability was naturally concealed. Yes, it was concealed, not disappeared. Chunhao had a clear feeling that he could control this ability. As long as he was willing, the beautiful sisters would still be naked in front of him. Seclusion, cultivation, enlightenment, after reaching a certain level, would often give birth to some kind of divine ability that surpassed the category of absolute arts. Chunhao was very clear about this. However, he didn't know why his seclusion this time had given birth to such a divine ability. However, although this divine ability didn't have any power, it had to be said that a certain someone liked it very much. To be more precise, as long as one was a man, they would like it in Planet Alliance Testing Center. The lofty palace was like a mountain standing in the most prosperous area of Ing City. This time, the Silver Wing brought all the human celestial stage cultivators from the Wuji planet, except for Chunhao and the beautiful sisters, were all present. There were a total of 67 people. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru was also waiting at the entrance of the testing center. Everyone, wait a little longer. Don't rush. Chunhao and the other two will be here soon. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru explained when he saw everyone's impatience. Intentionally or unintentionally, he would look at Bailey Ningbing, who was isolated from the crowd, with a trace of curiosity and surprise. Judging by the aura alone, Heavenly Venerable Yuanru was a little surprised because at this moment, Bailey Ningbing's aura had advanced to the peak of the human celestial stage. This was really beyond Heavenly Venerable Yuanru's expectations. Even compared to Chunhao, he was not inferior. Of course, this also depended on whether Chunhao's real body had advanced to the peak of the human celestial stage. If not, then Bailey Ningbing would surpass him. After all, it had only been a month in the real world. Above the celestial venerate stage, even human celestials, the progress of their cultivation was abnormally slow, even if they were in the same stage. For example, if a cultivator at the intermediate human celestial stage wanted to advance to the peak of the intermediate human celestial stage, it was not as simple as refining true yuan. It also required the improvement of one's state of mind and soul. Only when one's state of mind and soul had reached a certain level could one successfully refine enough true yuan. It could be said that the state of mind and soul were containers. If the container was not big enough, no matter how much you refined it, it could only hold a little bit of true yuan. Beauties, stunning beauties, so many beauties, handsome, so many handsome guys. What's there to be surprised about? This is the disciple of the Wuji planet. He looks good, but his bloodline is far inferior to ours. He's just the best choice to be a top-grade slave. To tell you the truth, although the bloodline of the Wuji planet isn't that great, it's still one of the main planets under the jurisdiction of the Ing planet. It's not that bad, but now it's declining and even being suppressed by many forces because of their looks. Why? It's simple. Once they lose their status as the main planet, they'll be able to buy and sell freely. At that time, whoever wins the bid for the Wuji planet will obtain an endless supply of top-grade slaves. That's a huge fortune. The significance of them becoming slave planets is completely different from other planets. There are many planets that aren't the main planet, but apart from planets rich in resources, basically no one will buy them. The main reason is the price. Any planet has a sky-high price. It's also a measure to protect the planet. If no one buys it, they'll be able to keep their freedom and have a chance to become the main planet. As for planets like the Wuji planet, once it loses its status as the main planet, it'll be the target of competition even if the price is sky-high. It's basically certain that they won't even have a chance to turn the tables. What are you looking at? I'm telling the truth. This is your fate. The unbridled conversation made the faces of the people of the Wuji planet turn ugly. They glared at the young disciple who was talking loudly among the other group. Ignore him, everyone, Heavenly Lord Yuanru said calmly. He seemed to be used to this kind of situation. What he said is true. We have no way out. So, you must work hard to cultivate. Only when we're truly strong can we crush these rumors. Everyone, don't worry. As long as the Wuji planet doesn't fall, no one can bully you. At most, they'll just humiliate you with words. Humph! Right at this moment, the proud and aloof Bailey, Ning Bing, suddenly snorted coldly. Her gaze was like two sharp swords as she glared fiercely at the youth who was shamelessly humiliating planet Wuji. She said, "Which planet are you from?" "Oh, absolute beauty. Are you interested in me? I'm Hongta planet, ranked 306 on the main planet. Zhu Faheo. If you're willing, I can give you the position of a concubine. One day, I'll make you and your planet pay the price for what you said today. Scram." Ha ha ha. What did you say? Chi. Without any warning, everyone, including Heavenly Lord Yuanru, didn't expect that Bailey Ningbing would directly attack with her sword. The resplendent sword light flashed in everyone's eyes and then disappeared. Everyone felt an incomparably sharp sword intent that seemed to have existed since time immemorial. There was no scream, but that arrogant and despotic fellow had actually turned into a ray of white light, fast, ruthless, strong. Although the other party's aura was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage, Heavenly Lord Yuanru was sure that even an expert at the peak of the advanced stage of the human celestial stage, who could be called a genius on the Asianing planet, wouldn't be spared. Yesterday, I received 20 monthly votes, nearly 200 recommendation votes, and a few tips from my brothers and sisters. Today, I explode. You vote, I explode. I have to say, this is passion, the power of passion. I'm not satisfied with 4 chapters. Today, I must update 5 chapters, 15,000 words. I'll keep going. Brothers and sisters, can you give me a continuous burst of energy? Please vote. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Chijian. Calm, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 553. You're courting death. The Empyrean immortal leading the enemy had pretended not to hear, but he suddenly jumped out and slapped at Bailey Ningbing. No matter how strong Bailey Ningbing was, she couldn't resist the terrifying power contained in the enormous hand. That was the difference in absolute power. Humph! Yuanru snorted. He'd always kept a low profile, so as long as it wasn't a serious matter, he'd ignore such verbal taunts. However, Bailey Ningbing's ferocious attack surprised and pleased him at the same time. Young people had a strong sense of honor and disgrace, and their loftiness was a wheel that forced them to climb higher. How could Yuanru sit idly by when he saw an Empyrean immortal attacking without regard for his status? That would only chill the hearts of the people on the boundless star. Moreover, his name as Heavenly Sovereign Yuanru seemed to have spread among the upper echelons of the boundless star. Many had even come to visit him. Their purpose was naturally to ask Yuanru to help them modify their aircrafts, refine their treasures, and so on. However, Yuanru turned them all down. He didn't know how to do that at all. Despite his refusal, he couldn't say that he didn't know how to do it. He had to pretend that he knew how to do it, so he could only find some excuses to refuse. This meant that Yuanru couldn't keep a low profile like before. So, why should he keep a low profile now? Rumble! Yuanru slapped out and easily blocked the enemy's attack, then leapt into the air. Celestial True Spirit, your disciple provoked Wuji in front of Old Man, but the old man didn't say anything. It makes sense that my disciple would teach her a lesson. The secondary world is a place where young people can mingle without restraint. But you, a great Empyrean immortal, have the nerve to attack a junior? Don't you feel ashamed? And you're one of Hongta's personal disciples? What would your master think if he saw this? Yuanru was completely different from his usual good-natured persona. His words were sharp and merciless, as if he'd turned into a different person. Heavenly Venerate True Spirit was at a loss for words, and his heart burned with rage. The main planet was ranked 306. Although Ancestor Hongta's strength was nothing compared to a powerful planet like the Yang planet, he had a great sense of superiority when compared to the tiny Wuji planet. It was precisely because of this that he didn't take Heavenly Venerate Yuanru seriously at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored his disciple ridiculing Wuji's star in front of Heavenly Venerate Yuanru. Furthermore, Bailey Ningbing's arrogant words and violent attacks had infuriated him. Without even thinking, he wanted to teach her a lesson. Based on his understanding of Heavenly Sovereign Yuanru, there was no way Heavenly Sovereign Yuanru would dare to argue with him. But he did not expect that Empyrean Yuanru actually flew into a rage. Moreover, the words he said put him in an awkward position. It couldn't be helped. A master at the heaven celestial stage, and a master with a certain reputation attacking a junior at the human celestial stage, especially in public, was indeed a matter of ridicule. Fine. I just want to teach this arrogant disciple a lesson. Your disciple ridiculed Wuji's star in front of Old Man. Shouldn't I teach him a lesson even more? Heavenly Venerate Yuanru said coldly, "Humph, I don't want to waste my time with you. Since your disciple is so arrogant, let my disciple show him that arrogance comes with a price. Do you dare?" Heavenly Venerate True Spirit knew that he was in the wrong, but he couldn't just let the matter drop. Therefore, he directly asked his disciple to attack so that the other party would understand the difference between them. Although Bailey Ningbing was ridiculously strong, the overall strength of their disciples was definitely much stronger than that of Wuji Star. What was there to fear? Moreover, he believed that the taciturn number 1 genius on their side wouldn't disappoint him. Heavenly Venerate Yuanru was speechless. This was his sore spot, and also the real reason why he told his disciples to ignore it. Their strength was inferior, and that was the reality. No matter how much one said or how reasonable one was, it was all meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Why wouldn't I dare? A bunch of rookies. I alone am enough to deal with them. Swoosh! Suddenly, an arrogant and domineering voice resounded from the crowd. After that, a figure appeared in front of all the youths on the boundless star who were eager to make a move yet had extremely restrained expressions. Brother Chun Hao, junior brother. Ah, that's Chun Hao. Chun Hao, who has won 10,000 battles in a row and is evenly matched with the invincible immortal dragon. Wow, what a pair of beautiful sisters. Chun Hao, who had disappeared for 10 months, was still as famous as ever in Yang City in the Second World, especially in the human immortal stage. He was like the sun in the midday sky. Even a veteran expert like Long Yi was more curious about him. Therefore, it was only natural that he would be recognized by the crowd the moment he appeared. At this moment, Chun Hao's handsome face was shining with an aura of absolute arrogance. The two beautiful sisters, one on the left and the other on the right, were holding his arms. They looked calm, as if they didn't feel anything about Chun Hao's reaction and the atmosphere at this moment. Humph, let's fight. Who's going to beat who? Heavenly Lord Yuanru suddenly felt confident, because Chun Hao's aura was at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. Chun Hao knew the importance of today's test. Naturally, he couldn't show up in a fake cultivation stage. Therefore, when he came here, he had enhanced himself to the peak state and re-entered the second world. Chun Hao didn't know that his appearance had made Bailey Ningbing flustered. This was the time for her to show off her strength and earn fame. However, Chun Hao, who came out of nowhere, stole her limelight instantly. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. The hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The only thing she wanted to do was to defeat Chun Hao in the battle. Humph! Chun Hao, who has won 10,000 battles in a row. How arrogant! Since you don't have any objections, then let's kill. Kill! Heavenly Lord Junling and Heavenly Lord Yuanru shouted almost simultaneously. Chi! Chi! Boom! 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 In an instant, a battle between newcomers broke out. The commotion had attracted countless onlookers. At first, most of them were newcomers who had come to take the test. However, after a short while, those who came to watch the battle were attracted by Chun Hao's fame. In fact, Heavenly Lord Junling was also afraid of Chun Hao's fame. However, he had taken the initiative to challenge Chun Hao. Naturally, there was no reason for him to back down. If he did, he would be laughed at. Fortunately, according to the information he had gathered, Chun Hao was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage and had won 10,000 battles in a row. Now, Chun Hao was at the later stage of the human celestial stage. Although his cultivation stage had increased, this was not the arena. Many of his disciples were at the later stage of the human celestial stage. Go to hell. F***CKU. Break. Chick, you're mine. Chun Hao, your opponent is me. In an instant, with sabers, swords, and raging energy, nearly 200 people were engaged in a chaotic battle. The disciples of Red Pagoda Planet were much stronger than those of the Wuji Star in terms of both quantity and overall strength. However, the number one genius of Red Tower Planet's disciples, the number one expert, had named Chun Hao as his opponent. Moreover, he had madly rushed towards Chun Hao. His powerful fighting spirit and his combat strength were several times stronger than others. No one could stop him from rushing towards Chun Hao. However, Chun Hao didn't have the slightest demeanor of an expert. Not only did he not meet his opponent head-on like everyone had imagined, he instead dodged everywhere. This was something that should be despised. However, at this moment, they could not bring themselves to despise him. Instead, they were shocked because of the combat strength that Chun Hao had displayed wherever he passed, no matter if it was the initial stage, the middle stage, or the late stage of the human celestial stage. No one was his opponent. To be exact, every time Chun Hao made a move, someone would turn into a white light. Moreover, it was more than one person. What was more surprising was that his attacks did not seem to be mysterious. They were simple and direct. Every move was so clean and neat that people suspected that it was just the most ordinary sword skills. However, it was these ordinary moves that made him seem like the Grim Reaper, who was harvesting lives. In everyone's expectation, the Wuji star, which was far less powerful than Red Pagoda Planet in terms of both quantity and overall strength, should have been a one-sided situation at the beginning, even if Chun Hao and Bailey Ningbing were very strong. Then, the two of them would be besieged, and finally, all the disciples of the Wuji star would be killed. But now, the disciples of the Wuji star died very quickly. However, the disciples of Red Pagoda Planet died even faster. There was no doubt that the most efficient one was Chun Hao, or rather, Chun Hao's trio. The two beautiful sisters, who had telepathy, joined forces behind Chun Hao and formed the strongest support for Chun Hao. Therefore, Chun Hao did not have to worry about the situation behind him at all. He could just kill all the way. The second one was Bailey Ningbing, who had also shocked countless people. Her sword light was extremely fast and fierce, and it contained an immortal sword essence that seemed to exist forever. All the opponents who appeared around her, no matter how strong they were, only had one result: death. Although this was only a duel between cultivators in the human celestial stage, the onlookers were amazed. As for the people of Red Pagoda Planet, the so-called number one genius, the number one master, was chasing Chun Hao madly. However, every time he got close, Chun Hao would force him back with a casual sword attack. Although he could not kill him, it was very obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Perhaps he was really angry because of Chun Hao. This guy was chasing after Chun Hao no matter what. Fortunately, no matter how strong Chun Hao's trio and Bailey Ningbing were, they could not make the people of Wuji Star stronger. With the overall strength and number of opponents, the speed of death was very fast. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, in just a few minutes, there were only a few people left in the battle. When there was only one person left on Red Pagoda Planet, there were still 4 people on Wuji Star: Chun Hao, the 2 beautiful sisters, and Bailey Ningbing. Now, do you still want to hide? Chi. Without the interference of the crowd, the young man of Red Pagoda Planet finally used his most powerful move to attack Chun Hao. Chi. Chun Hao stood there confidently. Before he could make a move, a sword light suddenly greeted him. Wu Shan will rest for a few minutes before continuing. I should be able to come out around 10 o'clock. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 554. Seeing this scene, Chun Hao immediately turned around and retracted his aura, as if he had completely ignored the other party's attack. He slowly walked towards the excited Heavenly Lord Yuanru. Although the sisters felt goosebumps on their scalps, they still followed Chun Hao's act of pretentiousness. As for the act of pretentiousness, they also retracted their aura, turned around, and followed Chun Hao. Boom! Chi! Chi! Rumble, the intense energy explosion, and the brilliant sword light intertwined together. And then everything became quiet. When the dust settled, Bailey Ningbing stood proudly, while the number one expert of the other side who wanted to fight with Chun Hao was nowhere to be seen. You can't even beat her. How dare you challenge me? Idiot! Bailey Ningbing was enjoying the crowd's shocked gazes like a proud peacock. However, Chun Hao's soft and calm voice made her feel like an idiot. In fact, she was indeed an idiot who was twisted by hatred and wanted to show off. Unfortunately, She didn't realize it at all. Just like this time, the only thing she realized was that her eagerness to show off was destroyed by Chun Hao's pretentious words. Humph. Just because two genius disciples won. Ha ha. I only know that you've lost. It doesn't change the fact that you're all trash. You've lost. You've lost. Heavenly Lord Yuanru's words made Heavenly Lord True Spirit so angry that his face turned red. He couldn't say anything else and left in a huff. He really couldn't afford to lose face like this, especially when he saw the crowd's gazes. He wanted to slap his face, but he was the one who got slapped. How could he not be frustrated? Moreover, Heavenly Lord Yuanru only said 3 words, "You've lost." He was afraid that he would go crazy if he continued to speak. Amazing. Chun Hao really lives up to his name. Oh, that Bailey Ningbing is also surprisingly strong. She's improved a lot compared to when she was in the arena. That's right, that's right. Everyone said that the Wuji star has declined. I didn't expect 2 true geniuses to appear here. Is this what they mean by when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? His luck must have come. Recently, it's been rumored that Heavenly Lord Yuanru is a top artifact refiner. He's only a heavenly immortal, but he's already comparable to the artifact refiners of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Many exclamations and praises came from the crowd, due to the appearance of Chun Hao and Bailey Ningbing, as well as the recent rumors about Heavenly Lord Yuanru. The Wuji star, which had been silent for many years, had become the subject of many people's idle chatter. However, such a situation was only limited to a certain level. The higher-ups who knew the big picture were a little surprised, but only a little. They didn't think that the Wuji planet, which was destined to be kicked out of the main planet, could do anything. The show is over. Why are these people still standing around? Senior brother, why don't we go somewhere else? Although Chun Hao wasn't afraid of being surrounded by onlookers, this kind of long period of time, especially after the show, made Chun Hao a little unhappy. Of course they want to see your test. Junior brother, you and Bailey Ningbing, who suddenly made amazing progress, are top geniuses even on the Asianing planet. Especially you, who's on par with Long. They'll naturally be curious about your results. You see those old men in the distance? They're basically spies of some faction. They're stationed at the testing center, and they'll throw out an olive branch when they see a disciple they like, lest someone else beat them to it. So there's no point in going somewhere else. You'll still be watched. Just pretend they don't exist. Oh, Chun Hao responded and didn't say anything else. Chun Hao didn't care about Bailey Ningbing, who was glaring at him fiercely. Of course, this was only Chun Hao's superficial reaction. In fact, the strength that Bailey Ningbing had displayed today had surprised even him. That was because it wasn't as simple as the immortal sword intent. It seemed to contain a mysterious power. Moreover, Chun Hao's keen senses told him that Bailey Ningbing hadn't fully grasped this power yet. Otherwise, she'd be even stronger. However, Chun Hao was only a little surprised. He'd already found his own Tao, the true great Tao. So what if she had a powerful ultimate technique? He'd left the 3,000 great Tao untouched, let alone others. More than 10 minutes later, the disciples who died in battle arrived one after another through the transportation portal. They knew the result when they saw the expressions of Heavenly Venerate Yuanru, Chun Hao, Bailey Ningbing, and the sisters. In fact, when they died, the outcome of the battle had basically been decided. But after confirming their victory, they were still overjoyed and happy. It also gave them a sense of honor. Let's go. Follow me. After everyone had arrived, Heavenly Venerate Yuanru led them through the gates of the testing center. As for Heavenly Venerate True Spirit, he naturally entered through another gate after moving to another location. He didn't have the face to come back and embarrass himself. Needless to say, their overall results were definitely better, but who cared about the overall results? In this world, the ones who truly attracted people's attention were always the top existences. Most of the time, even the second place would be completely overshadowed by the light of the first place. The strong were respected. That was how it was. The test is divided into 3 parts. I'm sure you all already know, so I won't say more. The results are very important, but I hope you don't think about the results right now. Don't give yourself too much pressure. This is only your first test. There's still a year's time. If you're willing, you can come and take the test at any time. It'll only cost you 10 immortal origin crystals. Just stay calm. That's the only way you'll be able to perform normally or even perform excessively. This is especially true for comprehension. Heavenly Venerate Yuan-Ru led everyone to a spacious hall. He stopped and lectured them again. All right, you all can go and line up. I'll wait here for the results. The first test for newcomers who had arrived on the Ying planet with their real bodies was conducted by the planet they belonged to, and it was free. Although Heavenly Venerate Yuan-Ru had made it sound easy, he had only done so to calm everyone down. In fact, the importance of the first test was far greater than that of the self-test. It didn't mean that the results of the second test were fake, but that the first test was a better indicator of a person's potential. It was more valuable as a reference. After all, the disciples who had arrived on the Ying planet for the first time had yet to enjoy the Ying planet's unique cultivation environment. The results of the first test were naturally more indicative of their talent. This was like a slum. An expert who had cultivated on his own without any support was fighting against an expert who had been nurtured with the support of powerful resources. Although both of them were equal in terms of combat power and realm, what about their potential for development? There was no doubt that the slum's potential was higher. It was definitely a hall. The disciples of the Wuji planet, including Chun, Hao, were actually country bumpkins. When they entered the hall, they were shocked by how big it was. They couldn't see the end of the hall. Chun, Hao could only rely on his perception to determine that the hall was 100 kilometers wide and 4,999 kilometers long. It was nearly 10,000 kilometers wide. The hall was filled with countless cultivators, including those in the creation realm. However, their auras were very strong. Obviously, the so-called creation realm cultivators on the Wuji planet were no match for them. Most of them were human immortals and earth immortals. There were fewer heavenly immortals. As for Daluo Jinxian, Chun Hao couldn't sense him. Even if he did, he would hide his aura. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a crowd. There were 3,000 doors on the inside of the hall. The 1,000th door on the far left was the first test, the innate combat skill testing tower. Each door corresponded to a testing tower. Each tower would adjust itself to the corresponding cultivation level according to the cultivator's cultivation level. It only tested one's combat talent. It was just like the limits of the arena. The 1,000th door in the middle was the second test, the soul and mind testing C. This test was not differentiated by cultivation level. Everyone, including heavenly immortals, would be tested the same. The 1,000th door on the right was the last test, the comprehension test. There was no fixed pattern to the test of comprehension, and it was ever-changing. It could be trapping you in a formation and giving you the general outline of the formation to see if you could break it, how long it would take you to break it, or how many levels you could break through in a set amount of time. It could also be that when you were faced with a mysterious attack, it would appear again and again to see how many times you could comprehend the mystery of the attack and break it, and so on. There were many people who could guess the general idea, but they could never see the specific content of the test. Moreover, it was said that for so many years, no one's comprehension test was the same. In the beginning, there were people who questioned the fairness of such a test. However, as time passed, there was basically no deviation from the test results of some people. There were occasional anomalies, but this was normal. After all, it was normal for some people to improve their comprehension test due to their fortuitous encounters. The innate combat skill tower has a total of 1,000 levels. Till now, no matter what cultivation level, no one has passed it. Most people in the true realm can reach around 200 levels. An earth immortal disguised as a human immortal can reach 300 levels. A heavenly immortal disguised as a human immortal can reach 400 levels. In the true realm, those who can reach 300 levels belong to the ranks of those with better talent. Those who reach 400 levels are considered geniuses. Those who reach 500 levels, congratulations. You're definitely the top genius of the Asianing planet. Those who reach 600 levels are definitely the top geniuses of the vast universe galaxy and our human race. Junior sister, your talent is not bad. It's very possible for you to reach 400 levels. Oh, I'll try my best. Senior brother, don't expect too much from me. I don't want to disappoint you. Chen Hao and the beautiful sisters chose a door and lined up. In front of them was a man and a woman who were obviously in love. They were talking about the situation of the innate combat skill tower. More than 15,000 words. I'm exploding. Please support me. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qijian. Come, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 5:55. Once a cultivator completed the test, the other would enter. After the test, the name, planet, power, and individual test results would be directly displayed on the screen above the door. After seeing a few people come out in succession, Chun Hao roughly estimated that the time taken to enter the 200th floor was about 10 minutes, and the time taken to enter the 300th floor was about 15 minutes. In other words, the time taken to enter the 100th level was about 1 minute or so. Chun Hao was not surprised by this. That was because the information provided by the station already had detailed records. The so-called 1,000th level of the Tower of Talents and Combat Skills was just a way to divide the results. The highest score was 1,000. In fact, there were a total of 10 levels in the Tower of Talents. On every level, the test taker would withstand 100 attacks that gradually increased in strength. If they could withstand all of them, they would enter the next level and continue to challenge. If they could not withstand all of them, the record would be based on the number of attacks they had withstood. We still have to wait for about 2 hours before it's our turn. There are too many cultivators here for the test. Junior sister, this is still limited. This is your first test, so it's free. But if you want a test in the future, you will have to pay for it. According to the time in the second world, you can only participate once a month. Even so, you still have no free time. The reason is very simple. These 3 tests are equivalent to the best cultivation grounds, and they are all comprehensive. Of course, you also need to have enough wealth. 10 immortal origin crystals each time is not a lot, but normal people can't afford to take the test continuously. Oh, no wonder there are so many people. Why are there so many people surrounding us? The couple in love realized that a large number of cultivators were flocking towards them, but they were not queuing up to take the test. They were all standing around in groups of 3 to 5, discussing and looking at them from time to time. Junior sister, you're so beautiful, you actually attracted their attention. How so? Maybe they're just looking at you. Senior brother, you're so handsome. The girl blushed, but she was full of smiles. Pooh, please don't discuss me, okay? Didn't you hear what they were talking about? You should at least turn around and take a look, beautiful and handsome. If I were you too, I would just kill myself. So disgusting. Just at this moment, an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Earth, celestial stage, in front of them couldn't bear it any longer. F***CK. I'm already a bit irritated by their lovey-dovey conversation. If you two want to be intimate, at least use soundless communication. Even if you don't use soundless communication, you two are really handsome and beautiful, okay? At least don't make people feel disgusted. Even if you guys aren't, don't spread your feathers like a peacock spreading its tail, thinking that everyone is watching you guys, and even saying it out loud. This really makes people want to vomit, especially when they see the extraordinarily handsome guy and the two charming and beautiful girls behind the two of them. It's even more unbearable. In fact, the two of them were considered very ugly, but people were afraid of comparison. Standing in front of Chun Hao and the beautiful sisters, they were not even worthy of being the green leaves of a red flower. How could they not be disgusted? Many people around them burst into laughter when they heard the experts in front of them scolding them. The man and the woman first looked at the expert angrily, then turned around and looked behind them. They seemed to be carefully and unconvinced. Just when everyone thought that the two of them would feel a little inferior, they unexpectedly looked at each other and smiled. The man whispered to the woman, "They don't know how to appreciate." "Yes, ignore them," the woman said. Not only were the surrounding people dumbfounded, but even Chun Hao and the beautiful sisters couldn't help but sigh. This man and woman are the best. Maybe they should be comparable to the best couple, Gao Dazhuang, and by Xiaomei. Long Yi? Isn't that Long Yi? He's also here. It seems that he's here to look for Chun Hao, right? Not long after, a figure walked slowly from afar. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. The moment it appeared, it became the focus of countless people's attention. Long Yi still had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were clear, calm, and deep. He locked onto Chun Hao from afar and walked over. "Brother Long, don't tell me you're also here to look at my results?" "Haha, Brother Chun, I heard that you just arrived at Golden Light City. I've wanted to visit you for a long time, but I was afraid that it would affect your test, so I waited until now. You can say that I'm here to look at your test. When it's over, let's get together." Long Yi smiled. "Sure, these two are—" Long Yi looked at the beautiful sisters who were close to Chun Hao and nodded slightly. "Brother Chun, why don't you introduce them?" "Lung Ming Huan, Lung Ming Lu, my cultivation partners." Huan Lu, you should have heard of this Long Yi. He's known as the Invincible Immortal. He's the one who stopped my 1001 winning streak. "Hello, Brother Long." The beautiful sisters greeted him obediently. Their enchanting and beautiful faces looked very calm. Other than that, there were no other emotions. This made Long Yi feel a little strange. After all, any young disciple would more or less show admiration and admiration when they saw him. However, these two women were just showing the most basic courtesy. However, Long Yi came to an understanding right after that. They had Chun Hao by their side. Not to mention that beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Just based on Chun Hao's natural talent and strength, there seemed to be no one that could make them envious, let alone worship him. "Okay." Long Yi smiled slightly and looked at Chun Hao. "Brother Chun, last time when we fought, you said you were at the later stage of the human celestial stage. Now you're at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. This speed is really fast. I'm looking forward to your first test results. If your 3 test results, are above 550 points, I'll tell you a piece of good news. You'll definitely be interested. If you can't, then there's nothing I can do. Okay, I won't disturb you. I'll wait for your results. Long, he said mysteriously. After that, he went to a distance and sat down cross-legged. Chun Hao shook his head slightly. Although he was curious about the good news, he didn't ask much. Was 550 points so easy to achieve, no matter which of the 3 tests? If one could get 500 points, he could be called a top genius on the Yang planet. This was not even the first test, let alone getting 550 points in all 3 tests. Although Chun Hao was confident, he hadn't taken the test yet. He wasn't sure how many points he could get. No way. She got 410 points? Damn, you really can't judge a book by its cover. After the test was over, he didn't leave. Instead, he waited nearby. He wanted to see what kind of results Chun Hao, who had recently become famous in the Yang planet, could get. At this time, he was surprised to see that the woman had gotten 410 points, which was dozens of points higher than him. This woman was only in the first test. She was definitely a genius. The man who followed her got even higher, 420 points. However, he wasn't in the first test. Relatively speaking, he wasn't as surprising as the woman. After the 2 of them finished their test, they saw that the crowd, who had been laughing at them a moment ago, were now shocked. They raised their heads proudly and almost looked down their noses at them, especially when they looked at Chun Hao and the sisters. It had to be said that although Chun Hao and the beautiful sisters didn't care, they had become fools. It seemed that the crowd's mockery had been directed at them. It was obvious that they wanted to see the results of Chun Hao and the beautiful sisters. They were full of provocation. It was as if they were saying, "You can't compare to us, be it in terms of looks or talent." "Brother Hao, sister, I'm going in first." Lung Ningle's figure flashed, and she quickly walked through the test door in front of her. When Lung Ningle went in for 15 minutes, everyone was calm and collected. The 2 top quality items also didn't care. However, when she didn't come out after 20 minutes, many people were slightly surprised. The 2 top quality items also frowned slightly, and their expressions became a little ugly. Although the time taken to enter the testing tower couldn't determine the result, the deviation would be very small. The only difference was the time taken to enter the next level. Lung Ningle went in for 20 minutes. It was almost certain that her result wouldn't be lower than 400 points. Finally, at the 22nd minute mark, a white light flashed and Lung Ningle appeared in front of the door. At the same time, the screen above the door showed Lung Ningle's result, 438 points. "Brother Hao, without sister, I didn't perform well." Lung Ningle was a little dissatisfied. 400 points is considered a genius. It's not bad. Chun Hao patted Lung Ningle's head affectionately. "Huan, go ahead." "Sister, you have to be careful. I'm not beside you, okay?" The beautiful sisters had always fought side by side. However, they couldn't take the test at the same time. Although she was prepared, Lung Ningle still appeared when the danger came. She was used to thinking that her sister was beside her. This fatal mistake caused her to fail to dodge the 438 attacks. However, although Lung Ninghuan had her sister's reminder, her final result was only 1 point higher than her sister's, 439 points. Obviously, this was the limit of the beautiful sisters. These sisters are both geniuses as well, right? Since they were able to become Chun Hao's Tao companions, it's very unlikely that they're just flower vases. Phew, it's finally Chun Hao's turn. I wonder how many levels he can reach. Take a guess. Between 500 and 600. Long Yi's score in the first round was 560. Chun Hao's score shouldn't be any worse than Long Yi's. He's definitely stronger than Long Yi's. Long Yi has been famous for more than 10 years. Chun Hao just debuted, and he fought with him for 4 hours. He's definitely stronger. I'll guess 600. Ha! You're overestimating Chun Hao's score. Although there's only a difference of 40 points between 600 and 560, the concept is completely different. It's possible to reach 599, but impossible for him to reach 600. That's right. Every 100 levels is a cut. Those who can reach 600 in the first round are considered top geniuses in the vast universe galaxy. Countless cultivators who came to watch Chun Hao discussed among themselves. However, the final conclusion was that Chun Hao's score in the first round would not exceed 600. Even the Sky Immortals who were in charge of recruiting disciples agreed with this point. After all, it was extremely rare for anyone to score more than 600 points in any of the 3 tests. It could be said that it was 1 in 1,000 years. First update. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your monthly votes, tips, and recommendation tickets. Dark Mountain can only return the favor. Brothers and sisters, please accompany me in this battle. Please vote. Please subscribe. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 5:56. If Brother Chin isn't in the preliminary test, he should be able to get between 590 and 600 points with his fake cultivation level of the initial stage of the human celestial stage. I just don't know how good his combat skills are, but he should be able to get more than 550 points. After all, his combat skills and talent haven't changed much. Long Yi thought to himself as he stared at the door with bright eyes. Chun Hao had already started the test. If everyone thinks Brother Hao can't break the 600 mark, then he can definitely do it. What do you think, sister? Of course, Lung Ninghuan said with a smile. In the hearts of the sisters, Chun Hao had always been the creator of miracles. Anyone who came into contact with him would only be shocked, not disappointed. Over the years, this had been proven countless times. Therefore, even though the sisters knew that it would be difficult to break the 600 mark, they firmly believed that Chun Hao would definitely do it. 25 minutes. 500 points shouldn't be a problem. 27 minutes. Around 560 points. 28 minutes. As time passed by, the cultivators who were watching the battle began to feel nervous. There was no doubt that they were witnessing the birth of a new star on the Asianing planet. No way. 30 minutes. Could it be 600 points? When Chun Hao was at the 28th minute, the onlookers at the neighboring test site, which was more than 10 miles away, exclaimed in surprise as well. Their reaction was even more exaggerated than Chun Hao's. That was because someone had lasted 30 minutes. Swoosh! At that moment, a white light flashed and Bailey Ningbing appeared in front of everyone. 599 points. That's amazing. The test site was not far away, so the commotion caused by Bailey Ningbing attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked to know that most of the people here came for Chun Hao. But right now, Bailey Ningbing, who was the first to complete the first test, displayed a terrifying talent. 599 points. How did she suddenly become so strong? The sisters were also shocked. The two of them naturally knew of Bailey Ningbing's hostility towards them, especially towards Chun Hao. He just couldn't be bothered with it. They didn't want Chun Hao to have anything to do with Bailey Ningbing. Even if they hated it, they didn't want to. After all, it was very easy to switch between love and hate, especially between young men and women. It probably has something to do with the epiphany she obtained from the chaotic space in the Silver Wing. Even so, he shouldn't be so strong. Sister, I feel that she must have cultivated some powerful secret technique. When she was fighting with Hometop Planet just now, her performance was not much worse than Brother Howe's. I have a feeling that this woman will fight Brother Howe one day. She seems to be endlessly hostile. Yes, there was no need to care so much. Brother Howe knows better than we do. 29 minutes. Amazing. Chun Hao from the Wuji Star is already shocking enough. And now there's a Bailey Ningbing. Even if Chun Hao can't reach 599, he won't be too bad. That's awesome. Whoosh. At this time, Bailey Ningbing also arrived in front of Empyrean Yuanru as fast as lightning, reporting the results. But in reality, it depended on Chun Hao's results. After all, Empyrean Yuanru was watching Chun Hao from near the door. 600 points. You definitely can't reach it. At most, you'll be the same as me. That move is very strong. Bailey Ningbing stared at the door and thought to herself. She had personally experienced the 600th move, which was also the checkpoint move. Although she knew that Chun Hao was very strong, she didn't think that he could break through the 600th move. 29 minutes and 55 seconds. Amazing, amazing. Still not coming out. No way? Still not coming out. It should be within the margin of error. He'll be out soon. I don't believe he can pass 600. As they spoke, Chun Hao had already started the test for more than 30 minutes. But everyone thought that Chun Hao would come out in a few seconds at most, and these few seconds were definitely within the margin of error. But Chun Hao he still hadn't come out after 30 minutes and 30 seconds. At this moment, everyone obediently shut their mouths and widened their eyes in horror. Long E, Bailey Ningbing, Empyrean Yuanru, and so on were no exception. It was understandable that the margin of error was within a few seconds. But a margin of error of 30 seconds had never happened before. This meant that Chun Hao had already broken through the 600th move. 31 minutes, 32 minutes, 34 minutes, 34 minutes, and 30 seconds. As the time approached 35 minutes, countless people nervously held their breaths. There was no doubt that the Ying planet would once again give birth to a freak who could be called a top genius in terms of combat talent in the vast universe galaxy. Of course, this was only in terms of combat talent. Whether or not he was a real top genius would depend on Chun Hao's next two tests. Whoosh! When the 35th minute was full, a white light finally shone from the door, and Chun Hao's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Ding! Accompanied by the crisp sound of the result, a blinding number appeared on the screen above the door. 799. 799. How could it be 799? Countless people thought they were hallucinating and couldn't help but rub their eyes, but the number displayed was indeed 799. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with the testing tower? It was 35 minutes. At most, it should be 700, right? How could it be 799? Chun Hao heaved a long sigh amidst the doubts of countless people. His handsome face was extremely calm, as if he was not the least bit moved by his heaven-defying result. Junior brother, what's going on? Empyrean Yuanru's figure swayed as he asked in surprise and confusion, how could it be 799 in 35 minutes? Empyrean Yuanru's question was what everyone was thinking. The questioning voices suddenly stopped. Everyone pricked up their ears and stared blankly at Chun Hao. At this moment, Chun Hao scratched his head and said in a low voice, I'm a little faster at dissecting moves. Senior brother, there are still 2 more tests. We'll go and line up first. He seemed to be a little reserved, like a little boy. After saying that, he directly pulled the sisters and transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the second test point in the middle zone. The onlookers were dumbfounded. He was a bit faster in breaking down moves. In all these years, there were indeed people who were faster in breaking down moves, but they had never been faster than 100 moves. What kind of monster was this? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief and disbelief. Let's go. Let's watch him take the second test. Damn it. How strong must he be to do that? Whoosh. In an instant, countless cultivators, except for those who were still lining up to take the test, disappeared in an instant. Some of the disciples who were going to take the test even left the line. Anyway, they had already paid the fee, so it was no big deal to take the test later. Chen Hao's results in the first test seemed to have grown wings. In the second world, where communication was advanced, it spread at an astonishing speed. For a time, countless people exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Some of the top figures of the top forces immediately set off at this moment, while those who couldn't made it directly issued orders. Regardless of the results in the next two tests, snatch our sect at all costs. Satisfy any of his requests. All kinds of decisions were made in an instant by the leaders of the major forces. Some of the weaker forces had no choice but to give up. This was not a genius they could keep. Not to mention Chen Hao. Even Bailey Ningbing couldn't keep him. Strictly speaking, if it weren't for Chen Hao's heaven-defying performance, Bailey Ningbing would have been able to shake the entire upper echelon and become a target that everyone would fight over at all costs. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time, 799 points, and he had completed it in only 35 minutes. This result was simply too shocking and heaven-defying, not to mention the Yang planet. Even in the entire vast universe galaxy, there were only a few people who could achieve such a result in the first test in 1,000 years. One could count them with one hand. This was only the first test. If the results in the next two tests were good, the top forces in the vast universe galaxy would definitely make a move. In the station, the true body of Heavenly Lord Yuanru laughed, and scrupulously and crazily, sparkling and translucent tears appeared in his old eyes. Master, even if you don't succeed, you must come back alive. Our Wuji planet is saved. We are saved. Junior Marshall brother, you're stronger than we imagined. Much stronger, much stronger. Master, you must come back alive. Tears streamed down Heavenly Lord Yuanru's face as he knelt in front of his master's empty seat. How many years had it been? He had never been so happy before. He had spent all his energy on the Wuji planet. He was treading on thin ice all the time, afraid that he would wake up one day and find that the Wuji planet had become someone else's slave planet. Similarly, he, who was highly regarded by his master, had seen his master sigh dejectedly countless times. Although his master didn't say it, he knew that his master regretted his decision back then. But was this his master's fault? No. If he were in his master's shoes, even Heavenly Lord Yuanru himself would have made the same decision. Which cultivator didn't want to break through to a higher realm? The fact that his master had been protecting the Wuji planet all this time was already something that countless top experts didn't do, couldn't do, and disdained to do. He had sacrificed so much for the Wuji planet. What more could he want? At this moment, although the results of the last two tests were not out yet, Heavenly Lord Yuanru was sure that his junior brother would become the new backer of the Wuji planet. The second test was the test of the state of mind and soul. Junior brother was definitely very strong. The third test was comprehension. How could junior brother be weak? He was able to modify the silver wing to a height that even Daluo Jinxian couldn't achieve when he was only in the human celestial stage. How could his comprehension be weak? Junior brother had borrowed his own power, but the real strength was in the runes. to be able to comprehend such powerful runes. How strong could his comprehension be? Second update. Continue to explode. Please subscribe. Please vote. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 5, 57. The second test was the Soul Heart Testing C. After choosing a testing area and lining up, Chunhao stood tall as more and more people gathered around him, his expression calm. Although Chunhao had expected this, it still surpassed his expectations. After all, he didn't think that he would be able to obtain a freakishly high score of 799 in the first test. In this test, what Chunhao needed to do was to give it his all. Empyrean primal origin had already clearly emphasized the importance of the first test. Chunhao had no reason to be low-key at this time, nor did he have any reason to deliberately lower his score. What he needed to be low-key was something that far surpassed his own boundary, something that came from his identity as a transmigrator, as well as the ancient spirit treasures in his mind, and other strange abilities. This test was a time for him to use his own strength to prove himself. The mysteries of the first test have already surpassed my expectations. This is truly an excellent training area. This second test of the Soul Heart Testing C won't be too bad. I wonder how many points I'll be able to obtain, but no matter what, even if it's for cultivation, I will still give it my all. I don't care if you are shocked or not. When it's time to be high-key, I have to be high-key. Chunhao thought to himself. Towards this world, Chunhao already had a clear understanding of it. There was nothing wrong with keeping a low profile and hiding one's true strength. After all, doing this could avoid a great deal of trouble. At the right time, one could pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger and escape from some true dangers. But to keep a low profile, especially in a test like this where the entire vast universe galaxy was unified, one absolutely couldn't keep a low profile. In this world where the strong were revered, keeping a low profile at this time was pure stupidity. Not only would it cause one to miss the chance to become famous and win destiny, but it would also cause one to miss the chance to reach a higher level. No one would hold back their strength at this time. He's here. It's finally Chunhao's turn. That's Bailey Ningbing. As Lung Ning Lu was the first to step into the testing area, the restless crowd finally saw the light of dawn. At the same time, Bailey Ningbing, who was still in line behind Chunhao, also proudly stepped in. The Soul Heart Test. I will definitely win. My ultimate skill has already merged my soul with the concept of immortality, making my soul immortal and indestructible. My mental state is as firm as a boulder, and I definitely won't be defeated easily. I can do it. The stifled Bailey, Ningbing, took a deep breath and stepped into the raging waves. She had lost the first match by a huge margin, but she was not discouraged. Instead, her fighting spirit was even higher. There were still 2 more tests, right? She was confident. Compared to the first test, the relationship between time and mental state testing C was much clearer. This was because all human immortals, earthly immortals, and heaven immortals would face the same pressure and illusions after entering the place. As time went by, the pressure and illusions would become stronger. To put it simply, the longer one persisted, the higher the result would be. 5 minutes was 100 points, and it was very accurate. There was no error. However, although the soul state test did not differentiate between realms and treated everyone equally, there was not much difference between the results of the human immortal and heaven immortal tests. This was because it didn't test the strength of one's soul or the realm of one's soul. Instead, it tested the endurance of one's soul. This was related to the cultivator's soul talent and potential. It was the most fundamental thing. For example, the sisters' soul realm and soul power were both human immortals. However, their results now would not be much different from when they were earthly immortals or heavenly immortals, unless they had a shocking encounter that caused their soul to mutate. That was an exception. When Lung Ning Lu was about to reach 25 minutes, her consciousness was suddenly blasted away by a surge of pressure. Her score was 499 points. After that, Lung Ning Huan entered. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the door that Bailey Ningbing had entered. It had to be said that although Chun Hao was a gem, he could not completely overshadow Bailey Ningbing's brilliance. In fact, if not for Chun Hao's heaven-defying results, Bailey Ningbing would definitely be the most dazzling person in the Ying City Alliance Test Center in the past 100 years. 500 points. That's amazing. Bailey Ningbing's soul endurance and mental state are so strong as well. It might not be any worse than her innate battle technique. Yeah, I wonder how much longer she can last. As the 30 minutes approached, everyone was more and more amazed. The results of the soul and mental state tests C were harder to obtain than the innate battle technique test tower. This was especially true for beginners who were only human immortals. Finally, at the 30-minute mark, Bailey Ningbing came out. She did not escape the 600 mark. Her score was 599 points again. Damn it! Why is it him? Why? I shouldn't have lost. I shouldn't have. Inner demon, inner demon. The moment Bailey Ningbing came out, she completely ignored the praises and cheers around her. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her expression was ugly. Her eyes were filled with hostility as she looked at Chun Hao. This scene was seen by everyone as Bailey Ningbing's provocation to Chun Hao. It also made everyone understand that the two geniuses of planet Wuji were not on good terms with each other. However, only Bailey Ningbing knew that she had lost to Chun Hao. At the 30-minute mark, the person who appeared in her illusion was Chun Hao. This caused her to lose her composure. She was bedeviled and lost. This woman is really sick. Unfortunately, Chun Hao was also paying attention to Bailey Ningbing, so they looked at each other directly. Chun Hao finally could not help but curse in his heart. Chun Hao really did not have any good feelings towards this woman who had an enchanting appearance and was as beautiful as the sisters. To put it irresponsibly, this kind of woman could at most be a tool for him to vent his anger in his previous life. As for this life, Chun Hao did not even spare her a glance. Because what Chun Hao saw was the essence that he hated. Moreover, although some things did not have a clear answer, it did not mean that it could be hidden from everyone. Chun Hao and Heavenly Lord Yuanru both knew it. However, due to someone's status, influence, and power on planet Wuji, they could not act for the time being. It was not suitable for planet Wuji, which was in imminent danger. Of course, the most important reason was that the other party's little tricks did not cause the desired consequences. Similarly, they were forced to make this decision under the threat of Bailey Ningbing's life and death situation. If not for this, they would have completely removed the tumor, even if it hurt them. You want to compete with me? Watch how I beat your face into a pig's head. Chun Hao's eyes flashed with strong disdain as he turned around coldly. Then Lung Ninghuan, who was infinitely close to Lung Ningle in all aspects, also stopped at 499 points. Chun Hao finally appeared. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Yuanru clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Longy took a deep breath, his eyes blazing. At this moment, several big shots from the top forces of planet Yoing, who were hidden in the crowd, narrowed their eyes. At this moment, Bailey Ningbing pursed her lips tightly, her eyes flashing with unconcealable nervousness and deep hostility. At this moment, everyone started counting down. Chun Hao, who had just stepped into the second world, had won 10,000 consecutive victories in the arena and tied with the invincible celestial dragon. In the first round of the assessment, he had obtained a heaven-defying result that could be called a top genius in vast universe galaxy. Just these two things alone allowed Chun Hao to rise to a height that 99.9% of people didn't even have the qualifications to envy him. They could only look up to him. It was because of this that these people no longer had any hostility towards him. They only hoped that they could witness the birth of a genius that would shock the entire vast universe galaxy. There was no doubt that such a genius was extremely precious to planet Yering. This was a sense of belonging. As people of planet Yering, the stronger planet Yering was, the more glory they would feel. As time passed, everyone became more and more nervous. Would Chun Hao be able to obtain another heaven-defying result in the second round? Everyone was looking forward to it. 30 minutes! 1 second, 2 seconds. Whoosh! When the 30 minutes passed 2 seconds, the crowd exploded. There was no doubt that he had broken through the 600-point checkpoint. Heavenly Lord Yuanru trembled with excitement. He also trembled as he took a deep breath. As for Bailey Ningbing, she bit her lip so hard that it bled. In the second round, Chun Hao, who was at the human immortal stage, had obtained more than 600 points in the first round, and the time was still ticking down. Whether or not he could surpass his 799 points in the first round, it was enough to show disdain for all the geniuses of planet Yering for the past 1,000 years. Would he be able to surpass 700 points and be as heaven-defying as he was in the first round? No one knew the outcome, but in everyone's opinion, Chun Hao could not be as heaven-defying in this round. After all, although this round had little to do with one's realm, it was still somewhat related. 600 points allowed one to show disdain for all the geniuses of planet Yering for the past 1,000 years. 700 points allowed one to show disdain for vast universe galaxy for the next 1,000 years. Even in the past 10,000 years, the number of cultivators in vast universe galaxy who had obtained more than 700 points in the second round of the preliminary test could be counted on one hand. With the first round's heaven-defying result, it was unlikely that he would be heaven-defying in all aspects. Unfortunately, since Chun Hao's debut, the stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. He had always given people the impression that there was no greatest shock, only greater shock. Would Chun Hao be able to make everyone witness another miracle today? Phew, I'm so nervous. It's been 34 minutes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the 35th minute was almost up, someone among the extremely nervous and expectant crowd took the lead to start the countdown. Immediately, countless onlookers joined in the chanting and counting. 50 seconds, 51 seconds, 60 seconds, 35 minutes. At this moment, everyone stopped and the place became abnormally quiet. Could he pass? Could he pass 700 points? If he passed, phew, it's only 700 points. It's far from my limit. Get lost, all of you. Boom, boom, boom. In the sea of his soul, Chun Hao was still in the mood to calculate his own time in the face of the terrifying pressure and all kinds of strange and powerful illusions. Moreover, he had passed the 700-point mark. If the onlookers outside knew about this, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Third update, eat in Wushan first. After eating, continue to fight. Please vote. Please subscribe. Many thanks. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 558. Break. Chi, destruction. Indestructible, ethereal, all sorts of sword intents alternated as they emanated from Chun Hao's body, faced with the mountainous and ocean-like pressure and all sorts of powerful illusions. Chun Hao's handsome face became even colder, and his eyes became even more resolute. What was this little bit of pain? Even though the pain right now had already surpassed the soul fusion and the life and death battle with Dongfang Han by countless times, Chun Hao's heart was like a boulder, and he was fearless. The madness he displayed was even more unimaginable to ordinary people. This time, I want to know the true limits of my soul and heart. There is no place more suitable than here. Whether it was the soul fusion or the great battle with Dongfang Han, the pain Chun Hao endured had exceeded the limits he had ever experienced, but it had never exceeded his limits. Even Chun Hao himself didn't know the limits of his soul and state of mind, because this was impossible to estimate. In the past, he could only make further guesses based on the pain he had experienced. But this time was different, because this was the second world. He could let go of all psychological barriers, and he did not have to worry about his soul being destroyed. What did Chun Hao have to fear? 799. Come. Rumble. An explosion exploded in Chun Hao's mind. At this moment, all the pain disappeared from Chun Hao's senses. Brother Hao, 799 points, is already very high. The beautiful sisters smiled sweetly, their charming faces filled with adoration as they leaned towards Chun Hao. Countless cultivators shouted Chun Hao's name. Long Yi looked at Chun Hao with burning eyes. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru was so excited that his face turned red, and the person Chun Hao wanted to slap in the face, Bailey Ningbing, looked at Chun Hao in a daze. Then she was so angry that she spurted blood. The aura, the scene, the characters, and so on, everything was incomparably real. Chun Hao's dissatisfied face gradually revealed a smug look. There were no flaws. There were no flaws at all. It's only 799 points. What's there to be proud of? I originally thought that I could at least get 899. Looks like I still overestimated the endurance of my soul. I don't even know how I lost at 800. Phew. Chun Hao heaved a long sigh of relief. His slightly proud mood instantly became tranquil. At this moment, Chun Hao suddenly realized something. Wait. Brother Hao, I hate you. Why aren't we the ones you love? No one can ignore me. I want you to die. Your talent is actually so strong that it makes me jealous. No, I will never allow anyone to be stronger than me. Chi. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the sisters beside him, the furious Bailey Ningbing, Long Yi, the agitated Yuanru, Tianzuan, and the surrounding cultivators who were shouting his name, all attacked Chun Hao with incomparable ferocity. Boundless pressure, like the arrival of the end of the world, like the stars exploding, like the collapse of the universe. Chun Hao felt that he was completely imprisoned, isolated by everyone and even the entire world. He no longer had feelings, no love, no worries, no people to protect, and lost his direction looking at all the attacks descending. All kinds of feelings of helplessness and even despair occupied his mind. Death, what was there to fear? It was nothing more than death. There was no meaning in living anymore. Then just die. Once dead, everything would be fine. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Chun Hao, who didn't have any thoughts of resistance and couldn't resist, looked on helplessly as one attack after another came toward him at a terrifying speed. It seemed like everything was about to end. But just as all the attacks were about to hit him, Chun Hao's lips curled into a smile. 2 resplendent rays of light shot out from his eyes of despair. Everything is just fleeting clouds. Bang! Like a bubble bursting, everyone disappeared without a trace. What replaced them was endless pressure, endless pain, and a wave of extremely violent soul attacks. Dash! Chun-Hao roared crazily. It's over 800. In the outside world, after 40 minutes and 2 seconds had passed, everyone was no longer shocked. To be exact, they were numb. Whether it was over 700 or 800, it was an unimaginable number for them. But today, it was continuously broken by Chun-Hao. At 8:05, Chun-Hao stepped out of the soul state testing sea. There were no cheers, no shouts, only gazing at him in a daze. But to Chun-Hao, all these were like illusions. Chun-Hao completely ignored and didn't have the mood to pay attention to the illusions. Chun-Hao knew that this was real, but he felt that it was more like an illusion. True and false, false and true. Chun-Hao looked calm on the outside, but he still hadn't walked out of the illusions in his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't walk out, but that he didn't want to walk out. Go straight to the heart. These are all my inner demons. How can I get rid of them? Chun-Hao asked himself, but he couldn't find the answer. Brother Hao, what's wrong? The two beautiful sisters felt that Chun-Hao was different. They couldn't help but shake Chun-Hao's arm and look up at him. Nothing. Let's go to the third test. After Chun-Hao finished speaking, he pulled the two girls and looked at the test door deeply. Then he turned around and left without looking back. No one knew that 803 points, which was even more heaven-defying than the first test, wasn't Chun-Hao's real result. It could be said that Chun-Hao hadn't reached his limit, but Chun-Hao gave up on himself. He didn't want to continue. At least, when he couldn't get rid of his inner demons, he didn't want to rely on his rock-solid determination and perverse endurance to break through. If he hadn't found his own path, perhaps Chun-Hao would have bravely moved forward without any hesitation. However, he had already found his own path, so he stopped moving forward because he wanted to truly deal with his inner demons and not break through by force. If he continued, then one day this inner demon would become the greatest obstacle that obstructed his advancement. Huan, Lele, how did you feel after coming out of the sea of tests? How did we feel? Nothing. My sister and I have a very simple thought. That is, we can't embarrass Brother Hao. Although we're still lacking compared to Brother Hao, we're much stronger than normal people. Lung Ninglu said. What's wrong, Brother Hao? You seem to be in a bad mood. Lung Ninghuan asked. It's nothing. You two are so good. Chun-Hao said, seriously with a bright smile on his face. Naive, pure, and single-minded. Perhaps this was the true portrayal of the two beautiful sisters. Simple and pure feelings, pure and unblemished determination. This was the so-called fortune favors fools. Unfortunately, Chun-Hao couldn't be a fool even if he wanted to. The fusion of two souls, 2 lives of his own determination, and 2 lives of his own experience gave him a perversely strong soul. It gave him intelligence that far surpassed normal people, but it also gave him a heart that was full of impurities. No matter what, he couldn't be as clean and transparent as the two beautiful sisters. Brother Hao, you're acting strange, the two beautiful sisters said. However, they were very happy. Chun-Hao looked at the two of them and finally put away everything he had encountered in the sea of tests. He laughed exaggeratedly. Why should I think so far ahead? Why should I worry about my inner demons in the distant future? I only need to face everything in front of me and solve everything in front of me. I've already walked out of it. Do you still want to affect my state of mind? What I can't let go of now, what I can't solve, when I stand at a high enough level, I'll naturally have a different view and a better way to solve it. The reason why it's like this is only because my soul's endurance is too perverted. The determination in my heart is too strong. That's why I can achieve results that are beyond my normal range, and see things that I should see at a higher level, it's good to prepare for a rainy day. But there's always a limit to everything. There must be limits. Under the pure and unblemished purity of the two beautiful sisters, a trace of understanding appeared in Chun Hao's mind. It wasn't until this moment that he truly thought it through and got rid of the influence of the sea of tests. For the third test of comprehension, Chun Hao went into battle with a light pack. Every test taker's time was fixed at 50 minutes. For this test, time couldn't determine the result at all. Only when the cultivator came out would the final result be known. Of course, if your comprehension was able to get 1,000 points, you might come out earlier. However, this kind of situation had never happened before, and it was unlikely that it would happen in the future. Of course, this referred to all the test takers, including Daluo Jinxian. After Chun Hao finished the test, he was forced to leave the second world directly. It couldn't be helped. There were too many experts surrounding him at once. The olive branches thrown at him were enough to crush Chun Hao to death. At the same time, Chun Hao was also tempted. He couldn't wait to accept the invitation immediately. However, Chun Hao knew very well that his target wasn't the forces on the Asianing planet. Therefore, he had to withstand the temptation. The best way was undoubtedly to decisively leave if he couldn't see or hear anything. Bailey Ningbing was also surrounded. Of course, they had also shown great talent. Because of their relationship with Chun Hao, the two beautiful sisters had also received olive branches from countless top forces. This was originally something that would make the two beautiful sisters very excited and happy. However, when they saw that the other party wanted them to persuade Chun Hao to join them, the two beautiful sisters could only shake their heads decisively. They couldn't do it, and they wouldn't do it. Beep, 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 beep. On this day, all of the great cities of the second world, including the most powerful planet in vast universe galaxy, the Alliance Testing Center, a shocking piece of news spread out, shocking the entire vast universe galaxy. This news caused the hearts of countless lonely peak geniuses in vast universe galaxy to race. Preliminary test, human celestial stage, 799 talent combat strength, 805 soul state. Comprehension score as high as 906. Fourth update, more than 12,000 words. I've done my best since 5 a.m. Until now. I beg everyone to give me strength and fight with me. I beg for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters, if you have the ability, please support and subscribe. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chijian. Come to vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 5:59. Xiantian City on the Asianing planet was the largest city on the planet. It was also where the top clans and forces gathered. The Shiman clan, one of the 5 great clans on the planet, was located in Xiantian City. Inside the Shiman clan, Luyan, what's going on with Feng? Sister-in-law, I really don't know. I can't find anything wrong with his body and soul. When he was attacked by the Zerg expert, I was protecting him with all my might. Even if I died, I wouldn't let Xiao Feng get hurt. That Zerg expert didn't even take Xiao Feng seriously. Could it be a dirty trick? For example, a method that we don't understand. Could it be the insect clan's venomous arts? Impossible. Father checked it himself. If it was venomous arts, he would have found something unusual. Although the insect clan is powerful, it's at most peak late-stage Daluo Jinxian. Father is one of the golden immortal kings of the human race. How could he not have found out? What should we do then? You've been back for a month, and he's still like this. If this continues, Shimin Luyun, who had reconstructed his body, had an extremely dim aura. Judging from his aura alone, it was certain that his strength was not even 20% of his peak. At this moment, he was discussing Shimin Feng's condition with a beautiful middle-aged woman who was also Shimin Feng's biological mother. Since returning from the chaotic space, Shimin Feng's eyes had been dull and lifeless, as if he had become a vegetable. Shimin Feng and the others had used various methods, but there was no sign of improvement. What was even stranger was that they could not find anything wrong with him. Master, at this moment, a figure mysteriously appeared in the room. It was Shimin Feng's heavenly immortal servant. At this moment, the old servant was still a primordial spirit. Clearly, it would take a long time to reconstruct his body. Most importantly, he did not have the natural treasures and wealth that Shimin Feng had. What is it? Chun Hao from the Wuji planet has just taken the test. Chun Hao? A test was a test. What was there to report? Get out. Shimin Luyun wanted to vomit blood when he heard the name Chun Hao. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to kill Chun Hao's talent in the cradle and give Wuji planet no hope, he would not have encountered the bug tribe. More importantly, they had thought they had successfully killed the Silver Wing, but when they returned, they received news that the Silver Wing from the Wuji planet had arrived at the Yang planet before them. Including Empyrean Yuanru, everyone was safe and sound. When Shimin Luyun received this news, she simply did not dare to believe her ears. But this was the truth. Later on, he learned that everyone from the other 4 planets that were dispatched this time was finished. Only the essence souls of the experts in the heaven immortal realm escaped. Master, that Chun Hao, can you King not mention him? Chun Hao, just as Shimin Luyun was angrily scolding the servant, Shimin Feng, who was lying on the bed motionlessly like an idiot, actually lightly spat out 2 words. Chun Hao? Ah, Xiao Feng, you're awake? I'm your mother. Xiao Feng. Shimin Luyun could not be bothered to scold him anymore. With a leap, she jumped in front of the bed. Chun Hao, dead. What made old mother Shimin Feng, Pan Qianlian, Shimin Luyun, and Shimin Luyun's old servant dumbfounded was that Shimin Feng actually shed 2 lines of clear tears as he muttered intermittently. That pale, lifeless face was actually filled with despair, resentment, and sorrow. The 3 dumbfounded people, as long as they were not idiots, could sense Shimin Feng's strangeness at this moment. This strangeness made Shimin Luyun and Pan Qianlian's hearts twitch. Shimin Luyun and Pan Qianlian, who had always been the most concerned about Shimin Feng, naturally knew that Shimin Feng had some kind of hobby. This kind of hobby was actually a relatively common hobby in some large families. However, no one would talk about it openly. Of course, it was only a perverted hobby born from the long life of a cultivator. As long as one's sexual orientation was normal, it didn't matter. It was just playing around. Moreover, Shimin Feng had countless women. He had the style of not letting go of beauties when he saw one. It was also because of this reason that they did not take Shimin Feng's hobby to heart at all. But now, seeing Shimin Feng's eyes become dull and gloomy again, Shimin Luyun knew that she could not hesitate any longer. Chun Hao, how is Chun Hao? Speak. His voice was so loud that it could be said to be deafening. Master, Chun Hao, he's not dead. Not only is he alive, and well, his results in this alliance test are extremely heaven-defying. The shrewd old servant directly responded to Shimin Feng's master's intentions. His voice was also very loud, and he also emphasized the 2 words Chun Hao. Chun Hao is not dead. And he even obtained heaven-defying results. How heaven-defying is Chun Hao? Shimin Luyan saw Shimin Feng's eyes widen. After having a strong reaction, he hurriedly increased the potency of the medicine. He didn't care about Chun Hao's results at all. All he wanted was for Shimin Feng to wake up. At least he had to wake up first. The results of the 3 segments of the test are respectively 799,805,906. Chun Hao's test results are 799,805,906. Chun Hao's results are very good. Ah, what did you say? Shimin Luyan originally just wanted to emphasize Chun Hao, but just as he repeated Chun Hao's results, his expression suddenly changed. He was so shocked that he almost screamed out loud. He glared fiercely at the old servant and asked, "Bang! Not dead. Chun Hao is not dead." It was also at this moment that Shimin Feng suddenly slapped the bed and jumped off. His eyes sparkled with intense excitement as he grabbed the old servant's shoulder and asked, Not dead. Not only is he not dead, but he also obtained such heaven-defying results. Many of the top forces on the Asianing planet have extended an olive branch to him, trying to recruit him at all costs. However, he rejected all of them. The old servant said, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Wild laughter suddenly erupted from Shimin Feng's mouth. Shimin Luyan and Pan Qianlian stared at each other, with black lines running down their faces. They were on the verge of crying. What kind of sin had they committed? On the same day, the 4 planets, the Black Rock planet, the Demonic Ant planet, the Dragon Snake planet, and the Pegasus planet, were extremely shocked and regretful after receiving Chun Hao's heaven-defying results. If they had known this would happen, why did they do it in the first place? But now, they could not compare with the Shimin family. After all, the patriarch of the Shimin family was a golden, immortal king, an existence second only to the rulers of the 36 main planets in the vast universe galaxy. The so-called golden immortal king was also a Daluo Jinxian. There were thousands of Daluo Jinxian on the Asianing planet alone. Basically, all the vital planets in the Asianing planet's jurisdiction that ranked in the top 1,000 were overseen by a Daluo Jinxian. It was not strange for planets that ranked at the top to have 2 or even several golden immortals overseeing them. However, in the entire Asianing planet's jurisdiction, there were only a few dozen people who could be called Golden Immortal Kings, which was the title king in the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Moreover, the patriarch of the Shimin family was the cream of the crop. With Chun Hao's heaven-defying potential, it was hard to say whether he could eventually grow to become the patriarch of the Shimin family. How could he be a threat to the Shimin family? But they could not. It could be said that they had no way out. No matter what, once Chun Hao grew up, he would not let them off just because of their assassination attempt this time. Of course, they could not do it openly, but they could not do anything if they had to resort to some means, just like this time. They were forced to join forces with the Shimin family, and were ordered to do so because they could not resist the Shimin family's strength. When the time came, they might end up 100 or 1,000 times worse than the Wuji planet. The reason was very simple. The Wuji planet was one of the 1,008 primary vital planets under the Asianing planet's jurisdiction. But what about them? She's nothing at all. Therefore, they had to find an opportunity to take action and carry out their plan to kill Chun Hao to the end. However, they had to be more discreet, and their plan had to be more thorough. They could not afford to expose anything that could be used against them. Otherwise, if they killed such a monstrous genius, they would not only suffer the revenge of the Wuji planet, but also the wrath of the upper echelons of the human race. Golden Light City, Asianing planet. It was just a small city on the Asianing planet, but today it suddenly became lively. Countless cultivators poured into the transmission center of the city's Alliance Chamber of Commerce. What was more surprising was that many rarely seen big shots had appeared. And all this was because of Chun Hao. Therefore, the most lively place was naturally the simple and crude station on the Wuji planet. The forces in Golden Light City, which were close to the Wuji planet, had originally been disdainful of the Wuji planet and had no friendly relations with them. But now, they came to visit one after another. These people were not here to win over Chun Hao. They knew their own limits. The reason they came here was to congratulate the Wuji planet for having a heaven-defying figure like Chun Hao and a top genius like Bailey Ningbing in the vast universe galaxy. Although the Wuji planet was still very weak at the moment, everyone could be sure of one thing, and that was that the Wuji planet would never become a slave planet. Not only that, as long as there were no accidents, its status would definitely be higher in the future. Visiting with gifts in advance was not an extravagant hope that they would treat you as one of their own, but at least they would not treat you as an enemy, right? It had to be said that the world of cultivators was no different from the secular world. Snobbish people were everywhere, and strength was everything. In the station, the cultivators on the Wuji planet were all enthusiastically busying themselves, but they did not feel tired at all. They all felt elated, especially when they saw some big shots who had never looked them in the eye smiling and chatting with them. They were secretly delighted. Heavenly Lord Yuanru was undoubtedly the busiest, but he was also the happiest and most excited. As the main person involved, Chun Hao directly announced to the public that he had comprehended something during the test and immediately went into seclusion. No one was allowed to see him. The second most important person, Bailey Ningbing, did the same. Although there was a big gap between her results and Chun Hao's, there was no problem for her to become one of the top forces in the vast universe galaxy. First update. I can't guarantee 4 chapters today, but 3 chapters are a must. Thank you to Alliance Master Luo Shi for your red fluttering. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters for your tips. I won't list your names. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters who fought with Dark Mountain. Let's continue to fight. I'll explode. You vote. The monthly votes are great, from the 200s to 88s in just 2 days. Can we charge into the top 50 this month? There are still 11 days. I believe we can do it. Please, everyone. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 560. Hiss. With a flash of white light, Chun Hao appeared in the Yang city of the second world. Identity change. Activate. Beep, beep, beep. Phew. Seeing the message prompt in his mind, Chun Hao let out a long sigh of relief. After a slight hesitation, he clicked the confirm button. Immediately, hiss, hiss, hiss. Chun Hao clearly felt that his body, aura, and stage had undergone an astonishing change in an instant. At the same time, he had a new name, but he almost spat it out. Chun Ri Tian. Chun Ri Tian. This system is too talented, isn't it? Chun Hao's balls were crushed. When he obtained 10,000 victories in the arena, Chun Hao once again activated the hidden condition of the arena. He had the attribute of hiding his identity in the arena of any city in the second world. He could also adjust his record at will and challenge the opponent he wanted to fight. After obtaining this hidden condition, Chun Hao was still fighting for his life in the Silver Wing and had no time to try it out. This time, after entering the Yang city of the second world, Chun Hao didn't want to be surrounded by onlookers because he had caused too much of a sensation. Therefore, he had the idea of trying to see if the function of hiding his identity could be activated outside the arena. He didn't expect to succeed. so easily. Immediately, he understood. Since he could challenge in any city in the second world, he naturally had to hide his identity from the beginning. After all, there were clear records of his comings and goings between cities. Unfortunately, Chen Hao couldn't set his name, appearance, and other information by himself. The system could only arrange it randomly. Beep, beep, beep. You have activated the wealth card of your identity. This wealth card is shared with your real wealth card. Beep, beep, beep. This identity's communication number is asterisk, 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 asterisk. Beep, beep, beep. Your real wealth card's communication number still exists. It won't affect your normal communication. Beep, beep, beep. With this identity, the Arena Challenge mission is activated. Mission time limit: 1 year in the second world. Challenge target: medium stage of the human celestial stage. Mission requirement: complete 1,000 victories within the mission time limit. Record requirement: winning rate of not less than 80%. If the mission fails, the serial hidden condition will end. Ahem. Chun Hao, who was still immersed in the name, was dumbfounded. There's a mission? It was one thing to have a mission, but there was also a time limit and a win rate requirement, a series of hidden conditions. Chun Hao was attracted by the last sentence. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with this kind of forced mission, but now his mood was much better. Phew, looks like this hidden condition isn't that simple. You have to put in a lot of effort to get something in return. So be it. Wah. Chen Hao, who had changed his identity, appearance, and aura, swaggered into the crowd. However, what made him frown slightly was that he still attracted the attention of many people. However, their expressions when they looked at him were a little strange. At first, Chun Hao didn't care, but after a few minutes, an extremely ugly guy actually pointed at him and laughed loudly when he saw him. He seemed surprised and happy at the same time. "Are you crazy?" Chun Hao couldn't help but say. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Hao was slightly stunned. Damn, why was this voice so unpleasant to the ears? She had completely lost her magnetic beauty. Wah, damn it, who dares to say that I'm the ugliest? Look, you see? Wah, scram. Chun Hao was angry and directly pointed at the ugly guy's nose and scolded. Ha ha, indeed. Looking at him, and then looking at you, I feel much better. Congratulations, you're now the second ugliest. I'm sorry. This brother of mine was too excited when he saw your appearance. I suggest that you don't come out so often. Ha ha. The cultivator beside ugly person, who looked extremely handsome in comparison to ugly person, said very mockingly. After he finished speaking, before Chun Hao could flip out, he directly pulled ugly person and left with the group of people while laughing loudly. Damn it, am I really that ugly? Chun Hao really wanted to use his primordial spirit to look at himself, but he restrained himself. Who cares? So what if I'm ugly? It's just a fake identity. So what if I'm ugly? Don't come out too often. I just have to come out too often to scare people. Ha ha ha. I wonder what Huan and Lele will do if they see me. Knowing that Chen Shui and the others had gone on a mission and weren't in the second world for the time being, Chun Hao directly used the communication number of his true body to send a few messages. Then he walked toward the arena. Before entering the second world, he had made an appointment with the beautiful sisters to meet at the arena, Huan and Lele. The beautiful sisters who had just arrived at the entrance of the arena were considered celebrities in the Yang city of the second world because of Chun Hao. However, compared to the billions and trillions of cultivators on the Yang planet, only a very small number had seen Chun Hao's true body, let alone the beautiful sisters. Of course, Not seeing Chun Hao's true body didn't mean that they hadn't seen Chun Hao's image. After all, Chun Hao had caused too much of a stir. Therefore, if Chun Hao appeared, he would indeed attract a lot of attention. But the beautiful sisters weren't so exaggerated. Even if some people saw them occasionally, they wouldn't come over to harass them because of their relationship with Chun Hao. This made the beautiful sisters feel a little more at ease. But at this moment, a low, muffled voice called their nickname intimately. When the beautiful sisters saw the appearance of the person who had come, they immediately cried out and took a few steps back. Who are you? What do you want? Boom. The beautiful sisters were shocked by the earth-shattering ugliness of the other party, but they immediately calmed down. The aura around them suddenly soared, and they stood side by side, glaring at the ugly man. Ha! Chun Hao. No, it should be Chun Riqian. Opened his bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow fangs, and chuckled. This was Chun Hao's signature smile. He didn't dare to say that he could charm thousands of girls, but at least his women liked it very much. But at this moment, Chun Hao was absolutely disgusting. He smiled and naturally stroked his coarse, yellow, curly hair, which looked like a burnt horse's mane, and said, Huan, Lele, don't be nervous. I'm the person closest to you. What nonsense are you talking about? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Humph. Lung Ningle said, glaring at the ugly man in front of her. Ha! Lele, you said it yourself. If I leave, you won't be able to wait for the person you're waiting for. Chun Hao said shamelessly. There was a trace of mockery in his eyes that completely distorted human nature. Unfortunately, this trace of mockery was naked teasing in the eyes of the beautiful sisters. However, the beautiful sisters didn't immediately flip out. Lung Ninghuan frowned and asked, What do you mean? What I mean is I'm the person you're waiting for. Tui, sister, ignore this ugly man. He's crazy. Yes. Lung Ninghuan also glared fiercely at Chun Hao. She pulled her sister and turned to the side. Cough, cough. Huan, Lele, are you really going to ignore me? Brother, how? What are you talking about? Are you here yet? We met an ugly man, so disgusting. In the Wuji base, Chun Hao's cultivation room, the beautiful sisters sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, keeping a distance from Chun Hao. Just as they were about to enter the state of meditation, Chun Hao suddenly said, That ugly freak is me, your big brother. Ah! Lung Ninghuan and Lung Ningle exclaimed at the same time when they heard Chun Hao's words. Don't be surprised. I've activated the hidden condition of the second world and can change my identity. However, I can't decide my name, appearance, and so on. After a brief moment of surprise, the beautiful sisters immediately burst out laughing. His real body lay down in the cultivation room and held his stomach as he laughed. In the second world, the beautiful sisters bent over laughing as they stared at the ugly man in front of them. The more they looked at him, the more they laughed. The laughter from both sides made Chun Hao frown. Don't laugh. If you laugh again, I'll use the ugly man to kiss you. Ha. Don't, Brother Hao, don't. We're not afraid of you kissing us. Ha. We're afraid of tarnishing your real body's reputation. We're your real body's cultivation partners. Ha. The beautiful sister's words made Chun Riqian, who was threatening in the second world, stop. All right, you're good. Enter the state of cultivation. Chun Hao said helplessly and closed his eyes. In the second world, the two beautiful sisters walked in front, while Chun Hao followed behind. Motherf asterisk her. This was a must. The two beautiful sisters were already famous, and many people knew that they were Chun Hao's Dao companions. If they were too intimate with an ugly person like him, wouldn't that be a problem? Even if he knew it was him, in the hearts of countless people, he would have to wear a tall, big, and dazzling green hat with his real body if he walked his own path and let others talk about it. That would be nonsense. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow, especially in front of the reputation of condensing the mysterious fate. He could not be careless. Therefore, Chun Hao could only be depressed. It was because of this that he, who was taking a break from his busy schedule, gradually focused his mind. Immediately, his eyes bloomed with an undetectable mysterious light, and then the beautiful sisters walking in front of him bloomed to their heart's content. Her white and perky buttocks swayed and jiggled as the two of them walked. Her slender waist, which didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat, swayed gracefully. If one were to poke their heads out slightly, they would be able to see her towering snow-white twin peaks, which were jiggling and jiggling. As a result, many people saw a classic scene. Two enchanting, beautiful, identical, and extremely charming girls, followed by a monster who was ugly to the depths of his soul, whose mouth was dripping with saliva, and who was even looking around. Image? Where's Guan Qiu? He's so ugly. Why would I care about my image? It's not me anyway, and no one knows it's me. Chen Riqian did not care about the gazes around him. On the contrary, he felt smug in his heart. Of course, when there were beauties passing by occasionally, Chen Riqian's gaze would still shift a little. It would be a waste if he did not look. Why not look? Second update. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Dark Mountain continues to write. Please, everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 561. Brother Hao, do we both apply for the ringmaster position? Yes, apply for both of us. What are we afraid of when we have money? If we bid 2,000 crystals each, we will definitely get the ringmaster position. Isn't it too wasteful? Sister Shui and the others used to be reluctant to take the teleportation array. That was in the past. Now, they have more money than me. Well, just do as I say. With 0 battle record, suitable opponents may not agree to your request. Those who agree to your request are all interested in the bet. If not, Xiao Shui and Xiao Wu's battle record would not be so bad. All right. The sisters responded. Chun Hao and the sisters were clear about the battle records of Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and the others. It was too horrible to look at and was completely unworthy of their talent. The reason was simple. They were poor. Because they were poor and their battle record started from 0. This caused them to be unable to choose an opponent that was suitable for them. But if they directly used the immortal element crystals to apply for the ringmaster position, it was different. They could choose an opponent that was suitable for them among the many challengers. This way, they could train themselves to the greatest extent. After all, only a battle of equal strength was the best way to train people. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations, you have successfully applied for the ringmaster position. Chun, Hao, and the other two each bid a high price of 2,000 immortal element crystals. 10 minutes later, the results were out. Every small realm had 100 rings. On each ring, there could be countless ringmasters every day. This depended on the ringmaster's battle speed. However, no matter how many ringmasters there were every day, half of them were based on yesterday's results, and the waiting cultivators were automatically auctioned according to a certain set of rules. The other half competed based on the amount of immortal element crystals. Basically, every 15 minutes, a few rings would be empty. At this time, it was time for the new ringmaster to be finalized. All 3 of them applied successfully. I'm actually in ring 132. Lung Ningle said in surprise after getting her ring number. Ring 132 was Chun Hao's lucky ring after stepping into the second world. It was also the ring for the initial stage of the human immortal stage. I'm 114, Long Ninghuan said. All right, then let's start separately. I'm 235. After the battle, let's go back to our residence. With my name, it's easy for people to think, Chun Hao said with a smile. Unfortunately, the smile that was supposed to be handsome and charming on Chun Riqian was uglier than crying. She was so ugly that no one could see her true feelings. It was too rare. At this moment, Chun Hao was at the medium stage of the human celestial stage. Moreover, he had a mission. Although Chun Hao was a little unhappy about the mandatory mission, he had to admit that this was exactly what he wanted. In 10,000 battles, in the initial stage of the human celestial stage, he had seen all kinds of opponents, both strong and weak, which was enough for him. Even if there was no compulsory mission, Chun Hao would still engage in a large number of battles with cultivators at the medium stage of the human celestial stage to lay the most solid foundation for his cultivation. The only difference was that Chun Hao had to make the best use of his time. After all, once he found out about Tantai Lian's specific information, he would make a move. At that time, who knew how long it would be before they could enter the second world? 1 year in the second world. However, it was only 36.5 days in the real world. It would pass in the blink of an eye. He didn't want to lose this awesome hidden condition. Moreover, it was a series of hidden conditions. There was nothing he could do about it. Tantai Lian was the first woman he really got. Up to this day, she was also the woman who had walked into Chun Hao's heart. After such a long time, there was no news. If he hadn't arrived at the Ying planet, it would have been fine. But since he had arrived, how could he ignore it? That was not his character. Phew, in the arena, a champion finished his 10th battle. Chun Hao let out a long sigh of relief. His body swayed, and his extremely ugly body appeared in the arena. Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, the display beside the arena showed Chun Hao's information. Chun Riqian, medium stage of the human celestial stage. Record. 0 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses. Bet requirement. 200 celestial core crystals. Seeing this information, the cultivators around the arena suddenly looked surprised. Where did this ugly guy come from? How could he be such a wastrel? Looking at the record, they knew that the champion's identity had been bought at a high price. It would have been fine if he had just bought the champion's identity, but the bet requirement was 200 celestial core crystals. That was too much. If he is not very confident in his strength, then he must be a good-for-nothing disciple with a strong background. That was basically everyone's first impression of Chun Hao. D*MN. No one has challenged him yet? Is 200 celestial core crystals too high? It seems a little high. Generally, there is no limit to the bet. They just choose their opponents and bet whatever they want. But I can't do that. I have to get my money back, right? I paid 2,000 celestial core crystals to buy the champion's identity. There are only 10 battles. That's the basic price. Chun Hao thought to himself. He had to admit that money came too easily. It also made Chun Hao's consumption concept improve too quickly. He thought that 200 celestial core crystals was nothing, but it was almost half of Chen Shui and the other's wealth. Let me try. D*MN. His record is only 0. He is a rookie who just came to the arena. So what if he is rich? He might not be strong. That makes sense. Brother, I support you. If you win, you will get 200 celestial core crystals. Humph, don't tempt me. If I lose, it will still be 200 celestial core crystals. But I will bet, after a full 3 minutes, a cultivator in the crowd who thought that his strength was good finally issued a challenge. Chun Hao accepted it without thinking. Although he didn't know what the hidden condition was, Chun Hao didn't think that the medium stage of the human celestial stage only needed 1,000 victories. Even if the mission was okay, he couldn't do it himself. He needed at least 10,000 victories to really lay the foundation of the medium stage of the human celestial stage. So, naturally, he wouldn't be picky. Not only would he not be picky, but Chun Hao also wanted to suppress himself like he did with 10,000 victories in the past. He wanted his opponent to exert his strength to his heart's content. It was necessary for him to do this. Similarly, there were many benefits. He believed that his name, Chun Ritian, would soon be popular. No matter if he was the champion or the challenger, he would be welcomed. At that time, it would be time for him to make money again. D*MN, that's his strength. If I had known, I would have gone first. D*MN, don't change the betting limit for the next round. When the first cultivator fought with the extremely ugly Chun Hao for a full 5 minutes, among the cultivators around the arena, some of the stronger ones, who didn't dare to challenge him directly because they were afraid of Chun Hao's real strength, regretted it. Just now, they were a little disdainful of the fool who stood out to be a warrior. Now, they admired his wisdom and martial prowess because at this moment, Chun Hao, who was in the arena, was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't even launch an attack except for defense. So at this time, after basically confirming Chun Hao's strength, many cultivators who felt that they would definitely win directly issued a challenge. The only thing that was admirable was that this ugly guy defended very methodically. He was very smart and used his strength very skillfully. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. At the 15th minute, to everyone's surprise, the opponent who was getting more and more courageous started to show signs of fatigue. On the contrary, Chun Hao started to counterattack. In a short 3 minutes, Chun Hao won cleanly. Although many of the masters were surprised by Chun Hao's victory and were a little impressed by Chun Hao's fighting talent, they didn't care. They only thought that the challenger was weak. At this time, they were all looking forward to Chun Hao accepting their challenges. Phew, the effect is not bad. After defeating his first opponent, Chun Hao let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, I can't accept them according to the time. There are 42 challengers now. I should start with those who have weaker records. This was different from when Chun Hao activated the hidden condition of unlimited battles. Although it was still under the hidden condition, now it had started to limit the number of battles. He could only fight 10 battles a day. Motherf***. I lost. The cultivator, who had turned into a streak of white light and appeared outside the arena, felt his heart ache at the loss of 200 celestial origin crystals. But the strange thing was that his face was actually shining with excitement. And he added, but I admit it, it's worth it. It was so satisfying. They were evenly matched, and he was able to perform to the fullest. Although he lost in the end, the gains from this battle made him feel that it was worth it. Soon, one battle after another was played out. In every match, Ugly Person was at a disadvantage. However, Ugly Person won every match. As for the cultivators who had won 200 celestial origin crystals, although they had lost, they were not very depressed. On the contrary, they were all excited. In fact, at this time, even if they didn't say anything, everyone could see that this kind of battle was undoubtedly a good training for both sides. The only thing that surprised them was that the ugly guy called Chun Ritian was obviously not strong enough, but his fighting talent was getting more and more awesome. Of course, this was a feeling that appeared after watching a few more battles. Sorry, if nothing unexpected happens, I will come again tomorrow. If anyone is interested in challenging me, tomorrow, he. After fighting 10 battles, Chun Hao said in a low, muffled voice. After he finished speaking, he jumped off the arena. He didn't look at the beautiful sisters who had finished their 10 battles long ago and came to watch him fight. He directly transmitted his voice and walked out of the arena. Today, the beautiful sisters didn't limit the amount of money the challengers could bet like Chun Hao did. They didn't have abnormal strength like Chun Hao, so their challengers were basically cultivators with low battle records. This was easy to understand. Those who came to the arena basically came to improve their strength. Experts didn't need to waste their quota of 10 battles for a rookie with 0 battle records. Only the rookies who didn't have high battle records and wanted to improve their battle records would challenge the beautiful sisters. With the sisters' careful choice and the two of them relying on their innate talents and strength, the results were pretty good. Lung Ning Huan won 6 battles, lost 4 battles. Lung Ning Lu won 5 battles, lost 5 battles. After a few rounds, the two of them had deliberately chosen opponents with slightly better battle records. That was why they had lost. Third update, Dark Mountain continues. Overriding chapters. Writing speed is a bit slow. Fourth update might be a bit late. Brothers and sisters who can't wait can read it tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Luo Shi, for tipping me again. I am promoted to the Proud Heavens Alliance. Thank you, brothers and sisters who tipped me. Thank you. Finally, seeking monthly votes. Seeking subscriptions, seeking recommendations. I have risen to 85th place. Let's go up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 562. Chunri Qian, you're not being nice. I've been challenging you for a few days now. It should be my turn now, right? That's right. I've been challenging you for a few days now. If you can't give me a number, I'll accept 500 celestial core crystals as long as you promise me verbally today. Ahem. Don't worry. I didn't accept your challenge because your battle records are too high. I'm not confident. Anyway, I come here every day. It should be your turn soon. I can only promise to fight you, but I can't guarantee a specific time. Sorry. 1 month later in the second world, a shocking scene took place in the arena of the medium stage of the human celestial stage. Why do these people want to fight this ugly monster so badly? Even 500 celestial origin crystals had been obtained. This was not a small sum. After all, regardless of whether it was the ugly person or the challenger, they were not some famous person, and their auras were not very strong either. However, the cultivators who had watched Chun Hao's battles for several days understood what was going on. They just didn't understand Chun Riqian's flirtatiousness. Phew! In the station, Chun Hao slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the sisters who were cultivating beside him. Chun Hao walked out of the cultivation room and opened the door. Senior brother, is there any news? A month in the second world was only 3 days in the real world. When Chun Hao was avoiding the top forces who came to invite him, he asked Heavenly Venerable Yuanru to help him find out more about Tantai Lien. Yes, just now, Shao Lian's sect, the Dawning Pill sect, came to invite Huan Huan and Lele. I also asked about Tantai Lien. Junior brother, are you sure you want to go? Yes, I have to go, Chun Hao said without hesitation. Okay, then you must be careful. Shao Lian's mission is an impassable human celestial stage mission. It's a mission to collect fire essence from the blazing star. The details of the mission were to collect 100 blaze essence crystals. Only when the mission is completed will the Alliance take it back. As for the mission reward and the specific situation of the Blazing Star, I didn't ask. You'll know when you receive the mission. However, since it's an impassable mission, it must be extremely dangerous. Heavenly Venerable, Yuan-Ru said. How are the missions categorized? Chunhao asked. He had just arrived on the Yuing planet, so although he had learned some things from the information he had received, they were mostly general. As for the specifics, he wasn't sure. There are a total of 4 levels: easy, difficult, dangerous, and impossible. The probability of obtaining a fortuitous encounter is close to 0. The death rate is 1%, the completion rate is 70%, and the probability of obtaining a fortuitous encounter is close to 1 in a million. The death rate is 10%, the completion rate is 20%, and the probability of obtaining a fortuitous encounter is close to 1 in 100,000. The death rate is 60%, the completion rate is 1%, and the probability of obtaining a fortuitous encounter is close to 1 in 10,000. Ahem! Chunhao's heart skipped a beat. If Tantai Lian was in front of him at this moment, he would definitely hit her head with a chestnut. This girl was simply courting death. What did it mean to have a mortality rate of 60%? These data are only approximate and can only be used as a reference. Junior brother, senior brother knows that you're not an ordinary person, but no matter what, you must be careful. Your life and death doesn't just concern you alone. Understood? Don't worry, senior brother. When do you leave? Now, I'll let Huan and Lei know before I leave. Oh, what if the top forces in the vast universe galaxy come? I won't consider them for the time being. I've just arrived on the Yuring planet, and I still need some time to adapt. Now is not the time to leave. Chunhao said, Senior brother, you can make excuses as you see fit. Put all the blame on me, and you won't offend them. It can only be attributed to you. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Chun, how didn't leave the second world? Therefore, after talking to Heavenly Master Yuan-Ru, he, who was digesting what he had gained from the battle in the cultivation room of the second world, called out to the sisters and told them his decision. The sisters were confident in Chunhao, so they weren't worried. In fact, Heavenly Master Yuan-Ru wasn't worried either. After all, Chunhao was now at the peak of the advanced stage of the human immortal stage, and his terrifying talent couldn't be measured by the death rate of ordinary people. The only thing he lacked was mission experience. Moreover, only Chunhao's original body was leaving. He wouldn't leave the second world, at least for the time being. Phew! 10 minutes later, Chunhao appeared at the Golden Light City Alliance Mission Center. He had taken several teleportation portals. If he had flown by himself, even if he tore through the void, it would have taken him a day. It had to be said that Golden Light City, which was only a small city on the Yuing planet, was thousands of times larger than any city on the Wuji planet. His true core strength surged, changing his appearance and body shape. After putting on a black bamboo hat, Chunhao walked into the Alliance Mission Center. Any cultivator above the human immortal stage could see that this was a disguise. However, this wasn't important. Many people would do this. The important thing was that they knew how to disguise themselves, but they didn't know who was doing it. This was the most normal thing in the world of cultivation. After all, who didn't have enemies? No one would be willing to expose their whereabouts in front of others. Hello, what kind of mission would you like to take? Chunhao came to a window and waited for his turn. A pretty female attendant at the window asked with a smile. The mission to collect fire essence from the Blazing Star. Okay. Sir, this is an impossible level mission. Are you sure? I'm sure, Chunhao said calmly. Okay, please give me your wealth card. The wealth card was proof of identity in the vast universe galaxy. Moreover, one's identity wouldn't be exposed when doing missions, spending money, and so on. Unless one was willing to make it public, no one could check one's identity through spending money on the wealth card. After a while, the process was completed. This mission requires you to depart from the largest city on the Ying planet, Xiantian City, and report to the Alliance headquarters. If you're lucky, you'll be able to depart soon. If you're unlucky, you'll have to wait for 1 or 2 months to gather enough people. I'll only know the details after you report to the headquarters. I wish you success in your mission. That's for sure. However, is that all? Chun Hao took the wealth card and disappeared from the hall. Do you have any other questions, sir? It seems that you haven't told me the details of the mission. Chun Hao's words stunned the young waitress. She was stunned for a full 2 seconds before she said, "Sir, could it be that you didn't look at the mission system and directly accepted the mission?" "Well, where can I look at the mission system?" Chun Hao asked, a little embarrassed. He had indeed come to accept the mission directly. "The mission system is in the crowded place over there. There are 100 screens. You can queue up and look at them." "Okay, thank you." Chun Hao looked at the long line, shook his head, and walked away quickly. So confident. Mission completion rate, 0%. Accepting an impossible mission on his first try. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. Does he think he's the monstrous genius Chun Hao? The young waitress muttered after seeing Chun Hao disappear. She was basically certain that this overconfident cultivator would not be able to see tomorrow's sun in the near future. Little did she know that the guy she thought was arrogant was the most dazzling figure in Golden Light City these days. He was famous in Golden Light City. What a powerful heavenly law. 6 hours later, Chun Hao spent 10 immortal core crystals to take a giant transmission formation and arrived at Xiantian City, the largest city on the Ying planet. No wonder I have to pay 1 immortal core crystal a day to stay here if I'm not on a mission. Even cultivating on the ground is much more effective, Chun Hao thought to himself. He was an outsider to Xiantian City. If he had not accepted a mission, he would have to pay 1 immortal core crystal a day until he left. Chun Hao had thought that this system was too exclusive and that many people would be unhappy with it. However, this idea disappeared the moment he entered the city. This was the largest city on the Ying planet, and it also gathered the greatest providence of the Ying planet. Whether it was the heavenly law or the spirit chi of heaven and earth, this was undoubtedly the most powerful place on the Ying planet. If he did not charge a fee, all the cultivators on the Ying planet would probably stay here forever. How could that be? The Alliance Mission Center was next to the Alliance Transmission Center, so Chun Hao quickly completed his registration. Unfortunately, he was not very lucky. He would have to wait for at least a month before he could gather enough people to set off. Chun Hao could only wait. Long Yi has asked me out several times. I'm not familiar with this place, so it seems like a good idea to ask him to be my tour guide. Chun Hao looked at the towering palace and the endless stream of people in front of him. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Long Yi in the secondary world. When he was taking the test, Long Yi had told him that he would tell him good news if he scored 550 points in all 3 tests. However, before he could talk to Long Yi, Chun Hao was forced to go offline. Later, when he logged into the secondary world, he received a message from Long Yi inviting him to participate in a secret realm trial in the secondary world. He had to satisfy 12 people, and all 12 of them had to score 550 points in all 3 tests. This was one of Long Yi's rewards for fulfilling the hidden conditions. Chun Hao had no reason not to participate. After all, a secret realm trial in the secondary world was a great opportunity for cultivators to improve themselves, even if it was only in the secondary world. However, The trial would start half a year later in the real world. In the secondary world, it would be 5 years later, so it was still early. Brother Chun, where are you now? Soon, Long Yi connected to Chun Hao in the secondary world and asked, I just left the Alliance Transmission Center. Okay, I'll rush back right away. It'll probably take 3 days. I'll ask my sister to pick you up. You're not in Xiantian City? Then forget it. There's no need to trouble others. It's no trouble, it's settled then. Wait for me, you'll stay at my house. Long Yi did not allow Chun Hao to reject and cut off the communication. Brothers and sisters, do you still have monthly votes? We're at 85th place. We're getting closer to our goal. Please charge with Wushan. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Please, everyone. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 563. In the second world, Yang City, Long Yi was sparring with his sister, Long Ting, on the training field of the Long family manor. However, he suddenly stopped, apparently talking to someone. Brother, why are you so excited? Long Ting could not help but ask when she saw Long Yi's happy expression after finishing the call. Ting Ting, your real body will go to the Alliance's teleportation center immediately to pick someone up. Pick someone up? Who are we picking up? Long Ting asked. Ha, the person you've been asking me to take you to these 2 days. Ah, you're talking about Chun Hao? Long Ting asked in surprise. Yes, go quickly. My real body will rush back as soon as possible. I'm also looking forward to seeing if his real body will give me that feeling of familiarity at first sight. Ha! Yes. I'll go now. Outside, Xiantian City, Long family. Long Ting quickly walked out of the cultivation room and changed into a more formal outfit that she liked. She quickly and simply tidied up her already elegant and beautiful appearance before disappearing from the room. Ever since the battle between Long Yi and Chun Hao, Long Ting had heard her brother talk about Chun. How many times? His words were full of praise and appreciation. Long Ting had long been curious about what kind of person Chun Hao was for her brother, who had always been picky and stingy with praise. A few days ago, after Chun Hao's heaven-defying test results had shaken the entire Yang planet, Long Ting was even more curious and had urged Long Yi to take her to meet him. Unfortunately, she had not been able to do so. Now the opportunity had finally come, and she was going to meet him in person. He looks a bit like my brother. His talent is much better than mine. He must be very arrogant in person, right? Long Ting, who had quickly boarded the teleportation array in the city, had to admit that she was a little nervous to meet such a heaven-defying genius. In fact, this was understandable. After all, she was a young girl in the prime of her youth in the cultivation world. She would more or less have subtle feelings about the opposite sex, especially a youth of the same age who was famous in the vast universe galaxy. If not for this, she would not have tidied up her appearance before setting off. Humph, who cares if he's arrogant or not? I want to see what kind of person can be more outstanding than my brother. Since she was young, Long Yi had been Long Ting's idol. She was already in the season of love, but she was still alone. Not a single young man could attract her attention, let alone a Dao partner. The reason was simple. She couldn't help but compare all the people who pursued her with her brother. Once she compared them, she lost all interest. This kind of brother complex made the people of the Long family feel very helpless. But now, even if the facts clearly proved that Chun Hao was better than Long Yi, she had to admit it even if she didn't want to. But before she saw the real person, she was unwilling to believe it. Brother, I'm here. There are so many people who have changed their appearances and are wearing black bamboo hats. Which one is him? When Long Ting's real body arrived at the entrance of the Alliance's teleportation center, she saw at least dozens of cultivators wearing black bamboo hats who had obviously changed their appearances. She had seen Chun Hao's image, but she didn't have the ability to find Chun Hao among so many people. Therefore, she could only ask her brother in the second world. "Oh, I asked Brother Chun to find you." After Long Yi finished speaking, he directly contacted Chun Hao again. How can they be so similar? How can they be so similar? Long Yi and Long Ting didn't know that when Long Ting arrived at the entrance of the Alliance's teleportation center, Chun Hao's gaze had already focused on Long Ting. He stared at her in a daze. He was extremely shocked and couldn't believe what he was seeing. At the same time, in the second world, the news and image from Long Yi allowed Chun Hao to confirm that the girl in front of him was Long Yi's sister, Long Ting. Phew, it should be a coincidence. After all, it's not strange for there to be someone who looks similar or is exactly the same among the billions of people. They're basically existences from two different worlds. There shouldn't be any intersection, right? Unless. Chun Hao frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a connection. Otherwise, why would he feel an inexplicable sense of closeness when he saw Long Yi? And now, the sense of closeness on Long Ting was just as strong. Under the urging of Long Yi in the second world, Chun Hao didn't think too much and directly walked towards Long Ting, who was looking around. "Hello." When Chun Hao walked over, Long Ting's gaze was also filled with curiosity. She looked at him and greeted him first. "You are." "I am." Without waiting for Long Ting to speak, Chun Hao said, "Your brother Long Yi's sister, right?" Yes, I'm Long Ting. It's nice to meet you. My brother asked me to pick you up. He'll rush back as fast as he can. Shall I bring you to our family first?" Long Ting said with a smile, but her mind was curiously sensing Chun Hao's aura. Even though she knew that Chun Hao was in disguise, disguise only changed his appearance and figure, and the change in his aura was only external, so she should still be able to notice some clues. Unfortunately, to her disappointment and surprise, in her perception, Chun Hao's body was like a vast ocean that was unfathomable, and his aura was ever-changing as if it was changing at all times. Just this point alone made Long Ting know that Chun Hao wasn't simple. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Long," Chun Hao said softly. As he addressed her, he naturally closed the distance between them. Even though Chun Hao wasn't necessarily older than Long Ting, he was Long Yi's friend. Calling her Sister Long was the right thing to do. Moreover, Chun Hao originally didn't want to live in the Long family, but after seeing Long Ting, he changed his mind. Chun Hao's powerful soul perception was also carefully probing Long Ting's aura. If he didn't know that Long Ting was Long Yi's younger sister, maybe Chun Hao would directly use his newly derived divine ability to see through Long Ting. This was definitely not because he was seduced by Long Ting's beauty, nor was it mixed with any improper thoughts. He just wanted to verify the doubts in his heart. However, when she heard Chun Hao's address, Long Ting's mouth twitched slightly, and she was a little proud. In particular, she could feel that Chun Hao was looking at her very carefully. Although she didn't sense Chun Hao's soul perception, she, who was at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage, had the keen intuition of a cultivator. What did this mean? Every young man she met, which one of them didn't try to get close to her? Which one of them wasn't attracted by her appearance? Although Long Ting wasn't a person who liked to show off, being noticed and pursued by others, no young girl would be unhappy, especially a monstrous genius like Chun Hao. Unfortunately, Long Ting didn't know that she had misunderstood. Chun Hao was indeed secretly looking at her, but there was an essential difference between him and those young men who pursued her. Old God, there's still a lot of low-level materials left, right? What's the matter? Help me refine some small things, the lowest level. You don't need any runes. You just need to be precise. Oh, no problem. Master, tell me. Chun Hao ordered in his mind as he followed Long Ting to the Long family. Although this idea might not be useful, Chun Hao wanted to try and see if he could find some kind of connection. That was the technology of Earth. He wanted to identify Long Ting or Long Yi's DNA. The reason was simple, because Long Ting's appearance was really similar to the body of the mysterious woman in his memory who gave birth to him, but wasn't his mother and son. She was also the key to his coming to this world, although Chun Hao knew that as a cultivator's cultivation increased, their physical body would constantly evolve, and their genes and DNA might undergo subversive changes according to their individual situation. He still wanted to try and see if he could find a pattern and confirm some kind of connection. This was something that couldn't be helped, and the reason was his own body. Although he was a real person, the way he was born wasn't the normal way humans reproduce. In other words, he didn't inherit the so-called bloodline inheritance in the cultivation world. Such a special situation naturally required a special method to determine it. As for whether it could be realized or not, he couldn't be sure. We're here. Brother Chun, this is our Long family. Sister Ting, just call me Chun Hao. There's no need to be so formal. Chun Hao smiled. Okay, then I'll call you Chun Hao. Now that we're at my house, can you show your true face? Long Ting didn't care about trifles and looked at Chun Hao with a scrutinizing gaze. Of course. Don't be too surprised. Ha ha. Chun Hao laughed. Ha ha. I thought you were quite arrogant, but you're completely different from what I imagined. Why should I be surprised? Brother showed me your image, and you're not as handsome as my brother. Longy stared at Chun Hao and said, I'm just joking with you. You're not bad yourself. Ha! When I said I was surprised, I didn't mean what you thought. Also, you're right, I'm quite arrogant, but when I see you, it's like the first time I saw Brother Long. I can't be arrogant even if I want to. Why? Whoosh. Chun Hao didn't explain, but his aura suddenly changed. The moment he took off his black bamboo hat, his body and appearance returned to normal, and he looked at Long Ting with a smile. Long Ting looked at Chun Hao from top to bottom, and after a full 2 seconds, she said, There's nothing to be surprised about. It's basically the same as the image. Huh. Long Ting had to admit that when she truly saw Chun Hao's real body at such a close distance, it was far from what an image could compare to. Especially Chun Hao's pitch black and deep eyes. They even emitted a charm that made one's heart palpitate. However, Long Ting was not a love-struck fool. Even if she was a little surprised, she would definitely not express it in her words. But as she spoke, her expression suddenly changed. She opened her small cherry mouth in surprise and was unable to close it again. Ha! Seeing Long Ting's expression, Chun Hao's originally uncertain thoughts finally confirmed that Long Ting had the same feelings as him. First update. Ha! The premium novels ranking updated in 3 days, and Dark Mountain updated 41,302 words in 3 days, ranking first. This has never happened before, and Dark Mountain actually managed to do it. This is the strength that everyone gave me. Dark Mountain will continue to fight. Brothers and sisters, fight with me to the end. I beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and also for brothers and sisters with the ability to support and subscribe. Subscriptions are the foundation of every writer. Please, everyone, let us charge. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.